Chapter 81 The Stupid Ace. Artoria's killing intent. Ace ignored the dissuasion of the crew and went straight to the direction of King Alexander's palace. He wants to kill Luoqiu too much. Carp, his savior, and his grandfather who raised him, is impossible to say that he has no feelings. When he learned that Garp died at the hands of Luoqiu, Ace made up his mind to take revenge for Garp by taking Luoqiu's head. Coupled with this one-handed killing by the navy, this made Luoqiu's reward directly surpass his biological father, Gol Roger, the Pirate King. Ace is very annoying. His own father, from childhood to adulthood, lived in the shadow of his One Piece prestige. From the moment he knew his father's identity, he made up his mind to surpass his father Roger in the future. So Luoqiu became his target. From the East China Sea to the Great Sea route to the New World, Ace has always been smooth sailing, and in the first half, few people understand the application of domineering. As a natural type of fruit-burning ability, few people are his opponents. So he developed his arrogant character. When he meets a real strong man, he will know what despair is. In the palace. Report to your majesty, Fire Fist Ace is about to arrive at the palace. A guard respectfully reported to Luoqiu. From the time the Spade Pirates landed on the land of the Kingdom of Alexander, they had been closely monitored by the kingdom's guards. Ace and the others are all under Luoqiu's control. The reason why people didn't stop him was because Luoqiu was a little bored and wanted to pass some time with Ace. Otherwise, Ace and his Spade Pirates would have already taken them to the mining field in Wano Island. Got it, let's go. Don't stop him, let him go directly to the arena in the palace. Luoqiu yawned boredly and waved to the palace guard. Yes, your majesty. The guard immediately took orders and left. Ram, what do you think I should play with him? Luoqiu asked the two little maids beside him in every possible way. Go back to your majesty, Ram thinks he should be defeated in what he does best. Let him die in despair. Ram's pink eyes revealed a fierce look that was the opposite of her cute appearance. For the guys who try to provoke Luoqiu's majesty, Ram can't wait to cut them into pieces with his own hands. Ram thinks so too. Ram on the side is also like Ram, fierce and fierce. Okay. Then beat him in the field he is best at and let him feel what despair is. Luoqiu felt that the advice of his two little maids was very good. It should bring some fun to the bored self. Outside the palace. Under Luoqiu's instruction, Ace walked all the way here without hindrance. Looking at the palace in front of him, Ace's heart was full of excitement, and his body trembled with excitement. Mr. Garp, wait, I will avenge you right away. And that man, you must give the sky a good look. I will definitely become a man who surpasses you. Who? Ace took a deep breath, wisps of flames burst out from his body, and prepared the gate of the palace to challenge Luoqiu, take off Luoqiu's head, and fulfill his dream. But just when Ace gathered his strength. Hey! Fire Fist Ace, right? A blonde, blue-eyed, petite, beautiful-faced woman in silver armor on a blue background suddenly appeared in front of Ace. It was Luoqiu, who was the little secretary who assisted Luoqiu in handling daily government affairs, and was also the army commander of the Royal Palace Guard Corps, Artoria. Wow, Ace didn't notice anything about the sudden appearance of Artoria. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Artoria in front of her, although she was petite, looked weak. But it gave Ace a very heavy pressure. This is a strong man. He once saw on the bounty order, the Night King Artoria, who offered a reward of 1.5 billion Bailey. Have you been discovered? But it doesn't matter. That's right. I'm Port Cassis, I'm here to challenge Alexander Luoqiu. Watch out. Fire. Just as Ace was about to launch an attack, he heard Artoria say, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and left. He didn't care that Ace was already burning his right fist that could attack at any moment. When Eaisi heard the words, his face was dumbfounded, and his movements stopped there, with question marks all over his forehead. The script is wrong. You shouldn't attack immediately after discovering the challenger. Why do you have to take me to the palace to remove the threat? Let's go. Aren't you going to challenge our Majesty the King? Why don't you dare to come? Artoria, who had already walked for a while, looked back to see Ace still standing there like a fool, and shouted impatiently. If it wasn't for fear of disturbing Luochu's interest, Artoria really wanted to give him a curry stick. Humph. Who said I wouldn't dare? Aston came back to his senses, snorted coldly, and followed Artoria's pace. Hey! Why did you bring it into the palace? I'm here to challenge your king and prepare to take his head. Ace asked in confusion. As soon as his voice fell, he felt an incomparably powerful aura attacking him. Aston's chills exploded, flames erupted from his body, and he looked at Artoria with a vigilant look, posing in a fighting posture. At this time, Artoria's hand has been placed on the hilt of the sword, and her eyes reveal undisguised killing intent. In the heart of the character template that Luochu summoned, Luochu is the supreme and must not be offended existence. Now Ace is in front of Artoria said she wanted to take Luochu's head. How could she not be angry? But thinking of Luochu's order, Artoria still suppressed the anger in her heart. Humph. It's just a little boring, just to pass some time with you. Otherwise, do you think you can get close to this palace within 1,000 meters? Artoria looked at Ace, who was ignorant, with disdain in her eyes. Kill time. Stop looking down on people. I will definitely beat him and take the head off his neck. Ace said angrily. Bang. Ignorance fellow. You have no idea what kind of existence you will face. Artoria didn't bother to pay attention to him, and walked forward quickly. She was afraid that she couldn't help but kill Ace directly. She was not afraid of Luochu's punishment, but she was afraid of disturbing Luochu's yaxing. Asshole. I will definitely win. Definitely. Ace clenched his fists and followed him angrily, with a confident look on his face. He still doesn't know what kind of existence he will face. Friends who like this book, please vote flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets for a wave of support, thanks to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 82, Imposing Oppression. Desperate Gap. Palace Arena. This is where the palace guards usually train and learn from each other. At this time, Luochu was lying on a chair and drinking red wine leisurely, not taking the upcoming Ace to heart at all. In his mind, Ace was just a toy to pass the boring time. Tap tap. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the figures of Artoria and Ace appeared in Luochu's line of sight. Artoria's delicate and pretty face tensed together quietly, looking very angry. Ace, who was following behind him, looked nervous and expectant. Your Majesty. Fire Fist Ace has brought it? Artoria gave Luochu a standard knightly salute and respectfully said to Luochu. It's hard work. Luochu touched the dull hair on Artoria's head and said softly. Moment. Artoria's face suddenly became red, her head was emitting white smoke like a train, and her brain was directly in a state of shutdown. The dull hair on the top of his head was what he cared about the most, and he was absolutely not allowed to others. Touching the forbidden area. Certainly. Except for Luochu. Hey. You are Alexander Luochu, right? Come here and accept my challenge. I can't wait to take your head off. Ace pointed at Luochu and provoked loudly. Oh, let go of these arrogance. Can't wait to die. Luochu turned his gaze to Ace, his face was neither happy nor sad, not angry because of Ace's provocation. Just an ant. Since he dares to challenge himself beyond his own strength, he would just trample to death. Just play him well before stepping to death. I can't wait to take the head off your neck. Ace said to Luoqiu without showing weakness. Interesting. So. Go to the ring. Luoqiu pointed to the ring road in the arena. Hearing this, Ace immediately jumped up without hesitation. Bursts of flames burst out from his body, and he couldn't wait to put on a fighting stance. This moment. He has been waiting for a long time. Luoqiu smiled lightly when he saw this, but there was no flashy movement. He just stood up from the reclining chair, stretched his waist, and walked to the ring step by step. But with each step, Luoqiu's aura became stronger by 1%. Moment. Ace felt as if his body was pressing against a mountain, which made his breathing a little heavier. Step, step, step. The whole arena is silent, only Luoqiu's echoes. Cold sweat broke out from Ace's head involuntarily. Every time Luoqiu took a step, his heart trembled. What a terrifying aura! Ace looked at Luoqiu, who kept coming, and exclaimed inwardly. Crack! The slate in the arena shattered instantly because it couldn't bear Luoqiu's aura. At this moment, Luoqiu's aura reached the extreme. It directly caused substantial damage. The sweat on Ace's forehead kept pouring down like a downpour. Boom! Extreme momentum in Luoqiu under the oppression of Ace. Ace also instantly burst into a domineering aura to resist Luoqiu's coercion. As a descendant of the Pirate King Gorge, Ace naturally. It has the qualifications of a king. But in his heart he hated Roger since he was a child, and he hid his courage. Now, under the oppression of Luoqiu, it was released involuntarily. But Ace's domineering arrogance is completely the difference between Yinghuo and Haoyu in front of Luoqiu. He was crushed by Luoqiu without even a moment's stalemate. Under Luoqiu's domineering coercion, Ace felt like a small boat on the sea, and could be engulfed at any time. Marvel. Tremble. Fear. Ace felt like his body was filled with lead. Hateful. Get me moving. Ace kept roaring to himself inwardly. But the body was completely incoherent, as if it had lost consciousness. Haha, your strength and your arrogance are completely incomparable. Isn't it still here? Are you arrogantly pointing at me and saying that you want to take the head of my neck? How? I don't even have the courage to take action now. Luoqiu folded his arms and squinted at Ace, his voice full of sarcasm. Too weak. The current Ace has just gone to sea not long ago, and has not yet experienced the experience of the Whitebeard pirates. The strength is only at the level of Kaiwahei, and it is still the kind at the end. Boring. Really boring. I didn't expect that the famous Fire Fist Ace didn't even have the courage to attack me. Looks like you really look up to you. Luoqiu shook his head with disappointment on his face. Forget it. I finally got an interesting toy. What if I don't play for a while? Well, I will draw a circle and move within this range, and I will never go out. That's how dare you do it? Luoqiu said, taking back his arrogance and drawing a circle around him with his feet. It is very narrow and can only move one step at most. This also means that Luoqiu can't dodge Ace's attack at all, and can only passively bear it. You bastard! Stop looking down on people there. Fire punch! As soon as Luoqiu's domineering look was over, the pressure on Ace plummeted, and he immediately launched his signature attack. A huge flaming fist rushed towards Luoqiu, hitting him precisely. Luoqiu's body was instantly engulfed by Ace's fire fist. This guy really didn't hide. Ace looked at Luoqiu, who was engulfed by his own fire fist, in disbelief, and his heart was filled with deep inconceivable. But the next second, Ace's pupils shrank suddenly. The flames surrounding Luoqiu were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A figure emerged from the flames, and the flames that disappeared were swallowed by him in the end. Impossible. He was able to hold the flame. The situation was so appalling. Ace couldn't believe his eyes. Taste is a little off. Luo Qiu swallowed the last ray of flame on his face, wiped the corner of his mouth gracefully, showing an expression of disgust. Hey! Is there a more delicious flame? Ace, you think it's dessert? Sorry, there is something on the post today, the update is late. In addition, friends end. Chapter 83 Playing with Ace. Dissolution, Remnant Fire Sword North, Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Stunned. The dog is dumbfounded. Ace's eyes are like copper bells. It is full of incredible color. Such a raging fire with a high temperature of hundreds of degrees Celsius is swallowed by such a stomach. It's made of steel. Ace never imagined that the fire fist that he was proud of it didn't cause any harm to Luo Qiu. Usually, above the sea, his own move is enough to instantly destroy several enemy pirate ships. It didn't work well. But when it came to Luo Qiu, it was completely misfired. There is no use for hanging hair. Hey! Hurry up! I heard that you have the ability to burn fruit, but I didn't eat anything just now. Just waiting for your flame. Luo Qiu urged impatiently. Ace immediately clenched his fists when he heard the words. Luo Qiu's words were simply ironic to him. How can it be repaired? God fire does not know fire. Ace roared, and flames erupted from both hands to form two huge flame spears. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a piercing sound, two flame spears shot towards Luo Qiu. One stabbed at his throat. A thorn to his heart. Swish, Luo Qiu's arm flashed in the air like a phantom. Ace's two flame spears were grabbed by Luo Qiu in the blink of an eye, and under Ace's incredible gaze, they ate them into his mouth like chocolate. Firefly Dharma. Ace's palm suddenly emitted a green light, and his hands emitted a little flame like a firefly. Immediately upon encountering an object. Burning, bursting flames. But these firefly-like firelights were all sucked into Luo Qiu's mouth before they approached Luo Qiu. Not bad. Not bad. The taste of this flame is okay. Luo Qiu smacked his lips with a look of aftertaste. But in Ace's eyes, it was full of ridicule. Damn! Isn't the flame not gushing out a little to the sky? Ace was panting, looking at Luo Qiu with a sullen face, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. All the flames of Fire Fist, Shenhuo Shihuo, and Firefly Fire Boat Hitterma are all useless to Luo Qiu. No matter how he attacks, all the flames will be swallowed up by Luo Qiu. If that's the case, then use physique. Ace's eyes narrowed, and he moved quickly towards Luo Qiu. Been stuck in cards since childhood. Ace, who grew up under the training of the devil, is very good at physical skills. But also just good. Showing physique in front of Luo Qiu is undoubtedly playing a big sword in front of Guangong. Luo Qiu, who has the physique of a black dragon, is absolutely the best in the world. Pillar of Flame Ring. Ace raised his hands, and a pillar of fire immediately enveloped Luo Qiu. Boy, haven't you recognized the form yet? Fire is useless to me. Luo Qiu devoured Ace's flames again and said contemptuously. Flame is useless to you. But fist is always useful to you. Fire punch. Ace's roar came from behind Luo Qiu. This time, the fire fist did not shoot the flames out like the last time, but attached the flames to the hands and smashed them like Luo Qiu's head. That's amazing. Long mind. Haha, as expected of my toy. Luo Qiu chuckled and praised. Drink. Death to me. Ace's roar is extremely angry, full of momentum. But strength does not depend on roaring. Bang. Luo Qiu didn't turn his head, and his right hand went around his shoulder and grabbed it firmly. Ace's fist. Kai's strong impact and scorching high temperature caused wisps of blue smoke to rise from the intersection of the palms of the two. Luo Qiu's palm tightened slightly. Crack. The sound of bones shattering sounded. Luo Qiu, who has the physique of a dragon, is far beyond what Ace can bear. Ah! Painful screams came from Ace's mouth, and his arms desperately tried to break free from Luo Qiu's hands. However, Luo Qiu's palm tightly clamped Ace's fist like an iron pincer, making him unable to escape at all. Just when Ace broke free, Luo Qiu suddenly let go. Unprepared, Ace's body suddenly flew out, killing several somersaults on the ground in a row. Hoo! 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 Ace clasped his arms and knelt on the ground, panting heavily, looking very embarrassed. At this time, he finally understood what kind of opponent he was facing. The gap is too big. I tried my best to make him move. Strength is not in one dimension at all. Hey, kid. Don't pretend to be cowardly, keep attacking. I haven't had enough. Luo Qiu shouted to the half-knelt on the ground. No wonder so many people like to abuse vegetables. This feels really good. Asshole. This guy really just treats me as a toy to pass the time. Ace gritted his teeth, his heart was full of anger. This feeling of being played in the palm of your hand is really annoying. You bastard. Don't underestimate people. De Yan quit Yan Emperor. Drink. Along with Ace's roar, circles of spiral flame suddenly appeared under his feet, covering the entire palace arena. All the flames converged towards Ace's hands, forming a huge fireball like the sun. The blazing high temperature seemed to even the air was burned. This blow gathered all of Ace's power. Well, this should be your strongest power, right? Luo Qiu yawned and squinted at Ace's raised fireball. With that lazy appearance, Ace was completely ignored. Even against his strongest moves? The power of this move is enough to destroy a town. I didn't intend to use it originally. You forced me. Ace roared furiously at Luo Qiu, like a beast in a desperate situation. Hee, in order to thank you for playing with me for so long, I'll let you see what a real flame is. Luo Qiu chuckled lightly, and slowly pulled out. The Zanpakuto around his waist was fiery. Swallow solution, residual fire sword. With Luo Qiu's low drink, a huge change occurred in the moment when the blade was on fire, igniting a crimson flame, emitting an extremely hot temperature. It is countless times higher than the temperature of Ace's flame. What the hell is this? Flame. Ace looked at the flames on the Zanpakuto in Luo Qiu's hands in shock. Ace, who has the ability to burn fruit, had a feeling of being scorched when faced with the high temperature emitted by Luo Qiu's Zanpakuto. How can it be repaired? Go to hell. Ace rushed towards Luo Qiu with a huge roar. He felt that if he didn't make a move, he would have no chance. Remnant fire is too big to the north, ashes of heaven and earth. Swish! Luo Qiu suddenly swung a sword. The air, dust, and the earth all touched Luo Qiu's sword energy and everything was melted. Pucci, friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation votes to support a wave, thanks to the author. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 84 Irony. The one with the ability to burn fruit melted by fire. Off to Fishman Island. Ace's footsteps stopped suddenly. The huge fireball held high in the hand and the body suddenly turned into two pieces. Then it melted little by little and disappeared. How can that be? The last trace of consciousness left in Ace's body looked at his body that was split open and melted in disbelief. As a person with the ability to burn fruits of the natural system, he was melted by the flames. Shock, fear, and despair were intertwined in his eyes, and they became the last emotions in his life. At this time, only then did he realize how small and stupid he was. What kind of existence is the person he challenged? With endless regret, Ace disappeared between the world. As the person with the ability to burn the fruit, he was finally melted by the flames. This is simply a great irony. Okay. The game is over. Luo Qiu retracted the knife and sheathed it, stretched out, and walked off the ring. During the battle with Ace, he not one step out of the circle drawn. After the episode of Ace, Luo Qiu's life returned to normal. Occasionally, I am interested and solve a few pirates who do not know the sky and the sky. Compared to before, Luo Qiu's territory was much larger. In addition to the original homeland of the Kingdom of Alexander, there are also Dressrosa, the 5 branches of the original navy, and the territory of Wano Kingdom and the rest of the beast pirates. With a vast territory, he has become a veritable sea emperor. After annexing Kaido's territory, Luo Qiu did not rush to expand, but instead consolidated his rule. After all, he leads a country, not a pirate group. Combining some ideas from previous lives, Luo Qiu, Artoria, and others formulated a set of Alexander Kingdom codes. On the basis of determining the supremacy of kingship, the rights of the common people should be improved, exploitation and oppression should be reduced, and freedom, equality and justice should be realized. Once the Code of the Kingdom of Alexandria was published, it was immediately embraced by the people. In this pirate world full of exploitation and oppression, ordinary people are the tools for high-ranking officials and nobles to make money, and they even worry that one day they will be accidentally smashed by pirates, and they have absolutely no human rights. Although the laws promulgated by Luo Qiu are still king, the status of ordinary people has obviously been greatly improved. The 30% tax alone is beyond their imagination. In charge of the entire pirate world, which country does not receive 60 to 70%, 67% tax, and even some brutal countries directly receive 89%, 89%. Many people can't even eat enough. Moreover, the territory under Luo Qiu's command does not matter. All races, as long as they are citizens of the Kingdom of Alexander, enjoy the same rights. This is like heaven for some discriminated races, such as the Murlocs. Here, no one will look down on you because you are a fish with long legs, a fur clan, etc. Many races and people from all over the world come here. But it is not a simple matter for foreigners to become citizens of the Ada Kingdom. First of all, there must be no crimes committed on the territory of the Kingdom of Alexander. Secondly, they must have lived in the territory of the Kingdom of Alexandria for more than 5 years, and there must be no tax evasion. Otherwise, you can only become a temporary resident, and you have to pay a lot of temporary residence fees every month. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. In the Kingdom of Alexander, enjoying the protection of the kingdom, of course, has to pay some price. Even so, there are also a lot of people going to the Kingdom of Alexandria. In the palace, Luo Qiu browsed the information that Artoria had sent him, and couldn't help showing a happy smile. In just a few months, the population of the Kingdom of Alexander has increased by more than 1 million. In the pirate world, so many people can completely form a small country. It seems that what the ancients said is still good. Those who win the hearts and minds of the people will win the world. When the kingdom is settled, Luo Qiu's heart was restless again. He is not satisfied with the current situation in front of him. Luo Qiu set his sights on Fishman Island, to be precise, the White Star of Fishman Island. As a traveler, it is natural to know that Bai Xing is the Sea King, one of the 3 ancient weapons. He can command the Sea Kings in the deep sea. Each is a powerful being. This is definitely a force to be reckoned with in the pirate world, which is mainly the sea. Just think about the scene where a group of supergiant sea kings with a length of several kilometers or even tens of thousands of meters hit you. Just thinking about it makes your scalp tingle. Just flipping over and slapping the sea is enough to create a gigantic tsunami capable of submerging the island. So such a force must be in its own hands. After leaving the country's government affairs to Artoria, Luo Qiu set foot on the road to Fishman Island with some guards and 2 little maids who never left. This time the main thing to lose is the negotiation. If the Fishman Island can be conquered without the use of force, that is the best thing. If they can't reach an agreement, Luo Qiu can only lead the army to suppress the situation. Anyway, for Fishman Island, Luo Qiu is bound to win. The bottom of the sea is 10,000 meters below. The Black Dragon flagship wrapped in bubbles was slowly sinking, and a beautiful and dreamy island radiating brilliant light appeared in front of Luo Qiu and the others. It's Fishman Island. Before coming, Luo Qiu had briefly spoken to Neptune. So after Luo Qiu entered Fishman Island, Neptune led all the royal family and ministers to welcome Luo Qiu's arrival. This is the highest standard greeting method of Ryagu Kingdom of Fishman Island. No way, who makes Luo Qiu too good now? Welcome King Alexander to Fishman Island. Neptune said enthusiastically, but his face was full of tension. For Luo Qiu, Neptune did not dare to be slighted in the slightest. For fear of accidentally bringing disaster to Fishman Island. After all, the one in front of me is the one who can destroy the beast pirates and kill the strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air. King Neptune, you're welcome. Luo Qiu bowed his hands, and his expression was very elegant and kind, yet domineering. Luo Qiu followed Neptune all the way to Dragon Palace City. I am very curious and appreciative of the surrounding buildings and mermaids, no matter what. The people and the buildings are much more beautiful than those in Fanli. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Luo Qiu began to explain his purpose. King Neptune, haven't you been adhering to the idea of Princess Otohim and wanting to let the Murlocs and humans coexist peacefully? Now is the chance. Let Fishman Island join me under the command of the Kingdom of Alexander. Chapter 85, Neptune's Choice. The belonging of Fishman Island. Neptune's body froze when he heard the words. Delivered to the mouth, the wine glass suddenly listened. A bitter look appeared on his face. Really? The worst thing ever happened to him. When talking with Luo Qiu before, Neptune faintly sensed Luo Qiu's intention. He was very anxious and helpless in his heart. I didn't want to agree, and I didn't dare to refuse, and I didn't know what to do for a while. Luo Qiu saw Neptune's hesitation. He smiled lightly and continued. I promise you in the name of the Kingdom of Alexander. As long as Fishman Island joins the Alexander Kingdom, all Murlocs, regardless of mermaids or Murlocs, will be citizens of my Kingdom of Alexander. In my country, no one will look at you with tinted glasses, and you don't have to worry about being trafficked by human traffickers. You can live freely on land like ordinary people, and you can return to the ocean anytime, anywhere. Isn't that what your late queen dreamed of? Isn't it what you want in your life? Luo Qiu's words suddenly made Neptune's heart move. No one wants to live under the 10,000th meter in this dark place all day long. They also long for the air on the land and the sun in the sky. But the Murlocs are very discriminated against outside, and the mermen are the most favorite targets of human traffickers. Therefore, most Murlocs can only stay at the bottom of the sea all day long. Now, I have the opportunity to live freely on land like this before my eyes. Neptune admitted that he was moved. Your Majesty King Alexander, can you really guarantee that all Murlocs will not be discriminated against under your command, and will not be caught and sold by human traffickers? Neptune asked slightly respectfully. He was a little moved, but worried that this was Luo Qiu's rhetoric. Neptune's expression was all seen by Luo Qiu. He knew that Neptune was moved by the conditions he said, but there was still a slight concern in his heart whether the conditions he said were true or not. This is human nature, and Luo Qiu can fully understand it. After all, there is no basis for empty words. For this reason, Luo Qiu specially brought a copy of Alexander. Your Majesty, Neptune, you can read this code, which details the rights and obligations of the citizens of the Oan Alexander Kingdom. This code was fully implemented in the Kingdom of Alexandria several years ago. The response effect is very good. In just a few short hours, it has brought millions of population growth to my kingdom. Luo Qiu stretched out his hand and handed the written code engraved with gilded text to Neptune. Neptune took the code of the kingdom of Alexander that Luo Qiu handed over, and immediately turned it over. His heart couldn't wait to see if what Luo Qiu said was true. Looking at it, Neptune couldn't believe his eyes. This is too superior. Report to your majesty, Lord Jinpei is back. A Murloc guard came in to report to Neptune. Report. Okay. Bring Jinbei here. Neptune instructed the soldiers. Fishman Island is 10,000 meters under the sea, and the news is blocked. And Jinbei, as the king of Kaiwuhe, is the link between the world government and the Fishman Island. He often walks outside and has better news. He can also further confirm whether what Luo Qiu said is true. After a while, a blue orca man walked over under the leadership of the palace guards. See your majesty Neptune, his majesty King Alexander. Jinbei saluted the two kings Neptune and Rochu respectively. As the king of the world government, he went down to Kaiwuhe, Jinping, but Luo Qiu knew the deeds of Luo Qiu well. Knowing what kind of existence this, in front of me is, I don't dare to neglect in the slightest. Since Jinpei is here, it just so happens that you can have a good discussion. I'll stroll around Fishman Island first and wait for your news. In spite of whatever the result, I won't do anything to you this time. Luo Qiu got up and said to Neptune and the others, leaving them a private space for consideration. But what he said was very clear. I won't do anything this time, so maybe next time. Neptune and the others' pupils suddenly tightened, obviously they could hear what Luo Qiu was saying. Jinping, the purpose of King Luo Qiu's visit here is to want me to join the Alexander Kingdom on Fishman Island. How do you feel? Can the Murlocs and Mermen on our Murloc Island really enjoy the treatment of the citizens under his command? Can you really not be discriminated against and hated by human beings? After Luo Qiu left the palace, Neptune asked Jinbei. I dare not say it anywhere else. But under the realm of the kingdom of Alexander, this kind of thing will never happen. This has been incorporated into the law by His Majesty Luo Qiu. I have seen with my own eyes the fish and humans living in harmony in the kingdom of Alexandria, and I have seen the pictures of the Alexander Kingdom fleet chasing the traffickers in their waters to rescue the mermaid. If His Majesty Neptune wants to join the Alexander Kingdom, the old man has no objection. Jinbei spent some time in the kingdom of Alexandria before and knew the situation there. Although it is impossible to be absolutely fair, it is definitely a heaven-like place compared to other places. If that's the case, then join the subordinates that let Fishman Island join the kingdom of Alexander. Neptune, who was already very active, immediately made a decision when he heard Jinbei's words. Luo Qiu, who had just walked out of the Dragon Palace city, was invited back by Neptune's palace guards. Dragon Palace. Luo Qiu sat on the throne that originally belonged to Neptune. See your majesty the king. Neptune led everyone in Dragon Palace to salute Luo Qiu, representing the entire Fishman Island to completely surrender to Luo Qiu. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 86 Neptune, White Star. Jealousy drives people crazy. Free gift. Luo Qiu raised his hand in the void, and Neptune and the others were immediately lifted up by an invisible energy, which shocked everyone's heart. This is not something ordinary people can do. Congratulations to you for making the most correct choice. I believe you will not regret your choice. The corners of Luo Qiu's mouth rose and a satisfied smile suddenly appeared. It's pretty good to be able to take down Fishman Island so effortlessly. Neptune, you will continue to manage Fishman Island as the manager of Fishman Island in the future. From now on, Fishman Island will implement the laws of the Kingdom of Alexander, and everything will be subject to the Kingdom of Alexander. After that, I will send a legacy army to the Fishman Island to guard the safety of the Fishman Island and ensure that the Fishman Island will not be looted by pirates. Neptune immediately stepped forward to take orders when he heard the words. "Thank you, Your Majesty the King." Neptune obeys. The code of the Kingdom of Alexander will be implemented as soon as possible in the entire Fishman Island. The voice was full of surprise and gratitude. Originally, he would have thought that Luo Qiu would send others to take over Fishman Island. Unexpectedly, Luo Qiu didn't do this, and let him continue to manage Fishman Island. This was definitely a surprise for him. Okay. From now on, Fishman Island will completely become the territory of the Kingdom of Alexander. The people on the Murloc Island all enjoy the protection of the Kingdom of Alexander, and can freely enter and leave the territory of the Kingdom of Alexander. Luo Qiu promised Neptune and others. "Thank you, Your Majesty the King." When everyone heard the words, they bowed and thanked, and their voices were full of excitement. How many years? The people of their Fishman Island can finally live freely on land. Neptune, it is said that you also have a mermaid princess. It's such an important thing, why didn't she come out to participate? Luo Qiu asked Neptune, looking slightly unhappy. Certainly. This was his intention. As Luo Qiu, who had read the original book, how could he not know that Bai Xing's situation was just an excuse to approach Bai Xing? Compared to Fishman Island, Bai Xing is Luo Qiu's real purpose for coming here. "I'm sorry, His Majesty the King, please forgive me." Neptune thought Luo Qiu was really angry when he heard the words and quickly apologized. White Star really has a last resort reason to not be able to participate in such an important occasion. "Oh, what's the reason? Let's hear it." Luo Qiu pretended not to know. "Oh, it's true. Bai Xing was proposed by the villain Vanderdecken because he was too beautiful. Because it's not easy for Shirahoshi, so I attack Shirahoshi with weapons every day, trying to intimidate her into submission. Vanderdecken has been hiding in the dark, even the soldiers of the palace can't catch the murderer. So I can only hide in a hard shell tower every day. As of today, Bai Xing has not been out of a hard shell tower for nearly 10 years. When Neptune mentioned Bai Xing, his face suddenly became sad. The corners of Luo Qiu's mouth rose slightly. What he wanted was a childless like Neptune. That's really pitiful. But since Fishman Island already belongs to me, it is naturally impossible for this kind of thing to continue to happen. Take me to the hard shell tower, I will protect the Star Princess. Luo Qiu said righteously. Hearing this, Neptune immediately showed a look of surprise. Who is Luo Qiu, the Sea Emperor who rules the sea? If it were him, Bai Xing would never be hurt. Luo Qiu was led by Neptune to the hard shell tower where Bai Xing was located. People, open the door. Neptune instructed the guard next to him. With Luo Qiu, the Emperor of the Sea, Neptune is not afraid of Bai Xing being hurt. Squeak, the door open. A huge, but unusually beautiful mermaid caught Luo Qiu's eyes. Long pink hair, beautiful features, blue eyes like the sea, and pink fish tails in different shades. In addition to the huge size, it almost satisfies all the beautiful fantasies of human beings about mermaids. As expected of an existence comparable to Bo Yahan Cook, the most beautiful woman in the pirate world. Father and father. The white star in the hard shell tower looked at his father in amazement. The aqua blue eyes twinkled, looking very cute and cute. Suddenly, whoosh! A huge axe flew from afar and hit the white star. Yeah! The timid Bai Xing screamed in horror and covered his eyes. But after a long time, Shirahoshi did not feel attacked. He couldn't help revealing a glance from his fingers, just in time to see Luo Qiu floating in front of him, grabbing the axe that attacked her in his hand. Wow! What a great big brother Acridine! Bai Xing suddenly let out an exclamation of admiration, and his eyes were full of bright little stars. Come out, Shirogane. From today, you don't have to hide in this dark, hard shell tower. With me here, you won't be hurt. Luo Qiu turned back and showed a sunny smile to Bai Xing, which immediately warmed Bai Xing's heart. Really? Bai Xing's expression suddenly changed, very excited. Stayed in this hard-shell tower, for nearly 10 years, God knows how much she yearns for the outside world. Certainly. Luo Qiu crushed the axe in his hand, his voice full of confidence. Great. Thank you so much, great big brother. Excited, Bai Xing hugged Luo Qiu in his arms. White Star, don't be rude. This will be the new majesty of Fishman Island in the future, Lord Alexander Lukiu. Hurry up and join us. Bye. Neptune was afraid that Bai Xing's behavior would anger Luo Qiu, so he hurriedly reprimanded. No problem. Princess Baixing is innocent and cute, so you don't need to care about these cumbersome etiquette. Luo Qiu said nothing. He didn't want to restrain Shirahoshi's innocence with those cumbersome rules. Come on, White Star. Today we'll take you anywhere you want to go and do whatever you want. Luo Qiu smiled at Bai Xing. Wow. Thank you so much, Lord Luo Qiu. Bai Xing said excitedly. Luo Qiu leads Bai Xing to the outside world. Bai Xing is very curious about everything outside like a curious baby. And this scene naturally fell in the eyes of Vanderdecken, who was hiding in the dark. Looking at Luo Qiu, who was chatting and laughing with Bai Xing, Vanderdecken suddenly became jealous of the separation of the material wall. Why has he been ignoring the pursuit of Princess Bai Xing for so many years? How close he is to a human being. How much he wants to rush to the Luo Qiu killed people, and then took Bai Xing as his own. But he didn't dare. Although the news of Fishman Island was blocked, he had also heard of Luo Qiu's reputation. Just his trash strength was not enough for Luo Qiu to step on. Since I can't get it, then no one else can get it. Princess White Star is still ruined. Chapter 87. One blow runs through 10,000 meters of the seabed. Jealousy makes people crazy. Vanderdecken has been pursuing Princess White Star for countless years to no avail, but now he is so close to Luo Qiu, who just came to Fishman Island. He's sour. It's like eating 10,000 lemons in his heart. Damn it! I can't get it, and no one can get it. Vanderdecken looked ferocious and twisted, like an evil ghost. Countless weapons were thrown from his hands and flew straight to Princess White Star, who was with Luo Qiu. As a target fruit ability, you don't need to aim at all. Just throw the weapon and it will automatically fly towards the person he touches. Whoosh whoosh in the sky, there are kings in all directions, and countless weapons are flying towards Baixing. There are at least hundreds of them. Baixing, who was having fun with Luo Qiu, was immediately scared to tears. Wow! Ah, Luo Qiu da! Bai Xing's body curled up behind Luo Qiu in fright. It's just that Shirahoshi's huge body makes such an action, no matter how you look at it, it's a bit funny. Although Luo Qiu's stature of more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters is not short, it is still far from enough to see in front of the mermaid Princess Bai Xing. Don't worry, Shirahoshi. I said, as long as I'm here, you won't be hurt in any way. Luo Qiu patted her head lying on his shoulder and comforted her softly. Yeah. Bai Xing believes in Lord Luo Qiu. The confident voice made Bai Xing feel a strong sense of security, stopped crying, and got out from behind Luo Qiu to stand with Luo Qiu. Now it's right. Look well, these things won't hurt you at all. Luo Qiu smiled at Bai Xing. Immediately, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the black pupils instantly turned into crimson-colored samsara eyes, and the guyu in them rotated at a high speed and turned into purple reincarnation eyes. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. A huge repulsive force emanated from Luo Qiu's side. All the weapons that flew towards Shirahoshi were bounced off. Even under the crushing force of Luo Qiu's samsara eyes, it was directly turned into countless fragments. Wow! Lord Luo Qiu is too powerful. Bai Xing, who was standing beside Luo Qiu, covered his small mouth that had turned into a shape, and exclaimed in admiration. Vanderdecken, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. Hateful. As expected of the emperor who reigns over the sea, this can't kill by seeing. There's no other way. Only use that. Destroy them all. Drink. Vanderdecken tried his best to use his abilities. Throwing the Noah's ship, which is as big as half of the Fishman Island, at Shirahoshi, intending to destroy Shirahoshi and the entire Fishman Island. Ha ha ha. Destroy. Destroy. Destroy all. Let's die together. Beautiful Princess Shirahoshi. Vanderdecken, who was covered with a swimming coating, was laughing wildly on the huge Ark Noah, and wanted to die with the White Star. At this time, all the people of Fishman Island looked up to the sky involuntarily. All of them were pale, and they were in a cold sweat. My God! What is that? Ship. It's a ship. A supergiant ship. Fuck. How can there be such a huge ship in the world that is comparable to half a Fishman Island? It's over, it's over. The ship is about to hit Fishman Island. It's dead. The bubbles that protect Fishman Island can't withstand the impact of this giant ship. Help. Run away. Mermaids and Murlocs on countless Murloc islands screamed and screamed in despair, scurrying around like headless flies. But where can they escape at this 10,000-meter seabed? Lord Luo Lukiu. With a trembling voice, Bai Xing looked at Luo Qiu with a weeping voice. She could clearly feel that this huge ark was attacking herself. All right? And they said I would protect you. Luo Qiu patted her head and comforted her. No wait, when Bai Xing spoke, Luo Qiu's figure immediately turned into a domineering Dhe dragon and flew straight to the sky of Fishman Island. Under Bai Xing's shocked gaze, Luo Qiu rushed out of the bubble wrap on Fishman Island. If it was an ordinary person, his body would have been crushed by the water pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea. But Luo Qiu's black dragon physique is so strong that people can't imagine it. It has no effect on him at all. Wow! La la, Luo Qiu opened his mouth, and the endless sea water rushed into his mouth to form a huge vortex. For the black dragon Aku Nokia, any element is his energy. Water is no exception. How can this be possible? Isn't he a devil fruit person? How can he move freely in the sea? When Vanderdecken saw Luo Qiu, who was free to move around the seabed without any protection, his jaw dropped. Everyone saw Luo Qiu's black dragon posture and thought he was a devil fruit person. But this is just their self-righteousness. The endless sea water turns into the energy in Luo Qiu's body, plus the energy contained in Luo Qiu's body. It is simply unimaginable. The roar of the black dragon, boom, contains endless power, as if the roar of the dragon with the energy of destroying the sky and the earth emanated from Luo Qiu's mouth. The sea boiled in an instant. The endless sea water was evaporated. Noah's Ark, as huge as half a Fishman Island, was directly annihilated in Luo Qiu's roar. An abyss-like tunnel is formed from the sea surface to the bottom of the sea, lasting 10,000 meters, and one extends to Fishman Island. The sun shines through the tunnel to the bottom of the sea, illuminating the shocking cheeks on Murloc Island. Everyone on Murloc Island stared at Luo Qiu standing above Murloc Island in amazement. Full of shock. Full of gratitude. Full of admiration. This is completely beyond our phenomena. Nima. That huge ship about the size of half a Fishman Island was destroyed all at once. And the aftermath also runs directly through 10,000 meters of seabed. This is such an explosion. CS 600 reward for the wrong boss, thank you very much. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 88 Official Announcement. The Conspiracy of the World Government. It took a long time to heal the sea that Luo Qiu had run through. but the underwater tunnel that runs through 10,000 meters has left an indelible impression on the hearts of all the people of Fishman Island. Okay, White Star. The person who attacked you has been eliminated by me, and you will never have to worry about being attacked again. Luo Qiu returned to Fishman Island and said to Bai Xing with a smile. At this time, Bai Xing admires Luo Qiu to the extreme. For Bai Xing, Luo Qiu is like Prince Charming who saves the princess. Thank you so much, Lord Luo Qiu. Bai Xing hugged Luo Qiu excitedly again, making Luo Qiu experience that suffocating feeling again. Ma Dan's body is too small. In the next few days, Luo Qiu and Bai Xing visited various beautiful places on Fishman Island and had a great time. A few days later, Luo Qiu returned to the Kingdom of Alexander and held a press conference directly, announcing that Fishman Island became the territory of the Kingdom of Alexander. The photo of Neptune and Luo Qiu was published in the newspaper and spread all over the world. One place in this newspaper, the whole world is in an uproar. Well known. The Ryagu Kingdom of Fishman Island is a member of the world government. Now openly announcing to join Lakai's command and become the territory of the Kingdom of Alexander, which is undoubtedly a betrayal and provocation of the world government. On the sea, all the forces are watching to see what actions the world government will take. But to everyone's surprise, the world government did not take any action. It's like you don't know at all. In spite of whether it was the navy or organization under the world government, or other troops, did not move. This is totally out of the style of world government. Just like the last time the Kingdom of Alexander where Luo Qiu was located did not pay enough gold and withdrew from the world government member countries. It was directly captured by the world government secretly united with pirates, and almost suffered a disaster. If it wasn't for Luo Qiu's birth, I'm afraid the world would have long lost the Kingdom of Alexander. When other countries in the world saw Fishman Island leave the world government and join Luo Qiu's command, the world government did not take any action, and their hearts also have some frustrated. After all, the amount of gold paid to the world government every year is an astronomical amount. In fact, it is not that the world government has not taken any action as the outside world thinks. It's just that they didn't take the obvious. If the world government takes action on Fishman Island, it will undoubtedly compete with Luo Qiu. Today's Luo Qiu is full of wings, and it is definitely not an easy thing to take him. Even if the world government can win by virtue of its heritage, it will definitely hurt its vitality. After all, the strength of Luo Qiu and his subordinates is obvious to all. Such a result is absolutely unwilling to see. However, although they did not take overt actions, they did a lot in the dark. Sometimes, fighting the enemy doesn't necessarily have to be done by yourself. The New World, the domain of the Whitebeard pirates. A pirate ship belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. 3 to 535 pirates get together. Hey, I heard that Merman Island was taken away by the new 4th Emperor, Alexander Lukiu. Of course I heard it. That guy made such a high-profile announcement that he simply ignored our Whitebeard pirates. That's right. I don't know if that is the side of our Whitebeard pirates. It's so arrogant. We should go out and take back the Fishman Island. That's right. That's right. Otherwise, people will think that our Whitebeard pirates are afraid of their Alexander kingdom. What several people discussed was the fact that Luo Qiu announced the addition of Fishman Island to the Kingdom of Alexander a few days ago. Fishman Island was originally the territory of Whitebeard. Being taken so easily by Luo Qiu, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with resentment. Coupled with the fanning of caring people, this resentment turned directly into hatred. After a few days yeast, this hatred quickly spread to the Whitebeard pirates. From the pirates of Whitebeard to the main team of the Whitebeard pirates, to the Moby Dick. Almost everyone is shrouded in hatred for Luo Qiu and the Kingdom of Alexander because of Fishman Island. In addition, the Navy's dissatisfaction with Lugochiu's release of a bounty higher than that of One Piece Roger and Whitebeard last time. Under the instigation of people with a heart, the hatred of the members of the Whitebeard pirates towards Lugochiu is almost reaching its peak. On the Moby Dick. Dad. Alexander Lukiu is so arrogant. Fishman Island is obviously the territory of our Whitebeard pirates, and he is doing this to provoke our Whitebeard pirates. The grumpy 13th Division Captain Atmos stood up and said to Whitebeard with a look of resentment. Yes. Father. Forget about the last bounty, but this time they went too far. There is absolutely a price to pay for taking away the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. Squad leader Jinguduo also stood up and echoed the road. Go on, Daddy. Grab our side. The rest of the squad leaders also chimed in. This time, Lugochiu's behavior completely angered their bottom line. Silly sons, I have never regarded Fishman Island as my territory. Neptune is my friend, and it is his own choice to join the Kingdom of Alexander. And the policy of the Kingdom of Alexander is indeed very good, no matter what. Mermaid or Murloc can live freely in his domain without discrimination. Even if it's me, I'm happy for my old friend. So stop talking like that. As the strongest man in the world, a man who has been across the sea for countless years, he is still very broad-minded. What Whitebeard attaches the most to his family is his family, and it doesn't matter to Whitebeard what the land is. What's more, as he said, he never regarded Fishman Island as the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. But the rest of the people wanted to say something, but they were directly stopped by Marco. Okay, you guys don't give Dad a headache anymore. As the captain of the first team and the oldest person in the Whitebeard pirates, Marco is still quite authoritative. Those pirates who wanted to say something suddenly closed their mouths. But there was still an uneasy look in his eyes. But this time, it is not so easy to let it go, thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, minute. Chapter 89, Recapture the Fishman Island. The Whitebeard pirates are in action. Captain Atmos, Dad is embarrassed to take back Fishman Island because of his feelings. But how can we sons stand by and watch Daddy be so humiliated and indifferent? This bastard, Alexander Lukiu, slapped Dad hard in front of the whole world this time. In the 13th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, a member of the 13th Division Captain Atmos said with an angry expression. His words pierced the heart of Atmos directly. His current state is like a powder keg, it will explode at one point. Hateful. That bastard, Alexander Rochu, doesn't care about Daddy too much. Who did he think he was provoking? Dad, he is the strongest man in the world. Our Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirates in the world. Atmos had a look of resentment on his face, and the more he thought about it under this member's incitement, he smashed the table directly in front of him with a bang. The member of the 13th Division immediately showed a triumphant smile when he saw Atmos in such a furious state. The heat is almost over. Captain, you don't think we should be like this? Lead a few pirates under Whitebeard directly to take back Fishman Island. Didn't Lugochiu announce to the world that Fishman Island became his territory? In the blink of an eye, our Whitebeard pirates will take this territory back from him, not only to retaliate against it, but also to make our Whitebeard pirates' reputation. It's totally killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The member told the 13th Division Captain Atmos in a persuasive manner. The grumpy, simple-minded Atmos suddenly lit up when he heard the words. I think this team member's suggestion is very good. Okay. Just do it. You go immediately to gather the team members and the pirate group under Whitebeard. Remember, don't alarm the old man first, and give him a surprise when he comes back. Atmos said excitedly to his members. But he didn't consider the consequences of doing such a thing at all, or he didn't care about the consequences at all. In his mind, Whitebeard is completely blind worship. He thinks that his own father is the strongest man in the world, and the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirates in the world, and they have nothing to fear. Yes, Captain. I'll go right away. The member immediately walked away. At the moment of turning around, a wicked smile appeared in his eyes. This member is none other than the spy of the Whitebeard thief lurking in the spy unit. The order he received was to provoke a war between Luochu and the Whitebeard pirates at all costs. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, there must be one. If a war breaks out between Luochu and Whitebeard, no matter what, whoever wins and who loses is very beneficial to the world government. There are many spies like him in the Whitebeard pirates. Each of them have the same purpose. Late at night, several spies gather in secret. "How are you over there?" one person asked. Captain Jingudo of the 11th Division agreed. Fasa, the captain of the 15th Division, also agreed. The Maelstrom Spider also agreed. Leiching Makugai also agreed. The Ranger Dorma and the Deckerban brothers also agreed. The rest of the spies reported back. They specifically target these ill-tempered people, and with the slightest provocation of language, they will fall for it. It is good. These people are enough to take down Fishman Island. After winning Fishman Island, I don't believe Alexander Lukia will be indifferent. The next day, the 1st Division Captain Jingudo, the 13th Division Captain Atmos, the 15th Division Captain Fasa, plus the Maelstrom Spider, liking Makuge, the Ranger Doma, the DeKalb brothers and others led their members. Go to Fishman Island in secret. But if you want to go to Fishman Island from the second half of the New World, you must pass through the sea area of Luochu's territory. The Whitebeard pirates suddenly appeared in the waters of Luochu's territory, which naturally attracted the attention of Alexander's crew's army. This matter was immediately reported to Luochu's place. The traces of the Whitebeard pirates were found in the waters of our territory. Would you like to take action to arrest them? Artoria in a smart outfit reports to Luochu. Yes, this dress suits you very well. When Artoria heard the words, her face flushed red, white smoke came from her head, and she turned into a steam girl. What are you talking about? In front of Luochu, Artoria was completely unable to maintain the coldness and pride of being the king of knights. Exactly like a little woman. Will be shy because of Luochu's praise, will be moved by Luochu's smile, etc. Looking at the king who turned into a steam princess, Luochu felt very funny in his heart. When I watched the show before, I always thought that my king was a cold queen, but I didn't expect to be such a little girl in front of me. But I have to say, the shy king is really cute. Don't act rashly. Pay close attention to their movements and see what their purpose is. If it's a normal sailing, it's fine, but if it's to pay attention to our territory, then destroy them without hesitation. Luochu's voice was full of domineering. He won't have any scruples just because the other party is the Whitebeard pirates. These members of the Whitebeard pirates had no idea that they had been completely targeted by Luochu's troops. They also thought their actions were very secretive. When they attacked Fishman Island, it was the day of their destruction. Luochu won't show any mercy because they are members of the Whitebeard pirates. Friends who like this book, please also vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 90, Halabel of 10 Blades. Chambord Islands. The 3rd divisions of the Whitebeard pirates and several pirates under their command all gathered here. Their purpose of coming here is to coat the Fishman Island with a 10,000-meter seabed. This scene was completely watched by the Navy stationed in the Chambord Islands. The Navy headquarters and the world government got the news at the first time. Both the 5 old stars and the warring states were very happy. As things stand, their strategy has been very successful. After the fleets under the Whitebeard pirates were plated on the Chambord Islands, they rushed directly to Fishman Island without a break. Fishman Island used to be Whitebeard's territory before, and they have been here many times, and they are naturally familiar. Soon, they dived to the bottom of the sea and entered the Fishman Island. At this time, the flag hanging above Fishman Island has long been replaced by the Black Dragon flag representing the Kingdom of Alexander. This flag immediately made all the Whitebeard pirates furious. This place used to fly their Whitebeard pirates flag. Now it has been completely replaced. Brothers, go. Retake the Fishman Island belonging to our Whitebeard pirates. Squad leader Atmos waved the two long knives in his hands and shouted loudly to the thousands of pirate crew members behind him. Oh. Come on. Retake Fishman Island. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted and rushed towards Ryago Castle on Fishman Island. Stop. No one without registration is allowed in. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were stopped by the army of Fishman Island as soon as they reached the outskirts of Fishman Island. There are mermaids, there are murlocs, and there are humans on land. In order to speed up the integration of Fishman Island into the Kingdom of Alexander, Luo Qiu directly integrated the army of Fishman Island and the garrison sent by the Kingdom of Alexander to form a corps. The character template drawn by Luo Qiuxin is led by Tai Libel and his three subordinates. Wearing a white waistcoat on the upper body and a long white dress on the lower body, with wheat-colored skin, Halibel with blonde hair stood in the center of the legion. The powerful Ryotsu spread out from her body, making people feel a huge sense of oppression. As the third blade of the 5 and 10-faced blade, Tai Libel is very powerful. Although it is not comparable to the general level, it is at least the candidate level for the grand prize. Joke. This is the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. We come when we want, we leave when we want, register a shit. The Buffalo Atmos directly irritated Haribel angrily. Don't want to register? Then you are the intruders. Haribel's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous light. In spite of who is the other party, as long as it is the intruder, then damn it. Fuck you. You are the intruders. The Fishman Island was originally our Whitebeard's territory, and you took it away. The squad leader, Jingudo, was also a grumpy master, raising his fist and pointing at Haribel to curse. I'm sorry, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates. Joining the Kingdom of Alexander was the former king. His Majesty Putan's decision was not under any coercion from His Majesty Luo Qiu. You all know that humans in the whole world hate the Murlocs and Mermen on Murloc Island, so they directly turn us into fish. Only the Kingdom of Alexander can accept the Murlocs and Mermen from Fishman Island in the whole world. We Fishman Island really want to join the Kingdom of Alexander. So, everyone, please go back. Jinping is here to apologize to Whitebeard Daddy, everyone. Jinbei apologized to everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. One of them is the Whitebeard pirates who have been kind to Fishman Island. One side is Fishman Island's current allegiance. Jinbei really doesn't want a conflict between the two sides. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates heard Jinbei's words, they were somewhat touched. Understand that what he said is completely true. Those world government spies who were among the members of the Whitebeard pirates saw a faint feeling of being persuaded by Jinpei when they saw the captains of Whitebeard's divisions. They have already come to this place, how can they come back without success? Impossible. Fishman Island belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. No matter what, I must take down Fishman Island for Dad today and restore the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. The world government spy mixed in the Whitebeard pirates suddenly shouted loudly, arousing the inner anger of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom! A shot rang out, and someone launched an attack directly. A Murloc soldier was hit in the head, and a splash of red blood was splashed. Come on! Take Fishman Island. Restore Daddy's dignity. The high-sounding excuse immediately made the members of the Whitebeard pirates enthusiastic, and they took up arms to attack the soldiers of Fishman Island. Since the enemy has already started, there is nothing to say. Take them. Destroy the invaders. Haribel's eyes flashed with Senhan's killing intent, and she ordered the soldiers under her command in a cold voice. Come on. Kill. Destroy the invaders. Not to be outdone, the soldiers of Fishman Island rushed towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates under Haribel's order. The two sides immediately fought each other. Well, since that's the case, we can only take them down first. Although he was very grateful for Whitebeard's kindness to Fishman Island, he couldn't helplessly see his country being invaded. Conquer him. Queen. With Halibel's low drink, two huge shell-shaped waterfalls wrapped Halibel. The wide-body dagger that was originally hollow in the hand instantly turned into a giant sword with shark cheeks. As soon as it came up, it took out the posture of returning to the blade. Haribel wants to make these members of the Whitebeard pirates understand that the territory of the Kingdom of Alexander is not so easy to invade. After raising the king shark in her hand, Haribel's huge Ryotsu gathered frantically. Golden rays of light like the sun illuminating the entire battlefield. Virtual Flash. Chapter 91 The Desperate Gap. Swish, with the sudden wave of the queen shark in Halibel's hand, a golden energy full of destructive power burst out. Hundreds of people rushing in front turned into fly ashes in an instant. Those rushing stopped suddenly. Step down. The boiling blood is like being poured into a basin of cold water. How strong? Kill hundreds of people with one blow. No one of the Whitebeard pirates sitting here can do this. Intruder. Kill without mercy. The queen shark in Haribel's hand pointed to the members of the Whitebeard pirates from afar, and a strong chill radiated from her body, which made these members of the Whitebeard pirates feel extremely frightened. Even the three captains felt a strong pressure. Although their strength was at the end of the Whitebeard pirate team leader, they were probably equivalent to the strength of a major admiral in the Navy headquarters, and at most they would not exceed that of an ordinary lieutenant general. In front of Halibel, the third blade among the 10 blades, it's not enough to see. If you want to be with her captain, you have to be someone like Marco, Jaws, and Baista. Come on together. Atmos, Jinggyudo, and Fossa looked at each other and charged at Halibel at the same time. Drink. Aha. Ugh. The three of them roared angrily and attacked Halibel in the shape of a character. Jinggyudo is located in the center, his fists are covered with a layer of dark armament color domineering. Atmos is on the left, and the two knives in his hand are raised high, also covered with a domineering armament. Fossa is on the right, and the long knife in his hand is not covered with weapons and domineering like the previous two, but a layer of flame is ignited. Hey! Tips for carving bugs. Even in the face of the three-person siege, Haribel's eyes still flashed with contempt. A burst of scorching steam erupted from the king shark in his hand. Trident missed halberd. Swish swish, Haribel's arm danced swiftly at a speed invisible to the naked eye. 3 high-pressure mist slashes slashed at Atmos, Jinggyudo, and Fossa respectively. Boom. 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 The three people in the air had nowhere to take advantage of, so they could only switch from attack to defense. Under the impact of the huge force, their bodies flew out. So strong. Faced with the combined attack of the three captains, he did not lose the slightest. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Halibel dully one by one. The power of this enemy seemed to be a bit more powerful than imagined. Captain. Let's help you. The Maelstrom Spider, Liking Makuga, Ranger Doma, and the Deckerban brothers stepped forward one after another. Cut. Are all the Whitebeard pirates this kind of rubbish that can only fight in groups? Apache, one of Haribel's 3 subordinate officers, jumped in front of them with a very contemptuous tone. To deal with you, there is no need for Lord Hull to do anything at all, I am enough alone. Throw her away. Below fighting girl. Apache directly liberated the blade, and the little rhino horn in front of his forehead instantly turned into two huge elk horns, and there was a trace of electric light in his eyes. Bite him away. Golden Lion. Hang him. White Snake Princess. Haribel's other two subordinate officers, Myra Rhodes and Sunson, were released at the same time. After Myra returned to the blade, there was a tuft of golden hair on her head, like a lion. And Sunson was transformed into a human snake's tail. Nothing. Doubt. Being able to serve as Haribel's subordinate officer is very powerful. Virtual Flash. In the center of the antlers on Apache's forehead, a huge energy sphere suddenly appeared. It is the skill that every big phantom masters, Phantom Flash. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the greater the power. Et al. Dangerous. It was a feeling they all shared, and the body didn't hesitate to leave the place. The moment they left, the original ground exploded instantly, a deep crater appeared, and there were dense cracks like cobwebs around it. It was very shocking. Looking at the huge damage caused by Apache's virtual flash, the Maelstrom Spider and the others suddenly burst into cold sweats. Damn it! Thank goodness for the fast speed. Why are these people who have never heard of them and are still so strong? Especially the woman named Haribel, give them a way to face Marco. The feeling of waiting. After the war between the Navy headquarters and the white-headed thief, they also had a certain understanding of the people under Luo Chu's command. Ice Queen Estes, Night King Artoria, Mad Sword Zaraki Kenpeki, Black-Winged Demon Ulquira, etc. But I have never heard of these people in front of me. The kingdom of Alexander is really unfathomable. Especially the world government spies mixed in with the Whitebeard pirates are even more shocked, and they are even a little numb. It seems that there is another strong man in Alexander that cannot be ignored. Ah! Scorching currents. Haribel raised the queen shark in her hand, and the sea currents like boiling water formed huge water dragons around her. Go! With a wave of the long sword, the water dragon split into three and attacked Jinggyudo, Fossa, and Atmos. Two swordsmanship slashing the bull. One-shot flame slash. Blast punch. Facing Haribel's attack, the three of them used stunts to resist. However, this is just Haribel's feint. While they were still relaxing to block Haribel's attack. Boom! Jinggyudo, who was closest to Haribel, flew out like a cannonball, his pupils turned white, and his brain lost consciousness. Jinggyudo! Atmos and Fossa cried out in worry at the same time. Oh! Are you still in the mood to worry about others? Battle Shizuku. Swish. Two cannonball-like water jets hit Atmos and Fossa respectively. Although they were blocked, the scorching heat contained in the water flow made their skin scald and fester. Drink. Aha! The two attacked Haribel again from left to right. Ring. With a swoosh, Haribel disappeared directly from their sight. The reappearance is already behind Atmos, and the queen shark in his hand slashes mercilessly. Be careful behind you. Fossa on the other side reminded loudly. But Atmos the buffalo didn't have time to react. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 92 Arrest. Li Wei. Publicly execute the captain of the Whitebeard squad. Blood splashed. Atmos' back split instantly with a huge wound with deep visible bone. How can it be repaired? Seeing that his companion was severely wounded, Fossa suddenly let out an angry roar, and slashed at Haribel with a long sword burning with flames. Dang! Haribel held the queen mermaid in front of him and easily blocked it. He lifted his right leg and kicked Fossa's stomach with lightning speed. Fossa suddenly spit out a mouthful of sour water, and felt a cramp in his abdomen, as if his intestines were broken. The body flew out with a swoosh, knocking over countless members of the Whitebeard pirates. Searing currents. Halala on the way of Fossa flying out, Halibel immediately condensed a stream of steaming water from the back of the king shark. The stream of boiling steam rushed towards Fossa. The water dragon engulfed it instantly. Ah! The scorching high temperature made Fossa scream in pain, and his body was scalded in the eyes. The water dragon dissipated. Thumping, Fossa's body fell to the ground, as red as a boiled shrimp, curled up and passed out. Is that a lie? The captains have been dealt with. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates saw all their 3 captains lying on the ground, they suddenly showed an extremely incredible expression, as well as a deep fear of Halibel. 3-on-1 abuse. What is this? What a powerful force! Unlike the fearful members of the Whitebeard pirates, the soldiers of Fishman Island burst into appalling cheers when they saw Halibel's strength. Oh oh oh! Master Halibel is mighty. Too strong. With Lord Halibel here, I will no longer worry about the looting of Fishman Island. The words were filled with admiration and respect for Halibel. The strong are respected. No matter. There are constant laws everywhere. If the soldiers of these Fishman Islands had some criticisms about Halibel, the airborne legion commander, then at this moment, it all disappears. After the joint attack of the 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, I am afraid that the entire Fishman Island will not be able to find such a person. Even the strongest Jinbei on the Fishman Island can't do it. Hey! Halibel-sama is still as strong as ever. So fast to solve those 3 wastes. Looks like we're going to speed up a bit. Apache, Myra, and Sunsin 3 immediately understood each other's intentions. Kaka. 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 Under everyone's shocked gaze, the person tore off his left arm at the same time. Fuck. Ripped off. Now. No matter what. Whether it was a member of the Whitebeard pirates or the soldiers on the Fishman Island, they all exclaimed in disbelief at the same time. This Nima's goddamn horse. Self-harm is crazy, but the next moment they understood Apache and their intentions. Only see. The arms of the 3 people 3 slowly rotated in the air and were wrapped in a red reiki, and a frightening aura was emitted from it. Huge antlers, sturdy lion body, ferocious snake tail. It is completely equivalent to Apache, Rice, La, Sunsin, and the other 3 are a combination of Daegzu. It is the hybrid beast they summoned by liberating their left arm Yuang. The power of the 3 is combined into one. An existence that can kill the vice captain of God in seconds. Introduction, our pet hybrid, the Og-1. Apache pointed at Yan, who was tall and had the characteristics of 3 people, and introduced to the crowd with a very proud expression. Damn! What kind of monster is this? The Maelstrom Spider Squad and the others looked at the hybrid beast called Zone, which was summoned by the 3 of them in great horror. Originally, the Apache trio was enough for them. Now with such a terrifying monster, how could it possibly be an opponent? Wuxiang started without any warning. The body swept past, skewered like a phantom, approaching him. His body didn't have time to respond. Squard only felt a pain in his body. Looking down, the right half of the abdomen has been scratched off. The blood is flowing, and even the intestines of the abdomen are scratched. Ah! Squard immediately knelt on the ground with his stomach covered and wailed, sweating all over his body and convulsing. One blow. Squard, who has a great reputation in the New World, was instantly killed and lost his combat effectiveness. This kind of injury, even if you get treatment, you will die soon. Lord Squard. The members of the Maelstrom Spider Pirates suddenly exclaimed with worry. Their eyes were full of fear, and even their bodies were shaking. Bang! The Ranger Doma was directly smashed into the ground by the fist of Yan, and he didn't know his life or death. Whoosh! A black phantom flashed from the body of Yan and headed straight towards the Deckerban brothers. The speed was too fast to escape. The 2 brothers were directly blown away. Their bodies were severely injured, blood flowed, and they fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Drink. Go to hell, monster. The last captain, Lei Ching, Makuge, sneaked a sneak attack from the back of Ivan, and the longsword in his hand stabbed at the neck of Ivan with lightning bolts. The snake tail behind Yan suddenly swooped out and wrapped around Makuge's body. The huge twisting force made Makuge directly lose the longsword in his hand in pain, and his body kept struggling, making a burst of crackling sounds like fried beans. The bones on his body were crushed inch by inch, and in the end, he fainted from the pain. So far, the 3 captains and the 444 captains all lost their combat effectiveness, and the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates collapsed directly and chose to surrender. All of them were arrested, their lives were temporarily saved, and then handed over to His Majesty the King for disposal. Haribal ordered the soldiers under her command. When Luo Qiu knew that the members of the Whitebeard pirates were going to attack the Murlocs, he gave Haribal an order to capture them alive. Of course, this is not to let them go. Instead, it is to show their power. The best way to show power is not to publicly execute it. Let the whole world know that the kingdom of Alexander is not to be offended. Even the strongest man in the world, the Whitebeard pirates. The same is true of the members of the book. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes to support a wave. The author. Thank you. Feeler reminds you, the 3 things of reading are collection, recommendation, and score. Chapter 93. Peace Ambassador, Red-Haired Shanks. Haribal sent the captured 3 captains of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates and several captains to the headquarters of the Kingdom of Alexander. Later, Luo Qiu directly announced to the world that the 3 captains of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, as well as several captains such as Skeward and Ranger Doma, would be publicly executed. This incident was once again on the headlines of the big news morgans without exception. The public execution of the leader of the Whitebeard pirates and the leader of the pirates under his command is such an exciting news. The Whitebeard pirates protect their shortcomings. This is something the whole world knows. Doing so by the Kingdom of Alexander is tantamount to going to war with the Whitebeard pirates. For a while, the headquarters of the Kingdom of Alexander almost gathered all the eyes on the sea. Navy headquarters. Warring States, Crane, and the others sat in the conference room, looking very happy. Their plan was very successful. It can be said that it even completely exceeded their imagination. Originally, their plan was to bring Luo Qiu and the Whitebeard pirates into conflict through Fishman Island, thereby further triggering a war between the two. Who knew that Luo Qiu would directly and publicly execute the Whitebeard pirates? No doubt. This simply requires intensifying the contradiction between them by any means. If Luo Qiu does this, the outbreak of war is absolutely inevitable. With a Whitebeard to protect his shortness, he will never watch his son be publicly executed. The order goes on, and the Navy of the New World will closely monitor the movements of both sides. Anything right away. Report. Warring States instructed the generals, with a strong excitement in his voice. In spite of whether it is Luo Qiu's Alexander Kingdom or Whitebeard's Whitebeard pirates, they are all superpowers in the New World. Now a war is about to break out between the two, which is undoubtedly great news for the Navy headquarters and the world government. This time, the Navy headquarters can sit on the sidelines, waiting to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Little do they know that this is just what they take for granted. The bigger things get done, the higher his prestige will be, and the stronger his strength will be. He smelled the conspiracy of the world government long ago. But so what would he be afraid of? Of course not. I even have to thank the world government. Now that his power is beginning to form, he needs to stand up. However, when drowsiness came, the world government directly handed the pillow to Luo Qiu's side. Nothing is more effective than that of the Whitebeard pirates. As for the so-called snipe and clam fight, the fisherman has to see if the fisherman is strong enough. New World, the domain of the Whitebeard pirates. On the huge whale ship Moby Dick, The huge body sat in the middle of the deck with a gloomy face. The rest of the members also said nothing. These idiot sons said they always care about Fishman Island. But, in spite of whatever the sons did, it is impossible for my father to watch them die. Little ones, ready for war. Rescue your brothers. Whitebeard shouted to the members of his subordinates. Oh oh oh. Go to war. Go to war. Go to war. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates raised their arms in response to the Whitebeard. Originally, hatred for Luochu was gathered in their hearts. Now, Luochu is going to publicly execute their squad leader and the leader of the pirate group under his command, and directly release all the hatred accumulated over the past few days. The screams of the sky can be heard clearly for several kilometers. The Kingdom of Alexander. A special guest came today. A huge pirate ship docked at the port, with a red scratch on the left side of the skull. It is the famous red-haired pirates in the New World. I don't know why the famous red-haired came to our country. Esther led the army to surround them. For such dangerous characters, it is impossible for Esters to let them into the country without knowing their purpose. Oh! It's Ice Queen Stirs. I've admired it for a long time. Today I came here specially to find His Majesty King Luochu. I have something to discuss with him. The red hair directly explained his purpose. Liva, ask His Majesty's opinion. Estes told his lieutenant. Without Luochu's permission, she would not allow these dangerous characters to move unscrupulously in the kingdom. Soon, there was a reply from Luochu, asking Estes to bring red hair over. Come with me. Estes said to the red hair, then turned and left. The redhead followed Estes all the way to the palace. Red-haired Shanks, I don't know why you are looking for me. Luochu sat on the throne, looked down at the red-haired Shanks, and asked lazily. I heard that your Majesty Luochu is going to publicly execute the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, right? I hope you can give me a face and let them go. Red-haired Shanks was outspoken about his purpose. Hearing this, Luochu suddenly looked a little stunned, and looked at the red-haired Shanks in a daze. This guy has a brain. I know who you are. Come up and ask me to give you a face. Haha. Those people from the Whitebeard and Whitebeard pirates invaded my Fishman Island and killed my soldiers. Shanks, you think your face is so valuable that you can buy so many lives? Luochu sneered and looked at Shanks expressionlessly. He really thought he was awesome. Everyone should give him a face. You know, if you do this, the balance will be broken and the world will run wild. At that time, more people will lose their lives because of this. Shanks saw that face was useless, and planned to reason with Luochu. The domineering aura burst out from him, and cracks appeared on the floor and walls of the palace. The red-haired tyrant is the strongest in the world, causing substantial damage directly. Hee, when did you red-haired Xiangxi become a peacemaker? As a pirate, what right do you have to say such a thing? And also, who do you think you are facing? I am the future king of the world. Boom. An aura even more domineering than the red hair burst out from Luochu. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 94 The Red-Haired Who Hit the Wall Everywhere, the world that is about to run wild. Boom. Crack. The glass of the entire palace shattered in an instant. Even the dome of the palace was blown away, and all the surrounding walls collapsed. In an instant. Under the impact of, the palace where the two of them were located turned into ruins in an instant. Seeing this, the red hair bulged out. He thought that his tyrannical arrogance was already strong enough. So far, apart from his previous captain, Gol Roger, Shanks has never seen anyone more domineering than himself. Now, he has. His domineering can only make the walls and there are some cracks on the ground. Being able to inflict such substantial damage is already awesome. And Luo Qiu. The whole palace was literally overturned. The difference is not too big. Cold sweat fell from Shanks's forehead drop by drop. Luo Qiu's domineering arrogance suppressed Shanks almost out of breath. The gaze that looked at Luo Qiu was full of unparalleled shock. Luo Qiu's voice just now was still there, it echoed in his ears. The king of the world. So ambitious, no wonder he has such a powerful overlord. Shanks never expected Luo Qiu's ambition to be so grand. His ambition is not only the so-called Four Emperors, One Piece, and the like. It's the whole world. This is a goal and ideal that is even more difficult than One Piece. Swish swish, just as Luo Qiu's palace collapsed, countless powerful figures appeared around Luo Qiu one after another. Surrounded by red hair. Estes, Artoria, Zaragi Kenpeki, Ulquira, Sesshomaru, Urza, Mirage, etc. Each of them is an extremely powerful being. As long as Luo Qiu gives an order, they will swarm up. Red hair. I will kill the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. If you want to save them, speak with your strength. As for the face. Haha. In front of me, you still don't have such a big face. Luo Qiu's voice was full of incompatibility, and he didn't put the red hair in his eyes at all. Is that so? I see. I'm sorry, I was reckless this time. The redhead sighed, knowing that Luo Qiu could spare the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He already knew Luo Qiu's ambition. These captains of the Whitebeard pirates are just an excuse for him to fight with the Whitebeard pirates. His purpose should be to dominate the new world and compete with the world government. Slow down. No. Luo Qiu directly issued an expulsion order. Knowing Luo Qiu's ambition, the red hair didn't say anything more, just turned and left. Dear Your Majesty, why don't you take down the red hair pirates? They will become obstacles for us to unify the new world in the future. Estes said to Luo Qiu while looking at the red-haired figure. The execution of the Whitebeard pirate team leader is imminent. The Whitebeard pirates will never sit idly by. Yes, he is our primary enemy. People. As for the red hair pirates, we'll talk about it later. It's fine if they are knowledgeable, otherwise, the old and new accounts will be settled together. Now the battle with the Whitebeard pirates is imminent. Just to be on the safe side, Luo Qiu didn't want to make extra troubles. The Navy headquarters and the world government are all staring at them. If there is another war with the red-haired pirates, even Luo Qiu can't bear it. The arrival of the red-haired episode did not cause Luo Qiu anything. Impact. But the redhead did not give up and left the kingdom of Alexander. The redhead went straight to Whitebeard's realm. I can't feel comfortable with Luo Qiu. He can stop Whitebeard. On the Moby Dick. Red hair and Whitebeard sitting opposite each other. What did you bastard ask me to do? Seeing your face, the wound on Laozu's body is a little painful. Whitebeard pointed to a wound in front of him, and said to the redhead in an unhappy tone. This is exactly what was left from the previous fight with the redhead. Whitebeard, listen to my advice, don't go to the kingdom of Alexander. We'll die. The redhead said to the Whitebeard with a serious face. Although he did not fight Luo Qiu in the kingdom of Alexandria, just the confrontation with the tyrannical spirit can make him feel how terrifying Luo Qiu is. Whitebeard immediately became furious when he heard the words. Cut it off. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? How can their own father watch his son's execution and remain indifferent? I'm saying, I'm a Whitebeard. No one who can kill Laozu has been born yet. Clang. The red hair was immediately pulled out. The griffin at the waist resisted. A violent wave of air slammed into the surroundings, causing cracks to appear on the deck of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, I don't look down on anything. The meaning of Alexander Lukiu is really very strong. His ambitions are extremely grand, he wants to unify the new world, and even overthrow the world government. His purpose is to lure you over and destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Redhead explained loudly. The person who inherits Roger's will has not yet appeared. He really doesn't want the world to run wild so quickly, and wants to do his best to maintain balance. What purpose does he have? What ambition does it concern? Lao Tzu? My Whitebeard will never allow anyone to touch my beloved son. Boom. The violent aura erupted from the Whitebeard, and even the clouds in the sky were surging. The sky and the earth changed color. This is the strongest man in the world. Finally. The redhead still failed to persuade Whitebeard to leave the Moby Dick in disarray. Standing on the deck of the Red Force, the redhead raised his head and sighed, alas. The world is really going to run wild. Luffy, you have to go to sea quickly. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes to support a wave. Chapter 95 Focus on the World. Execution begins. With the news of Luo Chu's public execution of the Whitebeard pirate team leader. There is a tense atmosphere in the whole new world. One is the new emperor who powerfully killed the strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air, destroyed the beast pirate group, and stepped on the corpse of the old emperor to ascend to the throne. One is the old-fashioned old emperor who has been across the sea for countless years and holds the title of the strongest man in the world. The collision between the two emperors is bound to be earth-shattering. In an instant, the wind is surging. Countless people came to the kingdom of Alexandria to see the collision between the two emperors. The execution platform has been built and is located in the central square 5 kilometers away from the port. It can accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch at the same time. There are countless heavy artillery around the port, and the power is very powerful. A full 100,000 troops are distributed in the area between the port and the execution ground, forming a strong line of defense. And there are many live phone bugs around the square. This time, Luo Chu's public execution will be broadcast live nationwide. If conditions do not permit, Luo Chu may broadcast live to the world. Luo Chu announced to the whole world that he is the strongest. All the preparations have been completed, just waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to enter the urn. The next day, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of the pirates who were captured on Fishman Island were all put on the execution platform. Everyone was bound with long and thick halustone chains, making their bodies unable to break free. Luo Chu sits on a specially constructed throne behind the execution platform. This location overlooks the entire square and the harbor. Ram and Rem were still on the left and the right, standing beside Luo Chu inseparably. Artoria stood in front of Luo Chu's side, still acting as a guard and a secret technique. Ezds, Kenpei Kazaraki and others occupied important positions in the square to prevent the members of the Whitebeard pirates from raiding. With such a big battle, it would be a shame if they slipped away by accident. After all, this is Luo Chu's live broadcast for the whole country. It's almost time, Lia-chan, let's start the live broadcast. Luo Chu said to Artoria who was beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. Artoria immediately conveyed Luo Chu's order. Swish swish, all the father-in-laws of the entire Alexander kingdom connected to the phone bug suddenly appeared on the screen of the execution square. 360 degrees have no dead ends, so all the citizens of Alexandria can see it clearly. Luo Chu stood up and walked slowly to the side of the microphone. Hello, fellow citizens of Alexandria. I am King Luo Chu. Luo Chu greeted the people with a smile through the live broadcast. Ah! It's His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King is so handsome. Oh! Your Majesty the King, I love you. I will give you a heart-to-heart. Your Majesty, I'm going to give you a monkey. Luo Chu's handsome appearance and noble temperament suddenly caused a lot of girl fans to scream, all of them with red hearts. Incredibly crazy. It's just that Luo Chu will always be a man they can't reach. Some time ago, the captains of the 11th, 13th, and 15th divisions of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of several pirates under his command told me Alexander the kingdom's territory, Fishman Island, launched an attack, causing more than 1,000 soldiers to be injured and killed, and committed a serious crime. Today, they will be publicly executed as an example. No matter who it is, whoever violates the territory of my kingdom of Alexander will be punished even if it is far away. Luo Chu's loud and domineering voice resounded throughout the kingdom of Alexander through the live broadcast. Even on Fishman Island, which is still 10,000 meters away. At this time, all the citizens of the kingdom of Alexander have a deep pride in their hearts. Those who violate our territory will be punished even if they are far away. What a domineering sentence. In such a country, as a member of this country, what an honor it is. Oh. Long live His Majesty the King. Long live His Majesty the King. Long live His Majesty the King. Now, all the citizens of the whole country suddenly burst into earth-shattering cheers. Looking at Luo Chu in the live broadcast, he was filled with unparalleled admiration and awe. Several dark shadows appeared on the distant coastline. The investigators of the watchtower looked through the binoculars and immediately shrank their pupils. Those shadows were none other than the Moby Dick, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, and the foreign ships of his various divisions. Wuo Alert! Alert! The Whitebeard pirates have appeared. The soldiers on the watchtower immediately sounded the alarm and warned everyone through the phone bug. All the soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander suddenly felt nervous when they heard the words. A sense of fear arises involuntarily. After all, the opponent is Whitebeard, who is called the strongest man in the world. His ability to shake the fruit is known to destroy the world. Standing in front of the execution platform, Kenpei Kazaki looked at the white-bearded pirates in the distance, and a scorching fighting intent erupted in his eyes. He seems to be born to fight. Only fighting can make him feel happy. Is this bad? Look at me. The tornado looked at the Whitebeard pirates coming from the sea, and immediately flew over the sea. He likes to deal with these pirates sailing the sea the most. A big tsunami smashed down and almost wiped out the group. Since she was summoned by Luo Chu, she didn't know how many pirate groups were flooded. If you don't have special ability to deal with the huge tsunami set off by the tornado's mind power, it's really hard to handle. What? The tornado's body floated in the sky above the sea, his hands were crossed, and his thoughts were fully activated. Clap la la, the calm sea water instantly became, the waves surged up, setting off a super tsunami that spanned 1,000 meters and a height of 100 meters to the white-bearded pirates. The group is swept away. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 96 War. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The hand of the tornado shocked everyone present and watching the live broadcast in an instant. It is 100 meters tall. It is 1,000 meters tall. Such a huge tsunami is enough to engulf a small island. Even the very large Moby Dick is in such a huge tsunami. It also looks very small in front of you. Oh. Lord Tornado is mighty. Just kill the Whitebeard pirates. Countless soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander let out a thunderous cheer, and the tornado's blow made their morale suddenly become extremely high. On the Moby Dick, even the members of the Whitebeard pirates who are used to seeing strong winds and waves in the New World couldn't help but feel astonished by such a huge tsunami. Hey. This tsunami is a bit exaggerated. Marco's unchanging dead fish eyes showed a rare look of surprise. Even Whitebeard, who has the ability to shake the fruit, needs a lot of energy to create such a huge tsunami. Gu la 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 la, how can this tsunami stop Lao Tzu from rescuing my beloved sons? Facing such an amazing tsunami, the Whitebeard standing on the head of the whale on the Moby Dick did not show any fear, but instead let out a burst of heroic laughter. Chiang He inserted the big Naginata sword Kong Yunkai into the bow of the boat. The right fist is clenched tightly, with a layer of white halo on the fist, and the muscles of the right arm are bulging, like bulging hills, full of power. Drink. Empty shock. With Whitebeard's low shout, his right fist suddenly slammed out, and the violent vibration force of the shock fruit burst out. Catcha. Kaka. Kaka. Cracks appeared in the atmosphere, and there was a sound like glass shattering. The huge tsunami that was originally turbulent and covered the sky suddenly stopped and became fragmented, shattered into countless sea water and fell into the sea. Ha ha ha. Daddy mighty. Daddy is the strongest. The tsunami was broken, and countless crew members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered excitedly and blew wildly at Whitebeard. Speaking of creating a tsunami, the old man will not be weaker than anyone. Whitebeard's eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance. The body leans forward slightly, arms crossed in front of him, muscles bulge and blue veins burst violently. Both fists had vibrating white halos on them. Whitebeard's fist slammed out suddenly, the atmosphere shattered again, and dense cracks appeared in the sky, which was very visually impactful. Clap la la, the sea is going crazy backwards. The position of the seaport of the Kingdom of Alexandria is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The altitude has increased by dozens of meters. How is this going? Why did the sea suddenly recede? The soldiers stationed at the port looked at the receding sea water with some confusion. But it didn't take long for him to know why. Only see. The originally receding sea water formed a huge tsunami in the distance, which was even worse than the tsunami created by the tornado. It surrounded the entire seaport of the Kingdom of Alexander. My God! The tsunami created is even bigger. Is this the strength of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? What if the port is going to be submerged? Countless soldiers in the port were instantly frightened when they faced the tsunami created by Whitebeard's Zhen fruit. Except for those with tenacity, no one can remain calm in the face of such a huge crisis. It's just a tsunami. Freeze me. Estz leaped out to the surface of the sea, and an extreme chill erupted from her. The sea was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and those huge tsunamis turned into giant icebergs. Even the pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates were frozen by Estz and could not move forward half a minute. General Esters. It's General Esters who shot. Saved. All the soldiers stationed at the port, of the Kingdom of Alexandria immediately wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. I almost didn't scare them to pee just now. The little girl who uses ice like Aokiji. Goo la 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 is kind of interesting. Looking at the frozen sea, Whitebeard suddenly showed a look of interest. A remnant of the old arrow like you, it's not good to have an honest pension, and you have to run over to die. I won't show mercy because of your age. Hail furious leap. Ah! The sky suddenly became dark, and a huge hailstone like a meteor appeared above the Whitebeard pirates. Covering the sky and the sun, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Goo la 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 is really a grumpy little girl. Faced with such a huge hailstorm, Whitebeard didn't care at all. Although the hailstorm is huge, there are not a few people within the Whitebeard pirates who can deal with it. Whoosh, a figure with two swords sprang from the Moby Dick. Rose dance. Swish swish, a row of dazzling rose petals drifted out, very beautiful. But often the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. These rose petals are not real petals, but condensed by sword intent. Very sharp. Kaka. Kaka. The hail created by Estz was directly cut into countless ice cubes and scattered from the sky. The person who started the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates foil Bista. A famous swordsman in the New World. Ice Queen Estz, I've been famous for a long time. Let me be your opponent. The two swords in Bista's hands were crossed together, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. He, be my right. So. Are you ready to die? Estz let out a sneer, and the laughter was full of icy killing intent. Friends who like this book, please vote for some flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. The author thank you. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 97. The war broke out in an all-round way. In an instant, countless ice spears appeared at the feet of Foil Bista, each of which was several meters long. It flashed a dazzling cold light and was extremely sharp. Foil Bista jumped into the air subconsciously to avoid it. At this time, Est's next round of attack has come. Swish swish, countless ice thorns swept towards Bista from behind Est's, and it was covered with a layer of black and black-armed color, sharp and hard. Bista, who was dodging, couldn't dodge and could only block with his sword. But there were too many ice spikes from Est's, and there were always a few fish that slipped through Vista's defense. The sharp ice thorns cut through the wounds on Bista's body, and drips of bright red blood flowed out. Potapista's body fell to the ground, and the clothes on his body had become tattered. Although it was only a skin injury, it looked very embarrassed. Just as Vista and Est's were fighting fiercely, a warlike laughter resounded throughout the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, right? Come and fight with Laozi. With such an arrogant challenge to Whitebeard, there won't be another other than the fighting madman Ziriki Kenpeki. Swallow it, wild son. Perhaps after feeling the power of Whitebeard, Zanpakuto directly let Zanpakuto carry out the initial solution. The huge spiritual pressure swept the entire battlefield, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate, and the heartbeat seemed to be a beat slower. What happened? This suffocating feeling is like being targeted by a raging beast. The members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but look terrified and felt terrified. Swords are broken. Swish, after liberation, Yeze, who was like a huge kitchen knife, swung suddenly in the hands of Zaragi Kenpeki, and a sword energy that almost penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly slashed out and flew straight to the Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dick. Kakeka. The ground along the way, the ice surface is all split, forming a great canyon like an abyss. It is extremely terrifying. What a terrifying blow. Even the slash of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, can't be much stronger than this. All those who saw Kenpeki Ziriki, the golden slash that penetrated the heavens and the earth, couldn't help comparing him with the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye. Only Hawkeye can compare with it. At this time, bearing the black knife on his back, the Eagle Eye standing on the live screen subconsciously held his hand on the hilt of the knife, and a strong fighting intent burst out from the eagle-like sharp eyes. He is eager to fight against the strong. But now it is obvious not the time. On the battlefield, the golden sword chi split by Zaraki Kenpeki went straight to Whitebeard with the power to tear everything. Suddenly, just when the huge golden sword chi was about to reach the Moby Dick, a majestic figure suddenly jumped off the boat, crossed his arms, and his body instantly turned into a diamond state and straddled the only path of the sword chi. It is the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jaws. Superhuman type, the man with the ability of Diamond Fruit, known as the man with the strongest defense in the world. The golden slash collided with the solid diamond, making a crisp sound. Drink ah. Under the impact of Zaraki Kenpeki's golden slash, Jaws' figure kept retreating, and bursts of roars came out. Huh! Jaws' diamond-like arm suddenly lifted, and the golden slash suddenly flew into the sky, dissipating as little golden light. It's funny that it blocked my slash. When Zaraki Kenpeki saw Jaws blocking his slash, he couldn't help showing a look of interest. Although the blow just now was not all of his strength, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could take. Yeah, drink. From the sky above the Whitebeard pirates came the roar of a tornado. Psychic controlled 2 huge icebergs and threw them at the Whitebeard pirates. Such a huge iceberg was enough to smash anyone into meat sauce. How can you hurt my beloved son? What about them? Empty shock. Whitebeard swung his fist suddenly, Kacha. Kaka. Kaka. Cracks appeared in the atmosphere, like glass shattering. No matter what. After watching it several times, everyone still felt extremely shocked. The two huge glaciers shattered directly into countless ice slags scattered on the ground, without causing any damage to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The tornado failed in one hit and was ready to attack again. At this time, a large bird burning with blue flames flew out of the Moby Dick. It was Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. Among the Whitebeard pirates, he is the only one who has the ability to fly and can stop the tornado's attack. Hey hey hey! Little girl, you can't let you attack our father so recklessly. The tornado immediately exploded when he heard it. You are the little girl. Your whole family is a little girl. Usually, she hates being called lowly, little girl, and so on. Except Luo Qiu, no one can shout like that. In anger, Tornado used his mind power to control the swords and guns of the members of the Whitebeard pirates below to attack Marco one after another. Bang, rumbling, knife and axe, shelling and rushing, all the attacks fell on Marco. However, these attacks are completely indifferent to Marco and have no effect. Any damage you take can be reborn from the ashes. The attack is very sharp. It worked, little girl. Marco drooped his eyelids, looking like he didn't wake up, especially his mocking tone made Tornado very angry. Sons. The ice just made the way for us. Rush over. Rescue your brothers. Whitebeard raised his arms and said loudly to the members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him. Oh oh oh. Come on. Rescue the captains. With Whitebeard's order, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates jumped off the pirate ship one after another, shouting and rushing towards the execution square. The war broke out in an all-round way, thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 98 Whitehot. An inaccessible execution platform. Luo Qiu, who was sitting on the throne, looked at the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were constantly charging towards the execution platform, and couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart. This scene can't help but remind Luo Qiu of the top war scene in the original book. It's a pity that this is not the headquarters of the Navy. In order to keep the Whitebeard pirates here, Luo Qiu made great preparations. Attack. Don't let any member of the Whitebeard pirates approach the execution square. Luo Qiu's voice was transmitted to the ears of every soldier of Alexander Kingdom through the telephone bug broadcast. Everyone was instantly shocked. Fire. Shooting. Destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing Luo Qiu's order, the commanders of the soldiers stationed in the port ordered their soldiers to start attacking. Boom. 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 The countless heavy artillery placed in the port suddenly made a deafening sound. Countless artillery shells blasted at the members of the Whitebeard pirates who rushed to the port like a goddess scattered flowers. Ugh. Under such a rapid firepower attack, countless members of the Whitebeard pirates were blown up one after another, their bodies torn apart, blood spattered, and screaming non-stop. Under several rounds of shelling, the members of the Whitebeard pirates finally rushed over the coast of the port. But what awaits them are the most elite soldiers of the Kingdom of Alexander. Each of them has undergone the most rigorous devil training in the spiritual time house, and then survived the battle with countless pirates in the New World. In terms of combat power, it is no worse than the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Stop them. His Majesty the King is watching us from behind. Never let any pirate enter the execution square. Come on. Kill them. The commander of this unit, Harris, directly transformed into the form of a giant ape and commanded loudly to the soldiers under his command. He jumped abruptly and threw himself directly at the members of the Whitebeard pirates who rushed over. The huge fist like a hill made these ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates impossible to stop. Anyone who was hit had their muscles and bones broken and died tragically on the spot. Kong Chong Chong. Kill the Whitebeard pirates. The commander is so brave, and the soldiers under his command show no signs of weakness, and immediately fight with the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The entire coast of the port is directly transformed into a Shura battlefield. People die every second. The war is completely heated up state. Shining crash. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You bastard, don't stand in my way. Suddenly, the defense line formed by the army of the Kingdom of Alexander was smashed through a gap. It is the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Among them, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, is the leader, and the rest of the captains follow. Each of them is a powerful generation, and ordinary soldiers are not opponents at all. Chong. A gigantic kitchen knife slashed at Jaws, who was on the rampage. Fa advance by half a point. Just now, it was you who blocked my slash. Ziriki Kanpeki appeared in front of Jaws, and the wild sun in his hand held him down, unable to move forward. That's right. It's me, Diamond Joes. No one in this world can break my defenses. Jaws' business is extremely arrogant and full of confidence. Oh, no one can break your defenses with such confidence. But it's fun to cut like this. Ziriki Kanpeki suddenly showed an excited look, his eyes fixed on Joe's diamond body, as if a hunter saw his prey. Sword press. Ziriki Kanpeki covered the wide Yazai with both hands, and slashed down with the majestic Ryatsu. Diamond Joes crossed his hands and raised it above his head to block. The huge force made Diamond Joe's feet deep into the bottom, and the right leg slowly bends. Some can't bear the strength of Zakaji Kanpeki. Jaws. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, who was closer to Jaws, let out a worried exclamation, and immediately came to support him with 2 swords. Sword of Heavenly Will Pentagram. A huge pentagram slashed towards Thatch, forcing him to stop to support Jaws' footsteps. Elsa, dressed in a silver sky will armor like a Valkyrie, is suspended in front of Sachi. The double swords in her hands are pointing at him, and her expression is cold. Your opponent is me. Damn it. Fairy, Queen Urza. Sachi has seen her deeds in the newspapers before. She once killed the Plague Queen, one of the 3 major disasters of the Beast Pirates, and her strength is very powerful. Facing such a situation, a strong man, it is impossible for him to be distracted to save his comrade Jaws. Leave me alone. I can still hold on. Go all out to attack the execution platform and save your companions. Jaws, who was half kneeling on the ground already crushed by Ziriki Kanpeki, roared at his companion beside him. Walk. The rest of the captains knew in their hearts that now was obviously not the time to procrastinate, and continued to rush towards the execution platform. But the execution platform is not, they can get close as easily as they want. Boo! A dark green flash of energy hit them from a distance, and the terrifying energy made these captains who charged towards the execution platform look mad and dodged as fast as they could. Rumbling. Just as they left, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the ground beneath their feet. The gravel flew, and the air waves were rolling. Look up. A man dressed in white with black wings on his back stood in front of them. Although he looks thin, his aura is full of oppression. It's the black-winged great demon Alkshora. The captain of the 6th Division called out the man's name with a hint of fear. Everyone's heart tightened. The other party is a man who has badly damaged Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorite, recommend, score. Chapter 99 Dark Horse. Amazing Strength Tiki. Ulquiro was like a stumbling block in front of everyone, making the squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates not dare to go forward easily. There is no virtuous person under the reputation. The character who can seriously damage the Admiral Akainu is definitely not so easy to break through. Moonlight Sword. Ulquiorra raised his right hand, and the thick Ryotsu gathered towards it, forming a green Ryotsu spear. Whoosh, the Moonlight Sword is like a shooting star, don't be thrown by Ulquiorra, and rush in the direction of the Whitebeard pirate team leader. Incredibly fast. It was in front of them almost in the blink of an eye. But what surprised everyone? Ulquiorra's target was not the squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, but a member of the team behind them. His physique is very burly, rough in appearance, and hairy all over his body, like a huge wild boar. The biggest feature is that several teeth are missing in his mouth. It is Marshal Titch, a member of the 2nd and 2nd Division. The future new 4 emperors in the original book, Blackbeard. However, he has not yet obtained the dark fruit, and is still lurking in the Whitebeard pirates. Ever since the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates left, the captain's position has been vacant. Although Tiki is not the captain, he is the oldest person in the 2nd and 2nd Division, so he follows the other captains. Rush over. Did you notice it? Tiki looked at the Ryotsu spear that flew straight towards him, and couldn't help showing an ugly face. In this way, the strength will be exposed. But there is no way to do this. Oh! Tiki roared angrily, and the steel claws on his right hand were immediately covered with a thick layer of armament color domineering to meet Ulquiorra's thunder spear. Crack! Under Tichi's heavy claws attack, Ulquiorra the thunder spear shattered. Although Tiki has always been in Whitebeard pirates, his performance is mediocre, but his strength is definitely one of the best. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest under Whitebeard. After all, Tiki, he was the man who left 3 scars on the left eye of the 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks before he ate the devil fruit. No surprise. This scene directly made the rest of the Whitebeard pirates play. The captain of the team stood on the spot. Such a fast Zeon's blow was blocked by a mediocre member of the 2nd and 2nd team. How strong is Tiddick? Brackman, the captain of the 6th Division, stammered, looking at Titch with a deep inconceivable look in his eyes. Captains, let me stop him. Hurry up. Now that his strength has been exposed, Titch continues to hide it. At this time, he did not have the heart to rebel against the Whitebeard pirates. Personally, he still admired it very much. He even decided to follow Whitebeard for a lifetime if he could not meet the dark fruit in this generation. Ring. Whoosh, Ulquiorra's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and reappeared in front of Tiki, the fist wrapped in green Ryotsu slammed into his head. Bang. He firmly locked onto Ulquiorra's figure, raised his domineering left arm covered with armament to block Ulquiorra's fist, and at the same time his right arm, which was tied with steel claws, stabbed Ulquiorra mercilessly. Pull the head. Ulquiorra dodged and fell not far from Titch. In this round of confrontation, the two are completely dead. Then, the two quickly rushed to each other, you came and I, and the battle was very fierce. Even ordinary people could not catch their actions. Looking at Tiki, who was fighting with Ulquiorra, the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates all stupid. Fuck. Titch is like that. The captain of the 7th Division, Lakio, couldn't help but utter a foul language, and was immediately stunned. The rest of the captains are all the same. It looks like a ghost. I didn't expect that a mediocre member of the 2nd Division would be able to fight back and forth with the person who defeated Admiral Akainu. It just subverted their 3 views. Of course, this is just a period of Ulquiorra's return to the blade. Iotic gave us a big surprise. Brothers can't be left behind either. Everyone rush. Rush to the execution stand in one go to rescue the brothers. After experiencing a brief shock, the captain of the 10th Division, Coolier, immediately became very excited, and rushed to the execution platform again. Oh. Come on. After crossing Ulquiorra's line of defense, the members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to the square of the execution stand again. "No, no, no, don't you really think you can get close to the execution platform?" A mocking voice sounded in the ears of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The devil Mirage floated in the air with his arms in his arms, looking down at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, his expression full of disdain. "Man! I will never let you near the execution platform." Elfman, who accepted the soul of the Beastmaster and turned it into the Beastmaster, also stood in front of them and blocked their way. "It's the demon Mirage, the Beastmaster Elfman. Hateful. The strong people appear one after another, it's completely endless." Not long after I invited Ajin, the Whitebeard pirates team leaders had to stop again in the face of Myra and Elfman's obstruction. Their reputation has long been resounding in the New World after the war with the Beast Pirates, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates have to take it seriously. This is the battlefield. If you are not careful, you will die. Damn it! Go together. There are only two of them. Brackman, captain of the 6th Division, took the lead with a huge gavel from his chin. The rest of the captains followed. "Ha ha ha. Don't try to bully less with more. Our kingdom of Alexander has no shortage of people." Madaramo Ichigo, he came to this battlefield with the dragon pattern on Itameru carrying the swastika, and with him were the Flashing Flash, Super Alloy Blacklight and others. In terms of strength or numbers, they are no worse than the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates fell into a disadvantage in an instant. "Captains! Hold on. We'll be there soon." Just when the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were at a disadvantage, a group of powerful pirates suddenly sprang from the rear. It is in response to the captains of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 100 Pirate World Edition Ultraman Fights Monsters. The captains of these pirates under the Whitebeard pirates are strong and weak. The strong ones are comparable to the lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters, and the weak ones are at most equivalent to the majors of the Navy headquarters. However, the number is relatively large, and it can be regarded as a powerful force. But the power of Luochu's subordinates is not limited to this. Whoosh, a figure like a butterfly flying flashed in the air, and the slender sun blade in his hand made 5 attacks in a short period of time. I was caught off guard. Jinka, Pams, and Sodia's 3 captains all had 1 or 2 wounds on their bodies. Ugh. Woohoo. All 3 of them covered their wounds and made painful sounds. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, foaming at the mouth, their pupils gradually turned white, and their brains gradually lost consciousness. Hey. What's going on? It's obviously just a minor injury. With a metal upper jaw and lower jaw, Captain Becerra shouted in shock, his voice was full of surprise and doubt, and there was a trace of fear for the unknown. The strength of these 3 captains is not weak at all. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground unconscious. Although it is only a minor injury, my blade contains a deadly toxin. Even ghosts can kill them, but they are no longer saved. Although the voice is gentle, it makes people shudder. What kind of toxin can make people fall down in an instant? Everyone looked up. A woman who looks very weak, standing not far away, her long black hair reaches her waist, but her hair ends are purple, her pupils are purple like her hair ends, she wears a feather-woven coat with butterfly wings, and her facial features are exquisite. He had a beautiful face, with a faint smile on his face. It is the insect pillar butterfly endurance of the ghost extermination dimension world. A master who is good at using poison. Everyone be careful. Absolutely can't be hurt by her sword. Captain Bizaru loudly reminded his companions, and was full of fear for the sun blade in Butterfly Ninja's hands. Let's go together. Kill her to avenge her companion. The captains of the surrounding Whitebeard pirates swarmed up and attacked Butterfly Ninja at the same time. Hey! I said, the garbage of your Whitebeard pirates will only be besieged. Magic fist. With a sneering sneer, a slender but powerful fist slammed down. Rumbling, the earth sank instantly, forming a huge and incomparable deep pit, and the dense cracks kept spreading in all directions. With this enormous power, in the kingdom of Alexander, there is no other person besides Tsunade. I can't find a second person. As an early bird, Viseru was directly hammered into the ground by Tsunade, kicking his legs, and I don't know how to faint. Still dead. Behind Tsunade, there is a small persimmon ghost shark, Xiao Nan, Angle, Feijuan and other members of the Xiao organization. Not to be outdone, they made a move. Paper rain of Shiki paper dance. Xiao Nan opened a pair of white wings and flew into the air, and countless chakra-infused papers poured down like sharp daggers against the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. In the paper, Xiao Nan also mixed some detonating talismans, causing bursts of violent explosions. Shark muscle eating chi cut? The dried persimmon shark pulled out. The shark muscle broadsword behind him rushed towards the nearest captain, Rumba Rumba. The strong power of the dried persimmon shark made Rumba back several steps in a row. Shark. Muscle slash. The shark muscle big sword once again bullied himself, and the wide blade kept slashing at Rumba, leaving him in a hurry, and there was no room for him to fight back. He is not the opponent of the ghost shark at all. The secret magic mode of resentment. The Angle's hands quickly formed a seal, and the fire mask monster and the wind mask monster were integrated into the shoulders. The fire escapes hard. The wind is crushing. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two kinds of ninjutsu with completely different attributes came out from the mouth of the masked monster with angled shoulders and attacked the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Those who knew the members of the organization also used their own special tricks to attack the enemy. Although the captains of the Whitebeard pirates have an advantage in numbers. But in battle, they have no advantage at all. Even the disadvantage is not an opponent at all. Just when everyone is fighting. Boom. 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 Accompanied by a burst of sound, the ground suddenly trembled. A huge figure caught everyone's eyes. With green face and fangs, with two horns on his head, green skin, and long red hair, he looks like a devil. The most amazing thing is that he is 60 meters tall, like a mountain. Ozzy Little, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Ow! Little Oz raised his head and let out a roar, and everyone on the battlefield suddenly felt their ears buzzing and became temporarily deaf. In addition to the roar, Little Oz raised his right arm and slammed into the soldiers in the port of Alexander Kingdom. Rumbling, the amount of ancient giants can be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth. This punch immediately shakes the earth, as if a magnitude 8 earthquake occurred. The entire port suddenly cracked into a canyon like an abyss. The heavy artillery placed in the port of the Kingdom of Alexander was destroyed several times in a row. The violent waves sent countless soldiers flying out. It's Oz. Ha ha ha. Little Oz is an ancient giant, no one can be. Everyone, follow Little Oz. The appearance of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates immediately made the members of the Whitebeard pirates morale high. Especially the appearance of Little Oz made them even more excited, as if they had been beaten with blood. The Whitebeard pirates, who were at a disadvantage, directly moved the disadvantage back. Looking at leading the Whitebeard pirates to keep moving forward the Little Oz, the corner of Luo Chu's mouth on the throne couldn't help but evoke a smile. We have giants here too. It's all on you. Luo Chu said to a young man beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. This young man is none other than Daegu in the ultra-dimensional world. After receiving Luo Chu's order, Daegu took out the divine light stick from his arms and shouted to the sky, Dija. Seeing Daegu's transformation, for some reason, the theme song of Ultraman Tiga appeared in Luo Chu's mind involuntarily. Grandpa's childhood is back. Chapter 101 Ounces Dice. Whitebeard goes into battle himself. In the sky, a dazzling white light flashed, and Digga came on stage. Boom, Digga's huge body fell to the ground, and the whole ground trembled. The dust was raised high, and a violent gust of wind was rolled up. No less than the height of Little Oz, the red and blue body showed elegance and domineering. This country of Alexandria also has ancient giants. The moment Tiga appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. They never imagined that the kingdom of Alexander also had a giant, and he looked very tall. For example, Little Oz, who is like the devil, is much more handsome. Ah! The moment Little Oz saw Tiga's appearance, he immediately felt a dangerous aura, roared, his fists raised high, and his body quickly ran towards Tiga. Cut it! Tiga crossed his arms above his head, the energy light on his forehead flashed suddenly, and his body instantly turned red, looking a little more majestic and full of power. Ultra Flash Fist. Facing the rushing Little Oz, a red energy emerged from Tiga's right fist, which converged on his fist like the vortex of the galaxy. Bang! Two huge fists that looked like hills collided. The powerful force burst into a violent impact in an instant. The air waves rolled. The smoke and dust were everywhere. Among them, countless people couldn't open their eyes at all. Ow! Little Oz let out a pained cry, and his body took 3 steps back. The fist that had just collided with Tiga was bubbling up, a burst of blue smoke, and the surface had burn marks. With that punch just now, Tiga not only brought the power of the body, the giant, but also the fiery light energy. Even Flame Gorzon, whose skin is hard and is immune to fire, can cause huge damage, not to mention the Little Oz who is just an ordinary giant. Boom! 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 Tiga's huge body suddenly ran on the ground trembled, and many people stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Bang! Tiga rushed in front of Oz, and directly rammed into Oz's body. Kaka! Huge and crisp sound, even people from far away can hear it clearly. No way! Little Oz's bone was broken. Burundi, a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, exclaimed in disbelief when he heard this voice. As an ancient giant clan, how strong is the defense, and the bones were broken this time. How huge the power of that person must be. If this is placed on ordinary people, Buletin's body suddenly shivered, and it felt terrible to think about it. Just when Burundi was shocked and Digga's power, a slender sword suddenly stabbed at him. Troll! What a... Burundi just came and let out an exclamation, and his head was pierced. How stupid! It's obviously a battlefield, yet you dare to be so distracted. Butterfly endured the blood of the sun blade in one hand, and his words were full of ridicule, and then he went to attack the next target without looking back. Boom, small. Under the collision of Tiga, Oz's body rose directly into the air and flew out countless meters. One flew from the coast of the port into the bay. Kaka! 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 The originally frozen sea surface shattered the moment Little Oz fell, and waves rose into the sky, drenching Little Oz transparently. Tiga gained power and was unforgiving, and flew up. The body jumped into the harbor and pressed against Oz's body, and the huge fist slammed into Oz's head without stopping. Kaka! The horn on the forehead, it was broken. Kaka! Kaka! The teeth in his mouth were shattered. Ah! Little Oz roared, raised his feet, and kicked Tiga off himself. At this time, Little Oz had been beaten with blood all over his face, the horns of his forehead were broken, and his sharp fangs were also broken. The 20-meter-long warship suddenly smashed towards Tiga. Huh! Tiga's body flew directly into the air, and the body also changed from red to the previous red and blue color. Tiga, who was floating in the air, suddenly crossed his hands and slowly spread out on both sides, and endless rays of light gathered in front of him. Swish! The arms are shaped, and endless rays of light are launched from his right arm, directly attacking Oz. It is Otto's nirvana, Zaplio's light. Little Oz's huge body can't be avoided at all, endless rays of light all hit him. Little Oz's huge body burst open. The endless blood almost dyed the entire harbor red. This scene directly scared all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Little Oz's death brought them unimaginable the impact. Such a powerful giant is gone. Little Oz. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in despair, and the scene in front of them simply made them unacceptable. Hey! It's still a familiar formula, a familiar taste. Unlike the sad, angry, and desperate Whitebeard pirates, this scene was all too familiar to Luo Qiu. Ultraman fights monsters. Yes, it is the taste of childhood. But this is the real version. Ria-chan, what time is it? Luo Qiu turned his head and asked Artoria who was beside him. It's already 11:55. Artoria looked at her pocket watch and replied. Notify the executioner that the execution will be executed on time at 12 o'clock. Yes. And this time. Looking at the executioner who was already in place, Whitebeard finally couldn't sit still. Launching such a big battle, so many people have died, and if the time comes when they are publicly executed, the Whitebeard pirates will become the laughing stock of the sea. Everyone risk their lives and rush with me. The Whitebeard pirates will never give up any of their companions. Whitebeard jumped off the Moby Dick with Kong Yunki in his hand and rushed to the execution platform in person. Luo Qiu heard Whitebeard's words, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a sneer. Very good. If you don't want to give up, let's die together as a family. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 102 Execution of his son in front of Whitebeard. The white-bearded little giant-like body was beating non-stop on the ice floes, very flexible. In a blink of an eye, he came to the coast. It's Whitebeard. He did it himself. The time of execution is just around the corner, don't let him get close to the execution platform. The commander of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Alexander gave a loud command to the soldiers under his command. Oh. Come on. Stop Whitebeard. Although everyone was facing the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, no one flinched, but rushed forward without hesitation. Guys in the way. Get out of your way. Whitebeard raised the big naginata knife in his hand, and the blade was covered with a layer of white shock waves. A sudden wave. Swish, countless soldiers were blown away in an instant, blood spurting. Although the courage of these soldiers is commendable, but the difference in strength is too great. But these are the most elite warriors trained by Ezds, they were not frightened. Bombardment. Aim for Whitebeard's head. Under the command of the commander, the numerous heavy artillery placed in the port turned around and aimed at Whitebeard's head. Boom. 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 Special cannonballs with a diameter several times larger than ordinary cannonballs shot out from the barrel of the heavy artillery and slammed into Whitebeard's body. Goo la 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 la, a little trick, but Shanghai can't get me. Whitebeard raised Kong Yunki in his hand and swung abruptly, and a white circular blade chi suddenly slashed out, and the shells that flew towards Whitebeard were all divided into two and exploded in the air. Whitebeard, take my punch. Oh! Harris in the form of the giant ape rushed towards Whitebeard, his body jumped high, his pitch-black fists were full of majestic power, and he hammered at Whitebeard's head. Runny-nosed kid. Let's go home and drink milk. Facing Harris with a full punch, Whitebeard didn't even look at him. Holding the big naginata sword in his left hand, his right fist slammed out. Kaka. The air shattered, and a violent shaking force hit Harris. Put. Harrison spewed a mouthful of blood, the body suddenly flew out, and did not get up for a long time. It is not an opponent at all. After Harris was dealt with, Whitebeard continued to move forward. Tsunade saw the unstoppable Whitebeard, and immediately abandoned his opponents and attacked Whitebeard. Tienguard foot. Tsunade fell from the sky, and the surging chakras all converged on the soles of his feet. The strength is far from what Harris can match. Whitebeard immediately raised his right arm to block. Boom! Tsunade kicked Whitebeard's right arm with a loud noise, and Whitebeard's body was as motionless as a mountain. This shows that Tsunade's strength is simply not enough to shake Whitebeard. Drink. Kong Yunki in Whitebeard's left hand suddenly stabbed and pointed directly at Tsunade's abdomen. There is no pity on the battlefield, there is no mercy. Tsunade was helpless and had to withdraw. Falling to the ground, his feet slammed, his body sprang out like a rocket, raised his fists and attacked Whitebeard again. Fantastic fist. Empty shock. Bang. The fists of the two collided. But Tsunade's strength is no match for Whitebeard at all. A wave of shocking force spread into her body, causing serious damage to her internal organs. Cough cough. Gang fell to the ground, coughing up blood from the corners of his mouth, and quickly lifted the yin seal to repair the injury in his body. Tsunade looked helplessly at the Whitebeard in front of him. The strange power he was so proud of didn't work in front of Whitebeard. Oh. Dad really is the strongest. Come on. Follow Dad's footsteps. The strength of Whitebeard greatly encouraged his crew members, each of them as if they had taken medicine. But the time is up. Clang dash. A dull voice resounded throughout the execution square. The crowd looked up. Only see. The hour and minute hands of the big clock standing in the square all point to 12. It was 12 o'clock, and it was time for the execution. The executioner obeys. Time up. Execution. At Luo Chiu's suggestion, Artoria immediately gave an order to the executioner on the execution platform. 1st Division Captain Jinggyudo, 13th Division Captain Buffalo Atmos, 15th Division Captain Fossa and Maelstrom Spider Squad, Liking Makugai, Ranger Doma, DeKalb brothers all lined up and knelt on the execution platform. The executioner standing in front of them raised the sword in his hand and stabbed them in the heart without hesitation. Whitebeard, who was charging on the road, was suddenly stunned. What was the purpose of his coming? Why did he pay such a high price? Why didn't the Whitebeard pirates make so many sacrifices just to rescue their comrades who were about to be publicly executed? But now, they were about to be executed. All the sacrifices and efforts of the Whitebeard pirates will be in vain. How can he allow it? Bastard! Stop me! Drink! Whitebeard took a step back with his right foot, raised his right fist backwards, the muscles of his arm applauded instantly, his skin turned blood red, and there was a feeling that it was about to burst. The shock wave wrapped in white on his fist was countless times larger than the previous tricks. Even if Whitebeard hadn't waved, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. In anger, Whitebeard directly used his strongest power. Boom! With one punch, the wind and clouds changed color. The atmosphere in front of him was almost completely shattered, and the dense cracks were almost invisible at a glance. The earth cracked instantly, and a deep canyon quickly spread from the foot of Whitebeard to the execution platform, and the shockwave along the way would all is destroyed. This is how Whitebeard intends to save his sons who are about to be executed. But he thought too much. On the execution platform, the golden light suddenly appeared, shining so brightly that the stabbed people couldn't open their eyes at all. A phantom of a golden longsword that almost reached the sky appeared in the eyes of everyone. Chapter 103 The Remnants of the Old Era, I Will Solve It Myself. Accompanied by Artoria's snort. The 40-meter-long golden light giant sword slammed down. Boom dash. Whitebeard's indomitable shockwave suddenly hit the golden giant sword, and he could no longer advance half a point. Under the defense of Artoria, the execution platform was not damaged. Unsurprisingly, the executioner's sword pierced into the hearts of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. In front of Whitebeard. In front of all the citizens of the kingdom of Alexander. The execution was successful. At this time, Luo Qiu stood up from the throne and picked up the phone bug. My fellow citizens of Alexandria, I believe you have all seen it. Just now, those murderers who violated the territory of our Alexandria kingdom and killed the people of Alexander have been publicly executed. I want to say that no matter who is the enemy, no matter how powerful is the enemy, anyone who dares to invade the territory of my Alexander kingdom and kill the people of my Alexander kingdom will surely be punished by my Alexander kingdom. Those who violate my kingdom will be punished even if they are far away. Luo Qiu stood on the execution platform, next to the corpses of the white-bearded pirate team leaders who had just executed. There are countless white-beard pirates around the square and harbor. Now, all of them have become Luo Qiu's background board. Quiet. There is no sound. The battlefield that originally shouted to kill Zhentian is actually here. At this moment, it is strangely quiet. All the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were all their comrades who watched the execution platform turn into a corpse in disbelief. The eyes are a little dull. The expression is a little dull. They are dead. They are all dead. All their efforts, all the sacrifices were in vain. Anger, sadness, despair, and other emotions spread in their hearts, and their morale suddenly fell to the bottom. Compared with the sad and desperate Whitebeard pirates, the soldiers and citizens of Alexander Kingdom it was full of indescribable excitement and excitement. The public execution is successful, which means that they have won half of the war. After a short silence, a shocking cheer broke out in the square. Oh oh oh! Hooray! Hooray! Long live His Majesty the King! Long live the Kingdom of Alexander! At this time, Whitebeard can't laugh anymore. The burly body suddenly became a little stooped, as if all of a sudden old age. Glancing around, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were injured countless times. More than half of the 43 pirate captains died, and the captains were also traumatized to varying degrees. Call. Whitebeard took a deep breath, feeling like he really did something wrong this time. Whitebeard pirates, retreat. Whitebeard shouted loudly to the members of his subordinates. The person to be rescued has already been executed, and there is no point in continuing to fight, it will only increase casualties. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Everyone, get on board. After receiving the order of the Whitebeard pirates, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately retreated to the port as if they were amnesty. Hee, my site is where you can come and leave when you want. Hearing Whitebeard's retreat order, Luo Qiu couldn't help showing a sneer. It's too late now? Boom. 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 The countless heavy artillery in the port all bombarded the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, and the huge whale hull was directly smashed by the bombardment. Not only that, even the several foreign ships were bombed. The members of the retreating Whitebeard pirates stopped and stared blankly at the blazing pirate ship. This Nima is simply not a human being. The pirate ship was bombed. Everyone obey my orders. Destroy all the Whitebeard pirates to me, and let the whole world know that the kingdom of Alexandria is inviolable. Use your hands to defend the glory of the kingdom. Luo Qiu's voice rang in the ears of every soldier of the kingdom of Alexander, and immediately made their blood boil. Come on. Destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Defend the glory of the kingdom. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates have already been executed, and there is no need to guard the execution platform anymore. All the soldiers swarmed towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates and surrounded them. The remnants of the old era, let me solve you myself. Luo Qiu flew up from the execution platform and rushed towards Whitebeard. Black Dragon's collapse fist. During the flight, Luo Qiu directly transformed into a dragon and turned into a black dragon, and the fist of the black dragon full of power slammed straight towards Whitebeard's head. Insolent brat! If you want to solve me, you are 100 years too early. I'm a Whitebeard. Empty shock. Whitebeard raised his fist, unleashing the power of shaking the fruit, and attacked Luoqiu without showing weakness. Boom. 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 The fists of the two contained incomparably majestic power, and the violent power suddenly stirred in the air, making bursts of explosions. It was as if countless artillery shells exploded in the air. The wind is blowing. The air waves are rolling. The two people directly become a vacuum within a radius of 100 meters. Good and strong. That person was able to face Daddy's attack head-on. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Luoqiu, who was confronting Whitebeard, in shock. In their impressions, very few people can resist their father's attack head-on. The destructive power of the shaking fruit is definitely not blown out. Ordinary people will definitely become a puddle of meat under the attack of this kind of power. Whitebeard, you are really old. This power is completely sorry for your title of the strongest man in the world. Luoqiu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile, and there was a strong contempt in his voice. Whitebeard's brows furrowed into a ball. With all his power output, he no longer had the extra power to refute Luoqiu. The two of them were all wrapped in violent air currents, one side was white and the other was black, and they were constantly fighting and colliding. Boom. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 104, Complete Body Susanoo. 40 meters of the big knife. A stalemate for a moment. The white airflow was directly swallowed by the black airflow, and Whitebeard's body retreated a dozen steps in a row, and only stopped when he hit the ground with the Kongyunki pestle in his hand. Whitebeard is still old after all. If he was young, he might still be able to compete with one another. But now, how can Whitebeard, who is full of countless dark diseases in his body, be the opponent of Luoqiu, who has the black dragon physique? Whitebeard. I said, none of you want to leave today. Luoqiu's voice was full of stern killing intent. The four emperors of the New World, he wants to destroy one by one. No matter what, I will not let my beloved sons die here. Even at the expense of my life. Although the positions of the two were different, Luoqiu still admired Whitebeard's point. He really loves the members of his pirate group as his own sons. But this is also his biggest shortcoming. He even lost the entire pirate group for a few people. This is simply beyond stupid. Stop dreaming, Whitebeard. In spite of, it's you, or your so-called sons, who are all going to die today. The New World doesn't need so many emperors. I have one. Alexander's kingdom is enough. The ambition in Luoqiu's heart was not concealed at all, which shocked everyone. Never expected Luoqiu's ambition to be so grand, wanting to unify the whole New World. Gulalala is really big enough. Even if my sons didn't attack Fishman Island, I'm afraid you will find an excuse to fight with our Whitebeard pirates. Although he is an enemy, Whitebeard really admires Luoqiu's ambition. He also understood why Luoqiu publicly executed his sons. The purpose is to destroy their Whitebeard pirates. That's right. Originally, I planned to use the pirates first, but I didn't expect you to hit me directly. Simply go to war with you directly. At this time, there was nothing to hide. Luoqiu bluntly stated his purpose. The tone of yours that decides us is really annoying. If you want to eat our Whitebeard pirates, it depends on your appetite. Go. Baybeard clenched the big Naginata knife Kongyunki in his hands with both hands. The blade was accompanied by the vibrational power of the white light ball, and he used all his strength to slash at Luoqiu. The trajectory of Kongyunkai in the air suddenly appeared one after another cracks, still terrifying. Don't worry. I've always had a good appetite. A blue skeleton giant suddenly appeared beside Luoqiu, raised his arm to block the white-bearded Kongyunch. In addition, the meridian muscles quickly appeared on the body of the skeleton giant, and finally he put on a samurai armor, with a long chakra sword on his waist. His body was like a mountain, just like a god of war. Susanoo, the extreme pupil technique, and still a complete body. What is this? The body is even taller than Little Oz. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates saw Logo Susanoo, their legs were a little soft. Eyeballs were bigger than copper bells, and their jaws almost fell. It's too big. The body is close to 100 meters, completely over the mountains. Even the Whitebeard like a little giant only reaches the calf of Logo Chiu's complete body, Susanoo. Clang. Chakra long. The sword was suddenly unsheathed, and it was 40 meters long. It brought a very shocking visual impact. Logo Chiu controlled Susanoo, and the 40-meter sword was raised above his head. Immediately, it slammed down. Whitebeard's pupils shrank and immediately raised his knife to block. Crack. The ground under Whitebeard's feet shattered instantly, his feet sank deep into the bottom, and even his knees were slightly bent. The land and sea behind him were all split, forming a canyon like an abyss. Everyone who saw the scene was almost scared to pee. Especially the members of the Whitebeard pirates were blown away. Ma! What kind of immortal attack power is this? It's so terrifying. Dad! Daddy Whitebeard! Looking at the Whitebeard whose body was smashed into the ground by Logo Chiu's 40-meter knife, Marco and the others exclaimed in worry. Marco fainted at the tornado, fluttered his wings, and swooped towards Logo Chiu. Bastard! What did you do to Daddy? Marco then swooped down and kicked Susanoo's head with his right foot. To this, Logo Chiu didn't even bother to pay attention to him. If you can break the defense of my complete body Susanoo, I will lose. With a bang, Marco kicked Logo Chiu's body. Not only did not cause any damage to Logo Chiu, but Marco's feet throbbing painfully. Nima! Why is it so hard? Marco looked at his swollen foot panel, and his heart was filled with deep helplessness. Countless swords attacked Marco under the control of Tornado's psychic power. To this, Marco didn't care at all, letting the swords pass through his body. Almost in the blink of an eye, what these swords caused was repaired by the blue flames of the phoenix. Suddenly, Marco's pupils shrank. There was a burst of tearing pain in the abdomen. Blood flowed out from the abdomen tick by drop. Marco suddenly felt his body weak, and the ability of the phoenix disappeared instantly. Looking down, a short sword was stabbing in his abdomen, and blood kept flowing down the blood groove of the short sword. It's Halashiwu. You're careless. Losing the ability of a phoenix, Marco's body fell to the ground. I can't show it. How can it be repaired? Marco grabbed the dagger and tried desperately to pull it out of his body, but this Halastone weapon seemed to grow in his body, and he couldn't pull it out no matter what. This is of course the masterpiece of Tornado. Her psychic power firmly suppressed the Halashi dagger, making Marco helpless at all. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Marco's body fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Falling from the sky, without the phoenix's recovery ability, Marco felt like his bones were about to break. Stinky bird! You can die. Go! Swish swish, countless swords attacked Marco again. Cold sweat swept across Marco's body in an instant. This time, he doesn't have the ability of a phoenix. Friends who like this book, please send some flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket support a wave. Chapter 105 The Cut Diamond. Jaws is dead. Damn. 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 Come out to me now. Facing the densely packed swords, Marco was so anxious that he desperately wanted to pull out the seafloor stone dagger in his abdomen. However, with the blessing of the tornado's thought power, he was able to do as he wished. Poochie. A long sword slid over his shoulder, bringing out a bright red blood flower. This is just the beginning. Countless swords will follow. Marco has no choice but to forcibly endure the pain in his body to evade, and at the same time use his armed arrogance to defend. Although he lacks the ability of the Phoenix Fruit, he is still the captain of the first team, and his physical skills and domineering are still very powerful. But without the ability of the Phoenix Fruit, Marco is like a tiger with no teeth, and has lost the qualification to fight the tornado. Suddenly, Marco found that his body was suspended in the air involuntarily, his head was down, and then he slammed into the ground. Before, Marco was able to rely on the ability of the Phoenix to break free from the tornado's psychic power. Now, Marco's ability is restrained by Shirahoshi, and he is no longer able to break free from the control of tornado's psychic power. Boom! Marco's head and the ground immediately came into intimate contact, and the upper body of the entire body was planted into the ground, leaving only two legs struggling in the air. Captain Marco. Seeing this, the surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed and wanted to come over to help. "You bastards, don't let me get in the way." Tornado scolded and waved his arm, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates who came to help them suddenly flew out like cannonballs. Ugh! There was a scream, and the necks of the members of the Whitebeard pirates who flew out were all twisted, and they all died. Killing these scumbags at will, Tornado once again used his psychic power to pull Marco's body out of the ground. Bang! Just pulled out, Marco was slammed to the ground again. It was thrown back and forth many times. Marco's whole person's consciousness began to become a little blurry. The other side of the battlefield. Jaws is no better than Marco. After all, his opponent is the fighting madman Ziriki Kenpeki. I see. The diamond-shaped jaws was slashed wildly by Ziriki Kenpeki, and there was no room for him to fight back. Hateful. This guy's attack is too strong. Jaws secretly complained in his heart that in terms of strength, his opponent of Zengi Kenpeki could only rely on the ultra-high defense of his diamond fruit to hold him back until his physical strength was exhausted. But Jaws takes it for granted. Not to mention who has been able to consume who, it is still unknown whether he can stop the sword. Chiang! 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 The wild sun in the hands of Zakaji Kenpeki is crazy. The ground slashed at Jaws' body, shooting out a series of sparks. Ha ha ha, worthy of diamond fruit. It's hard enough. You have to hold on for a little longer. Otherwise, you can. It's not fun. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed wildly. In his eyes, Jaws is not an opponent at all, at best he can only be regarded as a more fun toy. Damn it! Facing the ridicule of Ziriki Kenpeki, Joe's heart was full of infinite anger, but he had no choice but to be incompetent. Kaka. A sound like glass shattering sounded on Joe's body, making him look mad change. With a horrified expression, he looked at a fine crack that appeared on his diamond-shaped arm. Although it is very thin, it made Jaws' heart turn violent. This. But diamond. The hardest thing in the world is even harder than hailstone. However, it was split by the man in front of him. Crack. Too late to think. Zaragi Kenpeki's slashes came one after another like a storm. Kaka. 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 The cracks on the arm are getting more and more, like glass that is about to shatter. Sword pressure. Oh. Nose in Kenpeki's hand was raised high above his head, and he slashed towards Jaws with a golden trajectory in the air. The diamond-shaped arm of Kalilajos was finally overwhelmed and shattered, and the entire arm was chopped off by Kenpeki Ziriki. Oh my god! How can that be? Captain Jaws' defense is broken. Countless crew members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the scene in horror and exclaimed in disbelief. That is a real diamond. The most solid thing in the world. Now, it has been chopped to pieces. It's amazing. It's shocking. It's unbelievable. Blood tickled down Jaws' arm. Cold sweat covered Jaws' forehead. He stared blankly at his severed arm, as if he couldn't believe it was true. He, Jaws, the man with the diamond fruit ability, the man with the strongest appearance in the world, his defense was broken. Ha ha ha, it's finally broken. You kid managed to please my uncle. Zaraki Kenpeka carried the Zanpakuto on his shoulders and laughed loudly. This full-strength slashing made him feel hearty. Hateful. I am pleasing him like a toy from beginning to end. Jaws' only arm was hammered to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness. Bright crash. In anger, Jaws launched an attack on Zaraki Kenpeki again. Although the diamonds on his body were full of cracks, he did not flinch. Even if it is to die, he will die on the way of charging like a heroic warrior, not in the play of others. Oh, he dares to attack. Zaraki Kenpeki looked at Jaws, who was rushing towards him in surprise. Yes, I recognize you for this courage. Zaraki Kenpeki clenched the Demon Slayer sword in both hands, his eyes no longer ridiculed. He did not regard Jaws as a toy to please him, but as an opponent. Blade of Kendo. Drink. Zaraki Kenpeki raised Yezan and used his strongest Reiki to slash at Jaws. Kaka. Poke. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. 100 Chapter 6 Collapses. The team leaders of the Whitebeard pirates who have been killed one after another. Joe's body should not be split in half without any accident. Diamond Joe's, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, die. Joe's. Captain Jaws. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Jaws' body that was split in half in disbelief. The eyes are dull. Horrified. The man with the strongest defense in the world was split in half. How is this possible? The corpse was there, and their companion, Captain, was indeed beheaded. Jaws. Whitebeard also let out a cry of grief and indignation, his expression full of pain. Another son died in front of him, which made his heart feel like a knife. Humph. Whitebeard, you should take care of yourself first. Luochu snorted coldly, and Susanoo, who was controlling the perfect body, slashed at Whitebeard with a long chakra sword. Clang. 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 Kong Yunkai in Whitebeard's hand and Susanoo's chakra sword kept colliding with each other. Who? 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 Whitebeard kept gasping for breath. After all, his body was old, and there were countless dark diseases in his body. In the face of Luochu's powerful attack, he had to resist every single blow. On the other side. Change into Thunder Emperor's armor. Urza let out a coquettish cry, and the heavenly will armor instantly turned into the Thunder Emperor's armor, holding a Thunder Emperor's spear, flashing violent blue lightning. Drink. Urza hurriedly ran towards Sachi with the power of Thunder Emperor. As she approached Sachi, Arisa suddenly jumped high and stabbed Sachi's head with a spear flashing with blue lightning. Nima. You can also use the power of lightning. Simply foul. Sachi groaned, and quickly raised the long sword in his hand, covering it with a layer of armed domineering to resist Urza's attack. Chi. The violent impact made Sachi's body retreat several meters in a row, and his feet drew a long trajectory on the ground. The blue lightning made him feel numb, and the sword in his hand was almost unsteady. Change into the flying armor. Elsa in the air instantly replaced the Thunder Emperor's armor with the flying armor, and her speed increased instantly. Flying Sonic Slash. Whoosh whoosh, Urza's body completely turned into a phantom. Several scars appeared on Sachi's body in an instant. What a fast speed. I can't react at all. Facing Urza's supersonic attack, she was only passively defending. Change into the armor of the Wind God. After one round of attacks, Urza changed again, armor. The sword of the Wind God. Swish, the long sword in Urza's hand swung suddenly, and a violent gale swept towards Sachi in an instant. Damn it! How much armor does this guy have? Sachi crossed his hands in front of him, almost unable to open his eyes due to the strong wind. After trapping Seiki temporarily, Urza's body floated to the sky, her body flashed with white light, and her armor. Change again. Change the armor of the celestial body. 7-star sword. With Urza's low drink, 7 red magic circles appeared in the sky, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. Swish swish, countless red sword rains poured down, stabbing Sachi directly below. This kind of intensive attack cannot be avoided at all, and can only be passively defended. Boom. 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 Urza's magic kept bombarding Sachi, producing bursts of violent explosions. The fire burst into the sky. The smoke and dust were everywhere. Sachi's entire body was enveloped in it. Ah! Sachi's screams of pain continued to be heard in the smoke, and everyone around him felt numb. Captain Sasage. Such a violent attack naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help sweating from their foreheads, looking in horror at the 7-star magic circle suspended in the sky. Can someone really resist this kind of terrifying attack? After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the countless members of the Whitebeard pirates swallowed hard and stared straight at the gradually dissipating smoke and dust. Sachi's figure gradually came into everyone's eyes. The clothes have become shattered, with dense wounds all over his body, lying straight on the ground, obviously no longer breathing. Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division Captain Sachi, death. Breath of insects, dance of the centipede, the belly of a 100-legged snake. Butterfly Ninja stepped on the unpredictable footwork, and in an instant, his body came to the side of the captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the sun blade in his hand stabbed into his abdomen with lightning speed. The poison spread to his whole body instantly through the blood. His eyes were white, his pupils were lax, he foamed at the mouth, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Harta, captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, die. Soul Destroyer. With Mila's whole body shouting, endless dark energy surged into his hands. The endless dark energy exploded instantly, producing a super powerful dark shock wave. Wow! The captain of the 6th Division, Brackman, was directly hit and screamed in pain. He felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. Along with Brackman's painful mourning, his figure gradually dissipated in the super powerful in the dark shock wave. Brackman, captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, die. Jaws, Thatch, Brackman can't be repaired. Marco, the eldest brother of the Whitebeard Pirates, saw his companions die one by one, and he was extremely sad and angry. Sadness. Pain. If that's the case, then go and accompany them. The tornado hovered above Marco's head, condescendingly looking down at Marco, who was kneeling on the ground and kept pounding the ground, his voice full of voice. Scolded the cold. Yeah. Tornado activated his mind power with all his strength, and a gleaming green light appeared on Marco's body. He felt that his body was being crushed by an extreme force. Kaka. The bones were broken. Friends and friends of this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 107. This era is called Luoqiu. Ah! Painful mourning kept coming out of Marco's mouth, it was so heartbreaking. It was so numb. Ah! What? The screams became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. Team Ma Marco. When the surrounding members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw that Marco was no longer moving, they suddenly had a bad premonition and tried to call out. Silence got no response. Gudong, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates swallowed hard, and already had guesses in their hearts. Putong Marco's body fell weakly to the ground, and it was squeezed to the point where it was completely out of shape, and could not see its true colors at all. The 1st Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix, die. Foil Sword Bista, it's your turn next. Ice Thorn Raid. Ezd slapped the ground with his palm, but countless ice thorns poured out from the ground like Bista. Bista's figure retreated again and again. Suddenly, an iceberg suddenly appeared behind Bista. Swish, countless ice thorns flew out of the iceberg, and Bista attacked back and forth. It's such a troublesome ability, it's completely endless. Bista had no choice but to jump into the air. Hail Furious Leap. Just as Bista jumped into the air, a huge hailstone fell from the sky and hit him with a powerful impact. Huh! Bista slashed the giant hailstone with a slash and split it in half. Whoosh! At the moment when the hail cracked, Ezd's figure swooped down from the crack of the shattered hailstone, and the western sword in his hand pointed directly at Bista's throat. Clang! The 2 long swords in Bista's hands crossed together immediately, resisting Ezd's attack. But Ezd's attack is more than just this, western long sword. Behind him, countless ice blades appeared in an instant, shimmering coldly under the sunlight. Countless ice blades stabbed at Bista. The knife in his hand is defending the sword of Ezd's, and it is impossible to resist these ice blades. The thorns, and dense ice blades cut countless wounds on Bista's body, and the icy cold was invading his body along with the wounds, and he could clearly feel that his body was gradually becoming stiff. Bang! Ezd suddenly kicked the tower's abdomen with a 360-degree roundhouse. Immediately, Bista felt that his intestines were about to be kicked off, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground like a meteor. Ka ka ka, a toothless sound sounded, and in the direction of Bista's fall, countless sharp ice spears suddenly rose. Bista's expression suddenly changed wildly. If this was really stabbed, it would be complete. Rose Dance. Bista forcibly twisted his body in the air, slashing out a slash, turning into a sky-filled rose sword energy to smash the ice thorns. Dangerous. A strong crisis came over him. His domineering look immediately caught the figure of Ezd's. Ezd still came behind him, and the western longsword in his hand was about to pierce his back. He just cut out a powerful slash, and the shuriken was completely too late to defend. In times of crisis, you can only do your best to twist your body. The sword that was supposed to be in the back of his heart stabbed in his right arm. Ezders raised his arm and cut off Bista's arm by the roots. Although he dodged life and death, but can't avoid the death of the broken arm. This is just a dying struggle. Bista was originally not the opponent of Ezd's, and now he has lost an arm, and he is even less the opponent of Ezd's. Under the fierce and explosive attack of Ezd's, Bista's body was shaking. New wounds kept appearing on the body, and the cold air kept invading his body, causing Bista's body to become stiffer and slower, and his movements became slower and slower. But Ezd's wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Just keep adding new scars to his body, and keep giving him hope and make him full of despair. This is the Queen of Shaking who likes to let opponents die in endless torture and despair. Boom dash. A strong explosion almost pierced everyone's eardrums, and the violent airflow blew everyone's eyes. Luochu and Whitebeard's weapons collided with all their strength again. Whitebeard. Do you feel very sorry to see your sons die in front of you one by one? Luochu stood on the top of Suzanu's head and looked down at Whitebeard, and Suzanu completely suppressed Whitebeard. Pirates never do regrets. Even if I die, I won't leave my companions behind. Drink. Whitebeard swung away Suzanu's long chakra sword, raised Kong Yunki in his hand, and slashed out a sword chi that contained the power of vibration, attacking Luochu who was on Suzanu's head. The 40-meter broadsword directly chopped up Whitebeard's sword chi, and slashed at Whitebeard's body with unrelenting power. Chi Lala Whitebeard's horizontal sword was blocked, and his body was blocked by a huge long. The majestic power contained in the knife slashed out dozens of meters in a row. Boom. Luo Qiu raised his foot and stepped on it, the ground sank instantly, and Whitebeard's body was directly stepped into the deep pit by Luo Qiu. Ugh! Whitebeard's roar came from the ground, and the power of his fists with the shocking fruit firmly supported Luo Qiu Susanoo's solace. His arm muscles protruded, and his blue veins bulged, as if it could burst at any time. Caught under the attack of Whitebeard's Zhen fruit, Luo Qiu Susanoo's soul appeared with cracks and shattered. Looking at the solace of Susanoo's feet, which were damaged by the shock, Luo Qiu didn't show any surprise. If Whitebeard doesn't even have this power, he doesn't deserve to be called the strongest man in the world. Susanoo was damaged, and Luo Qiu didn't plan to regroup, but scattered Susanoo and landed on the opposite side of Whitebeard. Oh, that's alright, Beard. It's still very powerful. Luo Qiu tilted his head and squinted at the Whitebeard, revealing a mocking smile. Don't be arrogant here, stinky brat. I'm a Whitebeard. Drink. Whitebeard let out a loud roar, waving his fists and shaking the fruit. He suddenly charged towards Luo Qiu. You're nothing but a remnant of the old days. The days of Whitebeard are over. This era is called Luo Qiu. Oh! Luo Qiu's body instantly turned into a dragon, raising his fists to meet Whitebeard without showing weakness. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 108 Whitebeard is dead. The strongest man in the world, Luo Qiu. The fists of the two collided, and a loud bang erupted. It was only a collision of fists, but the power of the explosion was like a nuclear bomb explosion. Endless winds swept through. Countless gravels flew. Within a kilometer radius around Whitebeard and Luo Qiu, no one could get close. This kind of toughness is completely beyond everyone's imagination. It's so strong. Everyone's eyes are looking at the two people who are constantly fighting on the battlefield. Their eyes are full of deep horror. There is also deep admiration. Pirate world, the strong are respected. The weak have no right to speak at all, only the strong will win respect. Drink. Oh. The two of them all looked hideous, and they kept pumping out their power to their fists, trying to overwhelm each other. Whitebeard. I said, your time is over. This era is called Luo Qiu. With Luo Qiu's violent shout, the power hidden in the body of the black dragon broke out in full force, and the power of the shocking fruit on the Whitebeard's fist was directly smashed by Luo Qiu. Instant rout. Crack. 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 Whitebeard's right arm was pinched, and there was a burst of crackling sounds like fried beans, and the entire right arm was twisted at an incredible angle. Boom. Whitebeard's body instantly flew out like a cannonball, running through the entire execution square, hitting countless houses before it could stop. This scene instantly made the entire Whitebeard pirates stupid. They watched what? Their father, the strongest man in the world, was completely defeated. He was directly blown away. How could this be possible? Shocked. Horrified. Despair. World. Now, when they saw Whitebeard being blown away, their inner belief seemed to collapse. Let's deceive people. This is impossible. Dad, he is the strongest man in the world. He is invincible. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the direction in which Whitebeard was blasted away, and murmured with trembling voices, unable to believe the facts in front of them. Compared to the shock of the Whitebeard pirates, they were terrified. And all the soldiers and citizens of the despairing kingdom of Alexander were shocked, excited. Luo Qiu is their king. What an honor to have a powerful king. Oh. Your Majesty the king is mighty. Hooray! 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 Countless soldiers and citizens exuded great joy. Their eyes and expressions revealed unconcealed excitement. Whitebeard. How long will you pretend to be dead? I can't get up. Luo Qiu flew in the air in the form of a black dragon, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield, full of sarcasm. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates were so angry that they clenched their fists involuntarily, wanting to rush up to teach Luoqiu a lesson. But at most they just thought about it in their hearts. Many people don't even dare to think about it. Those who can blow the Whitebeard away with one punch can't beat them into meat sauce with one punch. Step, step, step on the Whitebeard. Walking out of the ruins in one step, his right arm sags unnaturally, obviously scrapped. However, his body is still tall and straight, and his eyes are still sharp. Very good. I thought I was going to lie there and pretend to be dead. Seeing the domineering Whitebeard, Luoqiu showed a satisfied smile. Stop looking down on people. Even if I die, I will choose to die in battle. I'm a Whitebeard. Ugh. Whitebeard roared angrily and attacked Luoqiu again. The only remaining left arm slammed into Luoqiu with the power of the shaking fruit. Humph. Black Dragon's collapse fist. Boom. The fists of the two slammed together again, and a violent shock erupted. Not surprisingly, Whitebeard's body was blasted out again by Luoqiu's unparalleled power. Father! Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly cried out in concern. They had already seen the tragic state of Whitebeard's arm just now, and now they were blasted out again. They couldn't help it. Dare to imagine the consequences. Tread, tread, tread the Whitebeard to come out of the ruins again. However, this time both arms were drooping weakly. Obviously, the other arm was scrapped again in the confrontation with Luoqiu. I haven't lost yet. Even though his arms were abolished, Whitebeard still stubbornly walked out of the ruins. Empty shock. Whitebeard jumped suddenly, and the power of the shock fruit wrapped in his right leg attacked Luoqiu again. Boom dash. After a short confrontation, Whitebeard's body was blown away again. After a while, Whitebeard limped and walked out of the ruins tenaciously. Daddy! Whoa! Seeing this, countless members of the Whitebeard pirates directly hugged their heads and cried. They have never felt so desperate for a moment. It's quite strong. You made me look like a big villain's son. It's a pity you don't have horns, Halo. The appearance of the Whitebeard reminded Luoqiu of the protagonists in some fan dramas, who were always madly abused by the villains, when they were on the verge of dying, and then suddenly turned from defeat to victory. Luffy is a classic case. Especially when he was punching 22, Luoqiu almost vomited. Phew. Luoqiu took a deep breath, cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart, and looked at Whitebeard. It's over. Whitebeard. Black Dragon's Claw. Whoosh, Luoqiu's body suddenly swooped down from the sky, and the speed was extremely fast. It passed by Whitebeard like a phantom. Pucci, blood splashed. The pupils of countless Whitebeard pirates suddenly shrank, almost no after focusing, his eyes showed a look of extreme terror and despair. There was a heart-piercing scream, Dad. Chapter 109 The era ends. The Whitebeard pirates are destroyed. Under the wailing gazes of countless members of the Whitebeard pirates. Under the horrified gazes of countless people. Under the unbelievable gazes of countless people. Whitebeard's body was directly torn apart by Luoqiu's dragon claws. Almost the entire upper half of the body was torn off from Luoqiu's body. The blood all over his body kept falling like raindrops, and the vitality slowly drained from Whitebeard's body. Finally, his eyes dimmed and his body collapsed. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, died. From today, the era of Whitebeard is over. This era is called Alexander Rochu. The strongest in the world. Luoqiu stepped on the Whitebeard's body and shouted up to the sky, and a domineering aura burst out from Luoqiu's body. In an instant, the wind was surging, and the sky showed thousands of rays of light shining on Luoqiu's body. It was so noble, mighty, and domineering. It seems that the heaven and the earth are announcing the birth of an emperor. Oh oh oh. Hooray! Hooray! Long live His Majesty the King! All the citizens and soldiers of Alexandria knelt down on the ground, their expressions full of unparalleled respect and fiery admiration. And the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all ashen-faced, and their expressions were full of deep despair. A complete failure. Whitebeard is dead, the captains are dead, and now the Whitebeard pirates are left with only these remnants of defeated soldiers. At that instant, he collapsed. There was no resistance at all, so he just knelt down and surrendered. Without Whitebeard's support, countless people couldn't raise any resistance in the face of such a powerful existence as Luo Qiu. The soldiers of the Alexander Kingdom directly defeated, arrested, and beheaded the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. When all the recalcitrant members of the Whitebeard pirates were beheaded and those who surrendered were arrested, the entire battlefield gradually returned to calm. Anyone watching this live broadcast knows that the Whitebeard pirates will cease to exist in a few days. The era of Whitebeard is over. The next era is called Alexander Lukiu. His name will surely surpass Whitebeard, resounding throughout the world. 3 days later, the war spread throughout the world with newspapers. Shock! The world's strongest man Whitebeard pirates destroyed. Alexander Lukiu knew the world's men. The strongest kingdom in the world, the kingdom of Shanda. The eye-catching headlines made all the newspaper readers' eyes pop out. Each one is super explosive news. Who is the strongest in the world with Whitebeard? Man. Which pirate group is the Whitebeard pirates? The strongest pirate group in the world. Anyone who is a pirate does not know the name of Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. But they were destroyed. All the pirates couldn't believe their eyes. But the clear pictures one after another in the newspaper made him have to believe it was a fact. Whitebeard was really killed. The Whitebeard pirates were really destroyed. World. The title of the strongest man in the world has changed hands. Shock, admiration, and excitement are all emotions. Countless pirates think this is a great opportunity. The Whitebeard pirates were killed in battle, and the territory of everyone under his command became a land without owners. But they are too naive and take it for granted. What is Luo Qiu spending such a huge price for to wage such a grand war? Of course, it is for the vast sea and territory under the command of Whitebeard. Is it just for the title of the strongest man in the world could not be achieved? On the second day after the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates, Luo Qiu sent people to lead the army to occupy the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. These are his trophies, how could he let others get involved? For a time, Luo Qiu's territory has been greatly expanded, occupying almost half of the New World, becoming the largest in the New World. From the Four Seas to the Great Route to the New World. Almost everywhere is discussing the matter of Luo Qiu and Whitebeard's war. Almost the whole world is shrouded in Luo Qiu's name. Navy headquarters. Warring states and the others sat in the conference room with gloomy expressions, and in front of everyone was the news of the war between Luo Qiu and Whitebeard. Everyone's faces were full of solemnity and deep fear. The war between Luo Qiu's Alexander Kingdom and the Whitebeard pirates was almost caused by their naval headquarters and the world government. What they planned was to fight the two tigers, and lose both sides. During the warring states period, they thought that Luo Qiu would win, but they did not expect to win so thoroughly. They even directly killed Whitebeard. The entire Whitebeard pirates were wiped out. This is not too terrifying. Even if the strength of the Navy headquarters is gathered, it is impossible to say that the Whitebeard pirates can be wiped out so cleanly. But Luo Qiu did it. Moreover, this is not all his strength. Ever since Luo Qiu was about to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, the warring states period made people pay close attention to the movements of Luo Qiu's members. In this war, Sesshomaru, who had shined in the war with the beast pirates before, did not appear on the battlefield. As for where it is, the Navy headquarters has yet to find out. just absolutely guarding them as a backup force. So this time, the warring states, who wanted to take advantage of the fishermen, did not dare to act rashly, for fear that the naval headquarters would repeat the mistakes of the last time. Even Whitebeard is no match for Alexander Rochu. Everything he has done before has made him famous and made a wedding dress for him. Ugh. The warring states period let out a long sigh, with deep helplessness and a hint of happiness. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracy and tricks are useless. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. Thank you to the author. Please download the ununderlined version of the novel. Feilu's novel. Chapter 110. The Navy is anxious. The Advanced World Conscription. Everyone. How should our naval headquarters deal with the kingdom of Alexander? Warring states asked the crowd feebly. As a wise general, for the first time, he felt so powerless to face a person. Conscript. Faced with the increasingly powerful and unstoppable kingdom of Alexander, the current combat power of the Navy headquarters alone is no match at all. You don't have to deal with cliched rules at times like this. As long as you are strong, you will be promoted to a senior general of the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters urgently needs strong men now. Aquino pressed the Navy cap on his forehead and gave his suggestion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the words. This is a good way to quickly increase the combat power of the naval headquarters. The world is so big, there are still many strong people in the folk. If they can be recruited to the naval headquarters, the strength of the naval headquarters will be greatly enhanced. At that time, when facing Luochu and the kingdom of Alexander, it will not be so passive. Although this is a good method, it is not in line with the rules. All the senior officers of the Navy headquarters are earned through bloody hard work and countless military merits. If it is directly promoted, it will be difficult to convince the public. Although Sengoku was a little moved by Sakisuke's proposal, there was still a hint of worry in his heart. Extraordinary measures must be taken at extraordinary times. If this continues, the Navy headquarters will sooner or later be destroyed in the hands of Alexander Lukiu. As the representative of the Jagged Hawks, Aquino doesn't care about the rules, he only cares about the results. In the original book, he promoted Fujitora and Green Bull as generals as soon as he took office, in order to quickly suppress the riots, the era of the great pirates. The warring states heard the words and fell silent. Aquino's words undoubtedly touched his heart. If the Navy headquarters continues like this, if no strong people join, it will be destroyed by Luochu sooner or later. After all, there is an insoluble hatred between Luochu and the world government. And their naval headquarters, as the military agency of the world government, must be the first to bear the brunt. This matter is very important, let me report it to the Commander-in-Chief and Lord Five Old Stars. The impact of this matter on the Navy headquarters is too great. Even if the warring states period is a martial, it cannot be easily decided. The matter was quickly reported to the Holy Land Marijoa by the warring states period. Pan-ancient city, in a huge palace. The 555-year-old guys sat together with a solemn expression. What do you think of the mentions reported by the warring states period? The white long-haired old star spoke out and asked the other four. Alas, I didn't expect that we have overestimated Alexander Lukiu enough, but I didn't expect to underestimate him. Judging from the current situation, the military headquarters is no longer strong enough to fight against the kingdom of Alexander. The golden short-haired Wu Laoxing sighed. The implication was already very obvious. The balance of the four emperors, the Kaiwuhei, and the naval headquarters has been broken. The world is about to run wild, and it is time for the naval headquarters to strengthen. The only person in the Five Old Stars who used a sword also agreed. If that's the case, then I agree to the Navy headquarters to carry out a big conscription. The white long-haired Five Old Star said with an inquiring tone. Seconded. 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 Without exception, it was passed unanimously. Their views are essentially the same as Akainu. They only care about the result. As for the hearts of the rest of the Navy, the 5 old stars really don't care. Soon, the 5 old stars' fate decision was communicated to the Navy headquarters. Seeing this, the Warring States period no longer hesitated, and directly issued a notice to the world for a big conscription. As long as you are not pirates or criminals, you can sign up. The powerful are directly promoted to become senior naval officers without starting from the grassroots. As soon as the draft order of the Navy headquarters came out, the whole world was in an uproar, and even the Navy headquarters caused quite a commotion. Such an order is unprecedented. The times are really going to run wild. Now the Whitebeard pirates are destroyed, and then the Navy headquarters issued a world conscription order, all of which indicate that the storm is coming. The Kingdom of Alexander, in the palace. Luo Qiu looked at the newspaper that Artoria sent over, with a slightly surprised look on his face. Navy headquarters conscription. Isn't this a move made by Akainu after the war? Is it because of my butterfly effect? It seems that the Navy headquarters is also feeling the crisis. But no matter how you recruit, it's just this world. And behind me, there is an endless world. Luo Qiu did not take the big conscription of the Navy headquarters seriously, even if he gathered the powerhouses from the entire pirate world. But for the big move of the Navy headquarters, Luo Qiu prepared a little surprise for them. Navy headquarters. The big conscription is in full swing. This time, the Navy has gained a lot, and there are still many masters among the people. The most eye-catching is undoubtedly the 3 people Fujitora, Green Bull, and Orakai. 3 people 3 have been pushed all the way from the beginning of registration, and have been promoted to the Navy headquarters, and bluntly said that they want to become the Navy headquarters admiral. For this, the warring states can only send generals to fight them. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru will fight against each other for 3 days and 3 nights. When it was confirmed that the 3 people really had the strength of generals, the naval headquarters and the world government directly promoted them to become generals. At this point, the rules of the 3 generals of the naval headquarters were completely broken. In doing so, the Navy headquarters also announced to the world that only those with the strength of an admiral can become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. In addition, 2 admiral candidates, Daotu and Chadu, were officially promoted to admirals. The news was announced at the Navy headquarters. At the time, countless people were even more crazy about it, and more people signed up. Although not everyone has the appearance of a general, but it also makes the Navy headquarters full and gains a lot of powerhouses. The strength of the Navy headquarters has suddenly increased unprecedentedly, thank you to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and recommend minute. Chapter 111, Combining Vertical and Horizontal, The Decision of the Big Mom Pirates. Navy headquarters, in the conference room. The warring states looked at the 8 generals and dozens of lieutenants with satisfaction. The world recruitment of the Navy headquarters this time was exceptionally smooth, the strength was several times higher than before, and it also gave the warring states and Luo Qiu the confidence to fight. Certainly. It was just his own opinion. The destruction of the Whitebeard pirates caused Luo Qiu's reputation to skyrocket unprecedentedly, and countless character templates were drawn, but his strength was no worse than the growth of the Navy. Qiu's words, then Luo Qiu will also let him know what cruelty is. But the warring states period is not so impulsive. Even if you want to shoot Luo Qiu, you have to wait for a perfect opportunity. He is really a little regretful now, why didn't he start the world conscription earlier? In this way, I can attack the kingdom of Alexander when Luo Qiu and the Whitebeard pirates are at war. The warring states period is really a bit swollen, and I always think that I am very good now. However, in Luo Qiu's eyes, the Navy headquarters is still a younger brother. New World. Torrent, the core of the pirate group's territory. Charlotte Lingling and the cotters of the family all gathered here. The atmosphere in the whole room was very heavy. Today, the situation is very unfriendly to the pirates. Luo Qiu just destroyed the Whitebeard pirates, and swallowed the territory under his command, and his power has become the most powerful in the world. The situation of the four emperors in the New World was broken, and Luo Qiu's undisguised ambition was clearly displayed during the live broadcast of the war with Whitebeard. He wants to unify the world. Compared with the red-haired pirates who live in no fixed place, the pirates have the largest territory and bear the brunt of it, and will naturally become Luo Qiu's next target. A thick crisis shrouded the hearts of all the members of the pirates. The strongest Whitebeard pirates of the four emperors were destroyed by Luo Qiu. Can their pirates really resist Luo Qiu's pace? Mom, Mother, my lovely sons, daughters, Alexander, Luo Qiu, you all watched the war with the Whitebeard pirates. His ambition is to unify the whole world. How should our family resist the kingdom of Alexander? The bloated aunt sat on the master with a dignified expression on her face. Charlotte Lingling, Whitebeard, and Kaido III were interns of the Rocks pirates at the beginning. Although they didn't have much affection, they didn't care about each other's strength. Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, no matter what. Both the defense and the resilience are the strongest in the world. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. He has the power to destroy the world and can be called the strongest destructive force in the world. But now these two, all of them died in Luo Qiu's hands. Next, is it your turn? Charlotte Lingling's heart is full of melancholy and despair. Although she is very strong, she doesn't think she will be stronger than Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard is not Luo. Ottoman opponent, how could she be Luo Qiu's opponent? No one in the room dared to answer for a long time. They didn't know what to say at all, and they didn't dare to talk nonsense, for fear of angering the ant and having her soul extracted and deprived of her life. Once the ant gets angry, no matter whether it is her own or not, she will directly extract her soul and deprive her of her life. Mom, to be honest, our Charlotte family is no match for the kingdom of Alexander at all. If you want to compete with it, you must find foreign aid. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. Dare to face it, Charlotte Lingling will not be the second person to say such words in front of her that may anger her, except for Katakuri, the second domineering owner of the Charlotte family. Because, only he who has the domineering look will not be afraid of the ant and will have his soul extracted. However, the ant did not become, as everyone thought, angry. Instead, he nodded in approval. Katakuri is right, but looking at the whole world, who can be our foreign aid? Who is willing to be our foreign aid? The other children let out a sigh of relief when they saw this, and began to express their own opinions. In addition to the four emperors, there are many underground kings in the New World, such as the king of loan sharks, Rufarad, the king of the sea, Bumit, the mortuary magnate, Dracula Peklo, and the queen of joy, Stacy. And many more. If the kingdom of Alexander really wants to unify the New World, their interests will inevitably be damaged. Our Charlotte family can unite with them to defend against Alexander Lukiu. Pero voiced his opinion. As the eldest son of the family, he is quite wise. Well, yes, these dark kings who have been in the underground world all the year round are not characters that are easy to provoke. It would be a good choice if we could unite them against the kingdom of Alexander. When Charlotte Lingling heard the words, she nodded her head all of a sudden, agreeing with Prospero's words. Mom, I heard that the bloodline factor technology of the Vinsmoke family in Bihai is very developed, and it can clone and manufacture excellent soldiers indefinitely. If our Charlotte family acquires this technology, our strength will definitely increase strongly. Charlotte Smoothie also offered her opinion. The Charlotte family's intelligence industry is very developed and can be called the first in the industry. Therefore, the matter of the bloodline factor of the Vinsmoke family has not been concealed from their intelligence network. Mom, if that's the case, then hold a grand tea party and invite all of them to discuss the matter against the kingdom of Alexander. Charlotte Lingling made a decision directly and was in a good mood. She believes that as long as she can successfully unite with these underground giants, she will be able to resist the attack of the Lucky Alexander kingdom. However, this is just what he thought. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 112 Against the Great Alliance of Alexander Kingdom. After the ant made a decision, she immediately sent someone to send the invitation to various underground kings in the New World. After receiving the invitation from the ant, everyone went there one after another. This is a major event related to their future survival, and they can't be treated with care. In a few days, the king of loan sharks, Luffy, the king of the sea, deep ocean current Umit, the funeral home giant, Dracula Peklo, the happy festival Queen Stacy and others all gathered at Cake Island. Cake Island Castle, in the garden. Next to a huge round table, Charlotte Lingling and the various underground kings in the New World sat around. After a while of eating and drinking, the crowd began to get to the point. Mom, I believe that the purpose of my invitation to come, you all already know. I believe you have seen the war between Alexander Lucky and the Whitebeard pirates. His power cannot be resisted by any one person alone, and his ambitions are already clear, wanting to destroy us all and unify the New World. What do you think about the alliance? Ant's words suddenly silenced these people, thinking about the serious relationship of the problem. Happy Queen Stacy and World Economic News Agency's big news Morgans didn't care too much. They all belong to legitimate business operations, and even Luo Qiuyi's access to the New World will not have much impact on them. If Luo Qiu agrees to the New World, the biggest impact will undoubtedly be the mortuary giant Dracula Peklo, who sells human organs, and the unscrupulous businessmen who illegally endanger the rule of Alexander's kingdom. According to the law of Alexandria promulgated by Luo Qiu, these businesses are not allowed at all. In the chaotic New World, this kind of business can be said to be booming and make huge profits. However, once the New World is unified and wants to become a country with sound laws, these businesses will inevitably fail and will gradually be destroyed. This is of course what they don't want to see. The funeral home magnate and the usury king looked at each other and immediately understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and agreed. Okay, we agree. I am willing to form an alliance with the Charlotte family to advance and retreat together to resist the invasion of the kingdom of Alexander. The two spoke at the same time. Mom, happy working together. When the ant heard the words, she suddenly showed a happy look. Immediately, he turned his attention to Stacy, Queen of Happy Street, Big News Morgans, Sea King, and others. How about you? Haha, Xiao Lingling, of course I support you. Stacy agreed with a smile, but only he himself knew how much he was sincere. I'm just a journalist, even if I form an alliance, I can't think of anything. Works, ha ha ha. Big News Morgans laughed and laughed, obviously not wanting to form an alliance. After all, in spite of whether Luo Qiu can unify the Cenozoic or not doesn't matter much. Charlotte, it's not impossible for me to join the League, but in the future, when the ships of the King of the Seas are the seaports in Lot's waters, they are not allowed to charge any fees. The Sea King Umit immediately put forward his own conditions for joining. Charlotte Lingling heard the words. His face suddenly sank. There are countless ships of the Sea King, and the annual fee to pass through the port in the Charlotte family's territory is absolutely astronomical. But when he thought of Luo Qiu who destroyed the Whitebeard, his gloomy face suddenly relaxed. The Sea King's influence spreads all over the world, and if he joins the alliance, he will definitely be able to fight Luo Qiu more effectively. Compared with the life and death of the Charlotte family, this benefit is nothing. Okay. I agree. In the future, in any port under the command of the Charlotte family, your ships can be parked at will without charging any fees. Hearing the words, Ocean King immediately showed a big smile and raised his glass to Charlotte Lingling. Ha ha ha, happy cooperation. Happy working together. Charlotte Lingling also raised a glass of wine to clink with it, representing the achievement of the alliance. Except for Big News Morgans, almost all of them agreed to form an alliance to fight against the kingdom of Alexander. Nor did they care about Morgans. Like he said, Morgans is just a journalist and can't play a big role at all. The tea party went on for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. All the details of the cooperation have been finalized, and all the talents have left. Alexander Kingdom, Royal Palace. Artoria in a suit walked towards Luo Qiu quickly with a letter in hand. Your Majesty, there is news from the intelligence personnel that the various underground darkness in the New World are gathering on Cake Island, where the pirates are stationed. This is a very unkind signal for our kingdom. Luo Qiu took the letter, opened it, read it, and threw it directly on the table. There is no need to say much about this kind of thing, their purpose is very clear. It's nothing more than feeling the crisis and wanting to stay warm together. Since we defeated the Whitebeard pirates, the forces in the whole New World have known about my ambitions, and everyone is in danger for a while, for fear that they will be the next to be destroyed. So I want to unite and form an alliance to fight against our kingdom of Alexander. Luo Qiu analyzed the Charlotte family's purpose in a few words. Then what measures do we need to take to deal with it? If they are allowed to develop together in this way, I am afraid it will be very unfavorable to our kingdom. Artoria said with a worried expression. Don't worry, no matter how many sheep are gathered together, they are still a group of sheep, and they will always be food in the dragon's mouth. The league is better, you can eat all at once. Luo Qiu leaned lazily on the chair. Not only did he not have the slightest worry in his expression, but instead revealed a hint of excitement. The alliance is good. He went to look for them one by one. For now, don't worry about those people, the first thing we do now is to digest the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and appease the hearts of the people. It is easy to fight the country, but it is difficult to defend the country. Well, it's been a long time for you, Ria-chan. Luo Qiu smiled and touched the dull hair on Artoria's head, her eyes full of pity. Artoria, who was still very serious at first, turned into a steam girl in an instant, and she looked very cute. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 113 Come on a trip that says go. Luo Qiu looked at Artoria's eyes that had started to circle, with a shy look about to faint, and quickly took away his palm. Hey! It will take at least a year for Ria-chan to completely digest Whitebeard's territory and stabilize her rule. The hair on her head regained her freedom, and Artoria suddenly recovered from that, extremely shy state. But her delicate cheeks were still red, like a ripe tomato. Well, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates is much larger than that of Wano Kingdom, and there are still many places that are against our Alexander Kingdom. It will take time to digest and deal with them. It will take a year at the fastest, or even more than a year. There was a hint of helplessness in Artoria's tone. No way. Managing a place is always more troublesome than occupying it. In this case, I want to travel for a while. The world is so big, I want to see it. Luo Qiu stood up, stretched his waist, and told Artoria what he thought. Judging from this situation, as long as other people didn't take the initiative to find trouble, there might not have been a war in the past year or so. Travel. Will there be any danger? No matter now. Whether it is the world government or the other major forces in the New World see you as a thorn in the eye. Artoria suddenly showed a worried expression when she heard the words. All right. You still don't know my strength, so it won't be in danger. Luo Qiu waved his hand and said nothing. Now his strength can be said to be completely the ceiling-level combat power of the current pirate world. If there is anyone else who can threaten him, it is probably the mysterious Lord I'm from the Holy Land Marijoa. However, as the supreme ruler of the world government, it is naturally impossible for her to do such a cheap thing as personally assassinating Luo Qiu. Yes. Artoria nodded, realizing that her worries were a bit unnecessary, and then looked at Luo Qiu with anticipation. Then when are you going to leave? Who are you going to take with you? Those green eyes stared straight at Luo Qiu, and clearly wrote, "Take me with you." Artoria's obvious intention was naturally seen by Luo Qiu, but Luo Qiu couldn't agree to her request. Well, don't think about it, Lia-chan, the kingdom would be paralyzed without your presence. When Artoria heard the words, a decadent aura filled her whole body, and even the dull hair on her head lost its vitality and fell down. Hey! Don't be unhappy, next time. Next time I will take you there when the kingdom settles down. Luo Qiu hurriedly saw Artoria's unlovable look. It's settled. Don't go back. If you regret it, I will be you. Artoria opened her mouth like a little lioness to frighten Luo Qiu. Special. I don't know that she has no deterrent power at all. She is cute and fierce, and she is extremely cute. Okay. It's settled. Luo Qiu and Artoria hooked their little fingers together and made an agreement. Just say go. The next day, Ram packed all Luo Qiu's luggage and left the kingdom of Alexander in an inconspicuous boat. Of course, it's just unremarkable on the outside, but the interior is still very luxurious, with all kinds of facilities. After all, he is out to travel, not out to suffer. For this entourage, Luo Qiu did not bring much, except for some sailors, navigators, and escorts, the two little maids Ram and Rem who have been taking care of Luo Qiu's daily life, and the character template drawn, the chef Nakari Arena. The rest of the people also wanted to travel with Luo Qiu, but they were all busy with the suppression of Alexander's kingdom and couldn't get away from it at all. Hey! Your Majesty, where do you want to travel? I heard that Bardi, a restaurant on the sea in the East China Sea, is very famous for its delicacies, so why don't you go and have a look? Nakari Arena's big watery eyes were full of anticipation. As a food-themed character in the Halberd Dimension world, he naturally has a strong interest in food. The biggest purpose of traveling with Luo Qiu this time is to experience the ingredients and dishes of the pirate world. Of course. Since it's a trip, it's natural to go to some famous places. It just so happens that I also want to go to Rog Town to see the place where Pirate King Gol Roger was executed. Luo Qiu naturally would not refuse Arena's small request, and he was going to go to the East China Sea to have a look first. Oi! Awesome! Thank you so much, Your Majesty the King. Mamada 3. The excited Arena immediately cast aside the arrogance of the eldest young lady, and directly hugged Luo Qiu's neck and stamped a slap on his face. Luo Qiu shook his head and laughed, but he didn't expect the cold Miss Arena to have such a side. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, don't call me Your Majesty outside, but call me young master. Luo Qiu instructed the crowd. Yes, my lord. The crowd responded in unison. Luo Qiu and others sailed all the way, preparing to enter the East China Sea directly from the Windless Belt. This is the lair of the Sea Kings, inhabited by countless large Sea Kings, and it is a hell-like place for ordinary people. But for Luo Qiu, it was nothing to worry about. Just exuding a trace of dragon power, the Sea Kings dare not approach at all. But just as Luo Qiu was about to leave the Windless Belt, a huge pirate ship pulled by two serpentine Sea Kings appeared in front of Luo Qiu's people. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 114 From the Worship of the Empress. The hull is red, and the flag has a skull painted on it, surrounded by 9 snakes. It is the protectorate pirates of the Daughter's Country, Amazon Lily, the 9 snake pirates. Dressed in a red cheongsam, with a perfect face and a devilish figure, Empress Boya Hankook is standing proudly at the bow of the boat. Listen to the merchant ships in front, you have already broken into the concubine's territory, leaving the treasure on the ship, or the concubine will turn you into stones and throw you into the sea. Boya Hankook shouted in the direction of Luo Chiu with an unquestionable voice. Wow! Mr. Hancock is so beautiful. Lord Hancock. Lord Empress. The members of the 9 snake pirates suddenly let out a maddened cry. Even the people on Luo Chiu's side were affected. After all, Boya Hankook is the number 1 beauty in the pirate world. Originally, she has such a peerless appearance, coupled with the charm of sweet fruits, she is simply killing men, women, and children, not to mention that it is difficult for ordinary people to resist, even flying squirrels. The elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters had to pierce their palms with daggers to distract their attention. Boya Hankook didn't expect to meet here. It's really not a great honor to meet the Empress Boya Hankook, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. But if you want to rob me, I'm afraid you don't have that strength. Luo Chiu slowly stepped onto the bow, looking directly at Hancock with his golden eyes, and an aura of dominance erupted from him. Clap la la, the calm sea instantly became, the waves were turbulent, even the sky the clouds were washed away. Putong putong putong, the members of the 9 snake pirates suddenly fell one by one like cutting wheat, their eyes turned white, and they lost consciousness. Even those ferocious sea kings were not spared. They turned their stomachs and floated to the surface of the sea, floating around Luo Chiu's ships. The scene was very spectacular. The entire 9 snake pirates, except for the domineering Boya Hankogram able to stand, the rest have all fallen to the ground. It's a tyrannical look. There was a dignified look in Boya Hancock's dark blue eyes. This level of domineering is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Look up. Luo Chiu's figure suddenly came into Boya Hankook's eyes, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Some covered their mouths in disbelief, and their eyes showed unparalleled excitement. Although this is only the first time the two have met, Luo Chiu's figure has long been deeply imprinted in Hancock's mind. Worship, awe, and admiration are in the eyes of Boya Hancock's circulation. You are Alexander Rochuk. Seeing the person he had been thinking about day and night and worshipped, Boya Hankook was speechless. Yes, it's me. Boya Hankook, you think that although the other party is the number 1 beauty in the pirate world, Luo Chiu is not, a guy who can't walk when he sees a beauty. And as a king, the most important thing around him is beautiful women. If Boya Hankook didn't know how to lift up, Luo Chiu wouldn't be merciful because she was the number 1 beauty. Wow! Luo Kyuta, you are so straight. Called my name. Is this love? Are we going to get married? I'm so happy to be a concubine. When Boya Hancock heard Luo Chiu call out her name, his face flushed and he fell into a state of reverie, showing a happy expression on his face. Luo Chiu, after getting married, a series of question marks appeared on Luo Chiu's forehead, his momentum stagnated, his body staggered and almost fell into the sea. What the hell am I doing? Why did it get involved in marriage all of a sudden? This brain circuit should not be too strange. So what is Boyakuk? Putong Boya Hankook fainted when he heard the words, a happy flush appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, I agree, I agree, I agree. Luo Chiu suddenly had a black line, you agree with the ghost. What did I say? This person is a fool. Ram looked at Boya Hankook, who had fainted on the deck, and said with a dull expression. Should be. Ram nodded his head seriously. It's a pity for such a pretty face. Arina also shook her head and sighed. Let's go. Luo Chiu didn't want to entangle with such a wonderful Boya Hankook, so he directly ordered his subordinates to leave the boat. Luo Chiu walked for a long time before Boya Hankook woke up leisurely, and there was still a light of happiness in his eyes. Great, I didn't expect to be able to see Lord Luoqiu with my own eyes today. I'm so happy as a concubine. Lord Luoqiu. Where's Lord Luoqiu going? Hancock wanted to find Luoqiu's figure, but there are still people around. Luoqiu ran away. However, he set up a spiritual pressure barrier for the 9 snake pirates. As long as someone touches it from the inside, it will automatically unwrap. Is this Luoqiu's way of protecting me? Hancock looked at the Ryotsu barrier in front of him, and unconsciously touched it with his hands. The moment she touched it, the Ryotsu barrier began to lift, allowing the pirate ship of the 9 snake pirates to return to freedom. Disappeared. My concubine is so sad. It seems that I have been staying under the protection of Lord Luoqiu. Hancock looked at the disappearing Ryotsu barrier, and suddenly fell down on the deck with a look of disappointment. For Luoqiu. Hancock has been following since he killed the Draco in the Chambord Islands. For Hancock, the Draconians are a complete nightmare, both hated and feared. God knows how shocked and awed Hancock was when he found out that Luoqiu killed the Tianlong people. In the eyes of people in this world, Tianlong people are like gods, and Luoqiu is a god-killer in Hancock's heart, a hero who slays her nightmares. In the original book, Luffy was just fighting the flying dragon, and Hancock fell in love with him. What's more, Luoqiu directly killed the Tianlong people. Lord Luoqiu. Hancock will definitely follow in your footsteps. Hancock looked at the direction where Luoqiu was going, secretly made up his mind, and his eyes revealed a touch of firmness. The 115th Sea Restaurant Ballady, Arena, the tongue of the gods, launched the halberd. The 9 Snake Pirates is just a small episode on Luoqiu's journey. Luoqiu could probably guess the reason for Hancock's reaction, but it was because he had killed the Tianlong people. It's not bad to have a fangirl with the world's #1 beauty. However, Luoqiu was really indifferent to Hancock's bizarre character. So Luoqiu directly set up a barrier to prevent accidents, and chose to leave. After crossing the windless zone, Luoqiu came to the East China Sea. As the weakest sea area in the 4 seas, the pirates here are generally weak, and there are few pirates with more than 30 million bailies. According to the direction of the map, Luoqiu and his party drove directly to Ballady, the sea mountain restaurant that Arena was looking forward to. On the deck, Luoqiu was lying above the sun wearing a pair of beach pants and sunglasses. Ram and Rem each held a feather fan and fanned Luoqiu gently and rhythmically. The bright sunshine, the blue sea, the cool sea breeze, the caring maid, Luoqiu felt extremely comfortable. Since the time of crossing, Luoqiu has never been so comfortable when he is either fighting or on the way. It seems that this trip is really right. Suck Luoqiu and take a sip of the special freshly squeezed juice handed over by Arena. Luoqiu couldn't help but take a few more sips, a cup of fruit. Luoqiu drank the juice in a few seconds. Hey! It's really a pleasure to have Arena around. You can enjoy this delicious food anytime, anywhere. Luoqiu lay contentedly on the sun lounger, feeling that it was definitely the most correct choice for him to bring Arena with him this time. After a period of sailing, a huge fish head appeared in the eyes of Luoqiu and others, which was the bow of Ballady, the restaurant at sea. That's the sea restaurant Ballady, it's quite unique. Luoqiu looked at the huge mackerel head and suddenly revealed a smile. After the boat was parked, Luoqiu led Ram and Arena directly to Ballady's deck. Welcome, sir, please come with me. Whether it was Luoqiu's clothes or temperament, or the guards and maids beside him, it was obvious that Luoqiu was not an ordinary person. Barty's chef, Patty, immediately greeted him flatteringly. He is a very realistic person, he treats the rich with respect and flattery, and treats the poor with ill words. But this is none of Luoqiu's business. He came here today just to satisfy Arena's wish, and by the way, taste Ballady's specialties. Bring us some of your party's most distinctive dishes, and by the way, send some to the escorts on my boat, so that they can eat until they are full. Money is not a problem. Luo Qiu said to Patty very arrogantly. In spite of whether you are treating yourself or your subordinates, you will be stingy. As a king, money is just a number to him, and it's just that he is against the world government, and Bailey, who robs the sky, is an astronomical number. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. When Patty heard the words, the smile on his face became more exuberant. He just liked such arrogant customers. Luo Qiu chose a round dining table by the window, and it was very comfortable to be able to enjoy the beautiful view of the sea while enjoying the food. It didn't take long for the special dishes to be served one by one with all the flavors and tastes. The waiter holding the plate looked towards Luo Qiu, especially when it was Ram Ram and Arina beside him. He went mad with jealousy. This is the life he has always dreamed of. Black suit, blonde hair, curly eyebrows, such a distinctive appearance. Is Sanji Blackfoot, one of the three main forces of the future Straw Hat Pirates. But now he hasn't joined the Straw Hat Pirates yet. He's just the chef of the sea restaurant Baladi. Hello, please take your time. Although Sanji was mad at Luo Qiu, who was surrounded by beauty, the most basic etiquette was still there. Go on, Arina. Didn't you look forward to it for a long time? Luo Qiu said to her with a smile. Thank you, young master, then I'm welcome. Arina bowed to Luo Qiu and hurriedly picked up her chopsticks to taste the long-awaited East China Sea specialties. Arina, who is a character in the world of food-themed food, is always attracted to her by food. Arina removed the crab legs of a butter king crab and put it in her mouth, savoring its taste. The steaming time of this king crab is 5 seconds shorter, and the butter is added a little too much, which hides the deliciousness of some king crab meat. If it can be reduced by 1 gram, it will be even more delicious. Bad review. Immediately, Arina took another ball. The elasticity is slightly poor, the meat quality is good, but the noodles are not in place. Bad review. Bad reviews for abalone. Poor reviews for steak. Arina will judge every dish she tastes, without exception. All of them are negative reviews. No dish can satisfy this lady with the tongue of God. It's not that the food is not good enough, but the lady's requirements for food are too high. Even if the crab is steamed for 5 seconds less, and the butter is less than 1 gram, it can achieve the most delicious taste. It is estimated that no one in the entire restaurant can meet Arina's request except for Jep, the master chef. Hey. This, beautiful lady. Every piece of food in front of you is carefully cooked by me with 12 points of energy. Although it may be just a piece of food for you, but for me it's all the hard work. The food that he cooked carefully was all bad reviews. Even if the other party was a beautiful woman, Sanji couldn't accept it. Well, this only shows that your cooking skills are not at home. Such ingredients are a total waste in your hands. Arina looked arrogant and mocked Sanji mercilessly. Hey. Are you here to eat or to find fault? Patty said to Arina with a bad expression. In his opinion, this is a complete challenge to the restaurant. I just heard that Bharati Sea Restaurant is the most famous restaurant in the East China Sea, so I want to come and experience the cooking here. It turned out to be easy and I was disappointed. Arina shook her head in disappointment. All the staff in the restaurant felt a deep sense of humiliation when they heard the words. For a chef, nothing is more uncomfortable than when guests say their food is unpalatable. Isn't that convinced? Since that's the case, let's use the cooking skills to decide the outcome. Let's have a halberd meal. Arina pointed at the waist and pointed at the people in the Bharati restaurant, and challenged, the queen is full of style. Chef Bharati was dumbfounded when he heard the words. Shiji, thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 116 The Disturbed Halberd, Splitting the Sea with a Sword. What does eating halberd mean? Sanji asked suspiciously. Shiji is a duel between chefs, using cooking skills to compete. First, there must be a notary who can prove that this match is a formal test. Second, there must be an odd number of people member. Thirdly, both sides of the competition must agree to the relevant conditions of the competition. As long as the above conditions are met, the halberd eating showdown can be held. How dare you agree? Erina looked at Sanji provocatively. Why don't you dare? But I have one condition. If you lose, you must apologize to my dish. Sanji has learned cooking from Zap since he was a child, and he doesn't think his cooking skills will lose to anyone. Of course. But if you do, you'll never be allowed to pick up kitchen utensils in front of me. Erina also put forward a condition. Okay, it's a deal. Old man, Patty, Carnier, please let the three of you be the referee. Sanji shouted to Zap and the others. No problem, boy, don't you lose face of our sea restaurant party. Patty said loudly to Sanji. Since the conditions for eating halberds are met, let's start quickly. Erina urged impatiently, clasping her arms. Well, don't you worry about being so confident. The chefs as judges are all from our side. Sanji half joked. Hee. If you can't even be fair and just in the chef duel, then you don't deserve to be a chef. Erina sneered, shook her long hair, and walked proudly to the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Erina and Sanji are on each side, and the kitchen utensils and ingredients used are all exactly the same. The theme of the cuisine is also very simple, just a bowl of very ordinary seafood fried rice. But the more common dishes, the more able to reflect the level of a chef. I declare, the halberd showdown, begin. Zap announced loudly as Erina said. Swish, the two acted almost simultaneously. Ignite, preheat, heat the oil, and the action is done in one go. Squid, shrimp, abalone, sea cucumber, and other seafood ingredients have been cut into shreds or slices. Now, the gap between Sanji and Erina began to show. Only see. Erina's swordsmanship, no matter what. It is to cut anything, and it can be cut to the same size, thickness, and length. Sanji, on the other hand, was a little bit weaker. All of these were seen by the chefs around, and one by one showed incredible expressions. What a fine knife work this is. It's like perfect art. Even Patty, who was not good to Erina at first, couldn't help but be impressed by Erina's artful swordsmanship. Sanji is in danger. This is what everyone has in mind. Knife craftsmanship is the basic skill of a chef. With such a solid chef, his cooking skills will not be too bad. Gradually approaching the end. Right now. Bang. The door to the kitchen was violently pushed open, and a chef ran in a panic. It's not good. It's not good. The overlord of the East China Sea, Crick, is coming, let us immediately prepare 5,000 meals for 5,000 people. Otherwise destroy our Bardi restaurant. But we simply don't have that many ingredients now. The chef panted to Zap and the others, his voice mixed with deep fear. As a person from the East China Sea, who does not know the name of Admiral Crick? He is a super sea tyrant with 50 warships and 5,000 people. Lord. Rampage in the East China Sea, no one can match. Damn. These nasty pirates. Everyone is ready to fight. Patty cursed angrily, took out a huge fork, and walked out viciously. The chefs of the sea restaurant Baladi are not, those chefs without combat power, their predecessors were pirates. The head chef Zap is the red-footed Zap who was once famous for the Great Root. I don't know how many pirates came to attack their restaurant, but they all beat them back. It's just that the enemy this time is a little too powerful. Hey. My little cook finally has an interest in something, but she can't be disturbed so easily. You guys continue to judge the halberd battle here. The guy outside gave it to me. Luo Qiu, who had been leaning against the wall to watch Erina and Sanji eat the halberd, stood up and walked out. Erina, as Luo Qiu's exclusive little cook, spends her time cooking all kinds of food for Luo Qiu every day, and finally has a battle of eating halberds, and Luo Qiu naturally can't let her be disturbed. Exactly, just finished eating, exercise muscles and bones. Hey. What are you going to do? Don't be stupid. The other party is Admiral Crick, the overlord of the East China Sea. He has 5,000 subordinates. Patty reminded Luo Qiu loudly. Luo Qiu turned a deaf ear to Patty's reminder, and walked out under the shocked eyes of everyone, with a faint smile of disdain on the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the overlord of the East China Sea is nothing but an ant. Even the overlord of the New World, Kaido, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, all died in his hands, but the people here haven't recognized Luo yet. It's autumn. If these people knew who was standing in front of them, they would probably scare the piss directly. Luo Qiu walked to the deck outside the restaurant and immediately saw the pirate ships around the Bardi restaurant. One of the pirate ships with the head of a leopard is very eye-catching. It is a huge sailboat with more than 50 meters and 3 decks. Crick, in golden armor, was standing on the bow with a fierce look on his face. Hey! Everyone listens to Uncle Ben. If you don't prepare 5,000 servings of food for 5,000 people before sunset today, I will tear down your restaurant. In spite of whether it was a guest or a cook, they all looked at the ferocious Crick with fear. After all, as the overlord of the East China Sea, he is still very powerful to the local people in the East China Sea. Deterrent. Well, my little cook is in a showdown with others, but you will disturb her. Luo Qiu's expression was indifferent, in sharp contrast to the shivering, pale-looking guests and chefs. So what? Crick's gaze turned to Luo Qiu. The pistol in his hand was already aimed at Luo Qiu's head, revealing ruthless killing intent. If you disagree, you will kill. This is the nature of a pirate. How dare he talk to Crick like this? It's over, it's over. He's dead. I hope it doesn't get us involved. Everyone around looked at Luo Qiu as if they were looking at a dead person. They had never heard of anyone who had offended Crick and survived. So please go. Fuck slash. Luo Qiu pulled out. The zanpakuto around his waist suddenly swung, and suddenly sent out a scorching slash that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Hoochie! The sea was torn apart and evaporated. Kaka! The sailboat broke in two in an instant, and the entire sea was split open. Looking down from the sky, the sea is like a bottomless abyss. Grand Canyon suddenly appeared. Eye-opening. The dog is dumbfounded. The expression is shocking to the extreme. Chapter 117 Sudden Destruction of the Group. Erina's flawless cooking. The bottomless abyss is like a moat in the middle of the sea, and the endless sea water pours into it, but no matter how it is filled. Everyone looks at the scene in horror. I can't believe my eyes. How can human beings have such power? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Some people rubbed their eyes, some shook their heads, completely unable to see the facts in front of them. In the weakest sea in the East China Sea, the average bounty of pirates does not exceed 3 million, and even the devil fruit is a legendary ability. Luo Qiu's strength has completely surpassed their worldview. The sailboat was split in half by Luo Qiu, and fell to both sides, setting off a huge wave, slowly silent in the sea. The East Sea Overlord Admiral Crick, who was regarded as a devil by everyone in the restaurant, also broke in two with the boat. Halfway, the corpse fell into the sea. Gudong Baradi restaurant, on the deck, the sound of swallowing saliva came one after another, and cold sweat gathered down their foreheads to the ground with their chins lowered. Shock. Fear. Awe. Admiration. Emotions flashed rage on their faces. Luo Qiu is as powerful as a god to them. Lord Admiral. This man is simply not human. Everyone. Run away. Admiral Crick's pirate group saw this, and they were almost scared to pee. They quickly turned the bow and fled, for fear that they would become the next Crick. As for revenge, don't joke. They are all real pirates. The vicious guy, how could he have the idea of revenge? It's good to be alive. But they want to escape. They haven't asked Luo Qiu yet. Cut the heat in hell. Swish. Luo Qiu's flowing blade Ruohuo slashed horizontally again. Boom dash. The pirate ship under the Crick pirates was instantly engulfed by pillars of fire, and countless pirates wailed in the flames and turned to ashes. Even the surrounding sea water was evaporated. Chong. Turn around and leave. Everyone subconsciously made way for Luo Qiu, looking at Luo Qiu to the extreme, with awe to the extreme. However, this man just swung two swords to get rid of them all. Completely refreshed their cognition of the world. It's a kind of power that they don't think about. How can people be so powerful? Ding. The host kills the overlord of the East China Sea, which will cause a strong shock effect, and the reputation value will increase by 99. Ding. The host killed the overlord of the East China Sea, which caused a strong shock effect, and the reputation value increased by 99. Ding. The host killed the overlord of the East China Sea, which caused a strong shock effect, and the reputation value increased by 99. On the way back to the kitchen, Luo Qiu kept receiving beeps from the system. It's all reputation points contributed by the guests and chefs of Barty. In the East China Sea, Luo Qiu beheading Admiral Crick is equivalent to Luo Qiu beheading Whitebeard in the New World. When Luo Qiu walked to the kitchen, everyone looked at Luo Qiu with a monster's eyes. Although they didn't go out just now, they looked through the window. When it comes to Luo Qiu's performance, Nima. With two swords, he directly killed the East Sea Overlord Crick, and their eyes popped out. And the two of them in the halberd confrontation seemed to have nothing happened. Still concentrating on his cooking. At this time, the cooking is nearing the end, and the outcome is about to be announced. Finish. Erina took the lead in placing the seafood fried rice on a plate to complete the cooking. Sanji followed. Erina first cast a grateful look at Luo Qiu, thanking Luo Qiu for allowing her to successfully complete this halberd eating duel. Then he turned his attention to Zap and Piety Karn. Next, asked the referee to try it and make a judgment. What a delicious taste. It's hard to imagine that this is just an ordinary plate of seafood fried rice. Patty intoxicated and took a deep breath of the aroma of the food. Immediately began to try it. After scooping out a whole spoonful and putting it in his mouth, Patty's pupils shrank. It feels like the rice grains of the fried rice are bouncing in the mouth like they are alive, refreshing, tender and bouncy. Squid, scary, abalone. The taste of various seafoods such as fish mixed together and hit the taste buds, making people feel as if they were swimming in the sea. Moreover, he only felt the deliciousness of the seafood without the slightest fishy smell. This is what shocked him the most of. As a seafood ingredient, no matter how the chef handles it will eventually bring a slight fishy smell. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of Erina's cooking. Perfect. This is Patty's evaluation of Erina's seafood fried rice. Impeccable. There is no flaw at all. No wonder she said that before. Maybe Sanji's cooking won't catch her eye at all. Zap and Carney rated it exactly as Patty, flawless. At this point, they have lost all hope of Sanji's victory. They grew up watching Sanji from childhood, and they knew how many pounds and tales of cooking skills. Based on the principle of fairness, Patty, Zap, and Karna tried Sanji's food again. Exactly as they imagined, although Sanji's cooking is not bad, the comparison with Erina's is completely one sky and one underground. How about it? How is the result? Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly protruded a smoke ring. Although Sanji had already guessed one or two from the expressions on Zap and the others, he still had a little bit of fantasy in his heart. "Winner, Miss Erina," the three of Zap said in unison. As chefs, they naturally wouldn't judge against their conscience because Sanji was on their side. The cigarette in Pata Sanji's mouth fell to the ground, his head bowed, and his expression was full of loneliness. Although he already had guesses in his heart, it was still a little hard to accept when he heard it from Zap and others. "I lost." To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 119 Identity Exposed. Meet the thief cat Nami. "You lose. Remember, never pick up kitchen utensils in front of me, unless you can beat me in the halberd," Erina said to Sanji mercilessly. "I see. I will never pick up kitchen utensils in front of you until I beat you." Sanji clenched his fists and lowered his head, his voice full of endless loss. This was definitely the most humiliating day of his life as a chef. But all of this is my own inferiority, and there is nothing to complain about. "I'm sorry, young master. I made you worry." Erina walked up to Luo Qiu, bowed deeply, and was very grateful and moved by Luo Qiu's behavior of protecting herself from the halberd-eating showdown just now. "Well, how can you say that you are also my exclusive little cook?" Luo Qiu touched her head with a hint of doting on her face. Erina will definitely make more delicious dishes for the young master." Erina suddenly showed a cat-like expression of enjoyment, and assured Luo Qiu with a small fist. Everyone in the surrounding Barati restaurant was shocked when they saw Erina's posture in front of Luo Qiu. This is a person who changed his face, it's too fast. He just looked like a cold and arrogant queen, but in a blink of an eye I got a little cook who is 2-2. It's so enviable. At the same time, everyone was also deeply curious about Luo Qiu's identity. What kind of character can make the arrogant and beautiful chef around you become the exclusive chef? "Hey, I'm going to cause you trouble this time. How much is the meal?" Luo Qiu asked Zap. Although there were some small episodes, there was no conflict between the two sides. Luo Qiu would not bully others, he just wanted to be a good traveler now. "No, it's us who should be thanked. If your excellency hadn't come to help, I'm afraid our sea restaurant Barty would not be able to avoid a tough battle today. Let's treat today's food as a thank you gift." Zap was very light on what kind of person was standing in front of him. After all, he had also sailed the Great Route for a year, and his knowledge was still a little. Splitting the sea with one sword, even the Great Sea Route is an unheard of monster. I am afraid that such a monster can only appear in the distant New World. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. Gone. Luo Qiu waved his hand and turned to leave. "Dear guest, please walk slowly." Patty bowed deeply to Luo Qiu. Under the grateful eyes of all the chefs in the Barati restaurant, Luo Qiu's ship gradually drifted away. This is because when the characters are around him, there is always a deep pressure, so that I don't even dare to breathe. After Luo Qiu walked away, Patty took a deep breath, and his tense expression suddenly relaxed. Yes. Being able to split the sea with one sword and instantly destroy the Creek pirates is definitely not a character that can appear in this place in the East China Sea. Carnegie was also very embarrassed. That man is the man on top of the world. Jep sighed in awe as he looked at Luo Qiu's distant ship. Obviously he has recognized Luo Qiu's identity. The top of the world, isn't it? Could it be? When Patty heard the words, he swallowed hard and hurriedly pulled out a stack of reward orders, and stared at a string of super reward orders full of zeros. Can't go wrong. It's him. A reward of 5.5 billion 9.5 million Bailey is offered, and the 4 emperors Kaido have been defeated in a row. The world's strongest man, the white-bearded Super Sea Emperor, the king of the New World Alexander Kingdom, Alexander Lukiu. For Luo Chiu's name, Patty almost shouted out. At this time, he felt a little weak all over, and fell directly on the ground. His eyes were full of shock. The impact of Luo Chiu's identity on him was too great. He was almost unbearable. When he thought that he had shouted to Luo Chiu that he had come to the store to find fault, he felt a little cold all over. It is estimated that such a big man can crush himself to death with one finger. Fortunately, he did not care about himself at all. The rest of Barty's restaurant didn't respond much better than Patty. But while they were afraid, they also had a sense of honor. They didn't expect to be able to stand with such a legendary big man. It feels like they can blow it for a lifetime. Wait. I'll definitely go back and beat you. Sanji clenched his fists and vowed inwardly. Luo Chiu didn't know that his identity had been recognized by Zap and the others. After leaving the sea restaurant Barity, he went straight to Rogtown. He planned to see the place where One Piece was executed. Help! 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 In the process of Luo Chiu's advance, a cry for help came into his ears. Looking around, a young girl with short orange hair was struggling in the sea, looking like she was about to drown. Seeing that person's appearance, Luo Chiu's mouth suddenly evoked a playful smile. One Piece, Fan Lukiu, has seen it more than 10 times before, and he is familiar with the protagonist and can no longer be familiar with it. That person is the navigator of the future Straw Hat Pirates, the thief cat Nami. At this time, Nami should also be stealing money everywhere to get 100 million Bailey to buy Cocoa West Village from the dragon. It seems that he was targeted by this thief cat. It's interesting. Save her. Luo Chiu instructed the guards beside him. It's not bad to play a game of cat and mouse for a long journey. Soon, the drowning girl was rescued by the guards. When she saw Luo Chiu's clothes and the facilities on the ship, her eyes suddenly became extremely bright. She seemed to see countless Baileys waving to her. The look in Nami's eyes was naturally caught in Luo Chiu's eyes, which made him sigh in his heart. This is really Nami. As expected of the thief cat who sees money with open eyes. Thank you very much. My parents and I were attacked by pirates on a trip, and my parents tried their best to protect me from being attacked by pirates. I've been floating in the sea all day. If you didn't happen to pass by, I might be buried in the sea. Woohoo! Nami wiped her tears and told Luo Chiu about her tragic experience. Haha, it's quite like if Luo Chiu hadn't read the original book, I would have believed it. I don't know if Burmel knew if Nami arranged this way and he would jump out of the grave and beat her angrily. I like this book, friends and friends. Please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 119. The showdown is over, I am the king, with a reward of 5.595 billion Bailey. Oh, then you really are. Luo Chiu took a long note and looked at Nami meaningfully. Nami's heart burst when Luo Chiu looked at her. Oops. No, find out. Yeah. I'm so miserable, please take me to the next island. Nami didn't know if Luo Chiu had discovered her intentions, so she could only nod her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry. I'm not a good person, stay on the boat in peace. Nami, it's not so good, how can anyone say that about herself? It's over. It's over. I shouldn't have run into a trafficker, right? Nami's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and her body changed a little. Trembling. Have you entered the den of thieves? I can't wait for the next boat to pass by. Nami looked at Luo Chiu cautiously, and said in a dull voice. What do you think? Luo Chiu picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip, giving her a look that made her feel it, as if to say to him again, little thief cat, you can't escape my palm. Nami showed an embarrassed but polite smile, Haha, I think this boat is very good, you guys are really kind. In fact, her heart was about to cry. Luo Qiu looked at Nami, looked up and down, and showed a malicious smile. A girl as cute as you must be able to sell a lot of money. Nami, I'm crying. Sure enough. She's a human trafficker. I knew I shouldn't have paid attention to this boat. This is a good time, I haven't caught the treasure, so I just put myself in it. Brother, it's me, I'm not cute at all, I have a lot of problems, like smoking, drinking, snoring, and farting in my sleep. I have little strength, I can't work, and I can eat very well, no one wants to buy me. Nami clasped her knees with both hands, her body shrunk into a ball, and she said a lot, constantly belittling herself, saying that what she said was worthless, she was so weak, helpless, and pitiful. Oh, so you are so useless. Luo Qiu is also possessed by the Oscar-winning actor, who has a nose and eyes. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a useless person, and I can't sell it for a good price. Brother, let me go. Nami nodded again and again, thinking that Luo Qiu believed what she said. If that's the case, then use you as bait to catch sharks. Just use the waist. Nami. Are you a devil? Big brother, my meat smells so bad, sharks definitely don't like my type. Nami Niu said with a full face. My god. What kind of boat am I on? Yo, what's wrong? Nami, the thief cat, aren't you very excited? Countless pirate captains have been tricked around, and their treasures have been stolen. Why are you so direct today? Seeing Nami terrified like a little beast, Qiu suddenly had a showdown and revealed his identity in one sentence. Nami looked surprised. You know me. Familiar can no longer be familiar. I was born in Coco West Village in the East China Sea, adopted by the Navy Belmer, and forced to join the evil dragon pirates by the Murloc Aaron. I am going to gather 100 million Baileys to buy Coco West Village from the Murloc Aaron. Right, Nami. Luo Qiu looked at her with a half smile but not a smile, saying her identity and experience sentence by sentence. Along with Luo Qiu's voice, Nami's pupils dilated little by little, revealing a deep incredible color. How is it possible? He knows me so well. How do you know so much? Nami covered her mouth and asked Luo Qiu with a trembling voice. This really surprised her. She also felt a strong fear. She felt that she had no secrets in front of Luo Qiu. I said that I can read people's hearts and predict the future, do you believe it? Luo Qiu approached Nami with a mysterious face. I believe. Although this statement was absurd in Nami's mind, she nodded involuntarily. The man in front of him is so mysterious. Nami looked at Luo Qiu's cheek and suddenly felt a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. The thief cat, how about making a deal? What a deal? Nami stammered and asked, looking at Luo Qiu, her eyes were full of deep fear. I know you are a very gifted navigator. Well, I will help you eliminate the evil dragon pirates. You join my kingdom as a royal navigator and serve the royal family all your life, how about you? Luo Qiu, who has read the original book, naturally knows that Nami is a talented navigator, and such an important talent naturally needs to be paid under his command. As for where the Straw Hat Pirates should play, Luo Qiu doesn't care what happens to them. Really, you can really destroy the dragon pirates. They are big pirates with a reward of 20 million Baileys. Nami said in disbelief. The dragon pirate is the nightmare of her life. As a Murloc, her strength is 10 times that of ordinary people, and her combat power will be doubled in the water. Even the Navy can't do anything about it. In her eyes, the dragon is invincible. Exist. Fuck haha. Hearing this, Luo Qiu immediately covered his stomach and laughed, while Rem and the others kept covering their mouths and smiling, as if they had heard some funny jokes. What are you laughing at? What's wrong with what I said? Nami looked at Luoqiu and the others who were laughing with a dumbfounded expression. She didn't know why. When will a pirate with a reward of 20 million be called a big pirate? Luoqiu burst into tears as he covered his stomach and laughed. Nami-san, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the big pirates. If you want to be called a big pirate, you must at least offer a reward of more than 100 million bailey. Rem explained to Nami, the little rookie. 100 million baileys. Nami suddenly exclaimed, then looked at Luoqiu mechanically, and asked dumbly, how much is the reward? No, see for yourself. Luoqiu handed his reward order to Nami. The string of zeros blinded Nami's eyes. With trembling fingers, he counted on the reward order, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Counting to the end, her whole body was trembling, her heartbeat was racing, her mouth was dry, her eyes widened to the extreme. She glanced at the reward order, and then at Luoqiu, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. 1,950 bailey. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 120 Detour to Kokoyaksi village, frightened to the desperate dragon. Nami's screaming voice almost pierced the sky. Looking at the long string of zeros on the reward order, she couldn't believe her eyes. For her now, a pirate offering a reward of 20 million is a huge nightmare, an existence without resistance. Not to mention this kind of person who offers a reward of billions of baileys. This is completely beyond her imagination. What the hell are you, why do you have such a high bounty? Nami sat on the deck with her palm on the ground, looking at Luoqiu with a terrified expression. Her heart was beating as fast as a small electric motor. What kind of existence is a person of more than 1 billion bailey? Say it. I am the king. The king of the kingdom of Alexander. As for why the reward is so high. But it's because he killed at Tianlong, the naval hero Garp, killed the king's 7 Wilhei Doflamingo, killed the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido, Whitebeard, oh. Yes. I almost killed the navy headquarters. General. Luoqiu rested his chin with his right index finger and recalled the reason why he was offered a reward. Nami almost fainted when she heard the words. Although she still doesn't understand what it means to be under the 7 Wilhei, 4 emperors, etc. with her current knowledge, the identity of Tianlong people is known to the world. The 20 kings who formed the world government descendants, known as the existence of gods. I didn't expect this man in front of him to kill gods. What else? 4 emperors, naval heroes, kings under Kai Wilhei, etc. It sounds very bullish, but all of them are he was killed by the man in front of him. Is this a powerful being? The dragon may be as weak as an ant in his eyes. Who? Nami took a deep breath and her eyes were sure, okay. I promise. As long as you can help me eliminate the evil dragon, save the Koko West village, and avenge Belmer, my life is yours. After knowing Luoqiu's strength, Nami agreed to Luoqiu's friendship without hesitation. Easy. Her hatred for the evil dragon was deep in her bones. As long as she could kill the evil dragon even if it cost her her life, she would agree without hesitation, let alone serving Luoqiu. Very good. From today you are a member of the kingdom of Alexander. Luoqiu suddenly showed a satisfied smile. Nami is completely equivalent to a humanoid weather forecast, which can avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Sometimes, the power of nature cannot be underestimated. The Golden Lion Shiki, who was once as famous as Roger the Pirate King, was defeated by the sea. If it wasn't for a sudden storm, the Roger pirates might have been killed. Yes. See His Majesty the King. Nami quickly stepped into the role. Go down and turn to Kokoyashi village. Luoqiu said to Ram beside him. Yes. Young master. Rem immediately got up and went to the cab to convey Luo Qiu's order. After receiving Luo Qiu's order, the sailor immediately turned the bow and sailed in the direction of Coco West Village. After one day, the island where Coco West Village is located is already in sight. Standing on the bow deck, Nami clenched her fists involuntarily, looking very excited. Finally! Finally! To break the nightmare of Wu, the evil dragon. Here it is. There is the base camp of the evil dragon, the paradise of the evil dragon. Nami pointed to a tall building on the island and said to Luo Qiu, that was her nightmare for many years. In that case, let's say hello first bar. Luo Qiu jumped to the bow, looked at the building of evil dragon paradise in the distance, and slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto at his waist. Remnant fire Tadeo north, heaven and earth will be destroyed. A fiery sword energy was suddenly split out by Luo Qiu. The sea that was swept by the sword energy instantly burst out with scorching heat. Water vapor, the sea in front was split into a deep ravine like a canyon. The sword energy went straight forward, splitting the sea, splitting the land, and splitting into the realm of the dragon. Kaka. That building that troubled Nami countless years of nightmares were instantly cut open like tofu in front of Luo Qiu's sword energy, and they were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared. This. Nami covered her mouth and was completely speechless in shock. The sea, islands, and buildings were all slashed by a sword. The strength like a god. Is this the man who offered a reward of 559 Bailey? Evil Dragon Paradise. All the Murlocs were instantly frightened by Luo Qiu's sword energy, and they saw many of their companions turn to ashes in the sword energy. Evil Dragon, what the hell is going on here? Chloe Obi looked at the disappearing Evil Dragon Paradise landmark, and asked the Evil Dragon with a trembling voice. His voice was full of endless fear. The Evil Dragon's performance was not much better than his, and his eyes almost missed his eyes. Jump out. This sword chi is the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye. Whether the dragon has sailed on the Great Route, or has a little insight. In his impression, only the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye, can strike such a terrifying slash. However, he has been entrenched in the East China Sea for many years, and the news is obviously out of date. Bang! With a loud bang, the gate of the evil dragon domain was violently blown open. Aaron and all the Murlocs immediately turned to look, and there was a sound of footsteps in the smoke. Step, step, step. The figure appeared. Aaron's pupils shrank suddenly. Naname. Dragon. Your time to die is here. Nami roared fiercely at the dragon, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent and hatred. This day, she waited, it's been a long time. Even dreaming about it? Today. It's finally coming true. Nami. You ate the gall of a bear and a leopard today. How dare you talk to brother Aaron like this? You can't find death. The cotter of the dragon pirates, Murloc, immediately stood up and scolded Nami. His voice hadn't just finished, and he was directly beheaded by a guard beside Luo Qiu, and he didn't even have the slightest room to resist. The guards around Luo Qiu were all experienced warriors in the New World, and they were proficient in two-color domineering. Little chirp. How can it be repaired? Who are you? The Murloc Aaron looked at the dead Murloc and cried out in grief. He looked at Luo Qiu angrily, but he did not dare to act rashly. Luo Qiu's aura was too strong. He just stood there and stared at Aaron. It made him sweat and tremble all over. Along the Murloc, the former cotter of the Sun Pirates, was at peace with Jinping after disbanding. He escaped from the Great Route to the East China Sea. You don't deserve to know my name just by being a loser like you. Luo Qiu looked down at the dragon proudly, his expression full of contempt. When the evil dragon heard this, his pupils suddenly opened, and he looked at Luo Qiu with an incredible expression. How could you possibly know? Because Fishman Island is my territory now. This time just came over to clean up the portal. Other people in the province thought that it would be the people of my Alexander kingdom who did evil. Luo Chu's eyes were placed on the evil dragon, revealing an undisguised killing intent. Hearing this, the dragon's expression suddenly changed, looking at Luo Chu's face, as if he had remembered something, and suddenly showed an extremely frightened expression, almost afraid of twisting. Man, Alexander Rochu. Chapter 121, The Evil Dragon Pirates, The Place of Beginning and End. The frightened voice of the dragon almost pierced everyone's eardrums. Following the sound of the dragon, the rest of the Murlocs also remembered Luo Chu's identity. They are not natives of the East China Sea, and sometimes they also care about information about the Great Root. Fishman Island news is their focus. At that time, when the evil dragon learned that the Fishman Island was under the rule of Luo Chu, a human being, he also had a big meal, his temper. Unlike Neptune's concept of peaceful coexistence between Princess Odoji and human beings, Evil Dragon hates human beings very much, thinking that human beings are inferior, and fish are noble races. But when Luo Chu killed the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, when the news of the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates reached his ears, all the anger dissipated, and all was suppressed in his heart. No matter how arrogant he is, he cannot think that he will be Whitebeard's opponent, let alone Luo Chu who can kill Whitebeard. Who? The evil dragon and the others kept breathing heavily, feeling an incomparably heavy pressure. Damn it! Why did such a big man come back to this place in the East China Sea? Looking at Luo Chu in front of him, the evil dragon felt a deep despair in his heart, meaning, I don't even have the courage to resist. As an evil dragon who has followed Tiger through the Great Root and the New World, he deeply understands what Luo Chu means by killing Whitebeard. That is an irresistible force. Previously the sword chi of his has already shown everything. You and the others have absolutely no room for resistance in front of Luo Chu. Escape. Escape to the sea for me and never come back. The dragon mustered up his courage and shouted to the sky to let his subordinates escape from here. Maybe they still have a chance to escape into the sea. Aaron brother. Octopus Haki, Kroby and other Murlocs burst into tears. Tisk. It's quite provocative. If that's the case, then you should die together. Fuck slash. Swish, the Zanpakuto in Luo Chu's hand slid through the air like lightning. Pook, all the Murlocs, buildings, trees, etc. in front of Luo Chu were all divided into two. Plop, 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 and plop, all the Murlocs fell to the ground, their bodies were broken in two, and blood was splattered on the ground. Dead. Big brother Aaron, Little 8, and Kroby are all dead. The few surviving Murlocs around looked at the corpses of the dragon and the others in horror. Unexpectedly, the dragon and the cotters were killed in an instant. Despair and fear filled their hearts. Flee. Hurry up. Escape. Help. This man is the devil. The surviving Murlocs screamed and fled like frightened beasts. Is it possible? Fire Guo burns the city. Huchi, the entire evil dragon realm was enveloped in crimson raging fire, causing those Murlocs who wanted to escape to stop. This flame has a high temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius, and once touched, it will be burned to ashes. Let's go. They won't survive. Luo Chu put the knife back in its sheath and said to Nami beside him. Good. Mei followed Luo Chu mechanically and left. The shock of what happened to her today was too great. Whether it was the death of the evil dragon, or Luo Chu's identity and strength, she felt that her whole life was not as shocking as it is today. As a result, her head is now a little dizzy. Ah! The screams of the Murlocs and the smell of burning were constantly heard from the evil dragon paradise behind, and the evil dragon paradise was gradually turning into a pile of ashes. Nami turned her head and glanced at the fiery evil dragon realm, A big smile suddenly appeared on her face, and tears fell from her eyes. Weeping with joy. Belmul, the dragon is dead, you can finally rest in peace. Nami looked up at the sky, as if she could see Belmul smiling at him. Then, the news of the death of the dragon spread throughout the entire Kokoyashi village, and countless people cheered, laughed, and cried with joy. The demon that haunted the hearts of everyone in Koko West village finally disappeared. That night, everyone in the village held a grand party to celebrate the death of the dragon. Of course, the protagonist of the banquet is Luoqiu. All the villagers in Kokoyashi village regarded Luoqiu as a hero, full of infinite gratitude, allowing Luoqiu to reap a wave of prestige points. At the party, almost all the village names were very drunk, lying on the ground crooked one by one, and even after falling asleep, there was still a happy smile on their faces. The years they have lived under the oppression of the dragon are really too depressing, and they are almost all released tonight. That night, Nami sat next to Belmare's tombstone alone and told Belmare what had happened over the years, crying and sometimes laughing, and finally fell asleep holding Belmare's tombstone. The next day, Luoqiu rejected the warm retention of the name of Koko West Village, and set sail directly to Rogtown. After several days of sailing, Luoqiu came to this town called the Place of Beginning and End. The reason why this place is famous is because it once executed Gol Roger, the Pirate King. After Luoqiu landed, he went directly to the execution square in Rogtown. Before long, a tall execution platform came into Luoqiu's eyes. After years of erosion, the execution platform has become a little rusty, but it still stands tall. After all, it is the execution platform that executed One Piece. Luoqiu was full of spiritual pressure, and under the shocked gazes of everyone in the square, his figure floated up. I see through. Flying up. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 122 Two Ceremonies. As long as it is alive, even if it is a god, I will kill it for you. Now. On the Rogtown Square, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Luoqiu, who was flying towards the execution platform. In the world of pirates, generally, except for devil fruits, very few people have the ability to fly. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is completely extraordinary, incredible things. He could. Who is this man? Doesn't he know that the execution platform is a forbidden place in Rogtown? Everyone in the square couldn't help but point at Luoqiu, who was standing on the execution platform, and they talked a lot. As the place where Gol Roger, the Pirate King, was once executed, this execution platform is definitely a landmark building in Rogtown, and it is also a forbidden place. It can only be seen from a distance, not close. There are also navy guards in normal times. No, Luoqiu just flew to the top of the execution platform, and the navy in charge of guarding them all surrounded him. The people above come down quickly. It's not a place that the average person can approach. The navy in charge of guarding the execution platform shouted to Luoqiu, who was standing at the top of the execution platform. But Luoqiu didn't pay any attention to them. His eyes circled the entire Rogtown, and he took all the scenery into his eyes. The frigid wind blew Luoqiu's clothes, and his golden hair fluttered in the air, looking very wild and uninhibited. The people above listen. If it doesn't come down, we'll shoot. The navy under the execution platform pointed their guns at Luoqiu and warned Luoqiu again. A bunch of scumbags. Don't disturb the young master's yaxing. Crackling ram, and Luoqiu's guards knocked down all the guarding navies to the ground. Rogue Township, Naval Base Office. A burly man with short silver hair and a serious expression was holding 2 cigars, blowing smoke rings, and handling the documents on the desk. It is the head of the Rogtown Naval Base, Smog, who is known as the White Hunter. The woman with glasses next to him is his deputy, Dash key. Boom. Just as Smoker was concentrating on the documents, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open very roughly. Smog stared at the panting sailor with a bad expression. If you don't have a reasonable explanation today, I will punish you for running 100 laps in the playground. Report Colonel Smalls. Someone boarded the execution stand in the square of Rogue Town. The people under his command were very strong. All the soldiers guarding the execution stand were defeated, and the soldiers who went to reinforcements were also defeated. The sailor reported breathlessly to Smoker. On the execution platform. What other bastard pirate who admires Roger? Smoker didn't show too many surprises. Since he guarded Rogue Town, a lot of such things have happened. Many pirates climbed the execution platform because of their admiration for Gol Roger. Almost all of these people have been sent to prison by Smoker. Go. Let's see which pirate this time is alive and dead. Smog put down the document in his hand, picked up the halostone weapon next to him, put his body on his back and turned into a puff of smoke and left quickly. Rogue Town Square. At this time, the surrounding of the execution platform was already full of navy. Without exception, they were all people who wanted to arrest Luo Qiu. It's just that they are still just treating Luo Qiu as an ordinary pirate, not recognizing his identity. A puff of smoke drifted past, and Smoker's elemental body flew straight to the execution platform. You hateful pirates, it's endless day by day. Go to prison and stay honest. White Snake. Small's arm suddenly turned into a white python made of thick smoke, and it attacked Luo Qiu on the execution platform. Swish, a sword light flashed, and the white snake shot by Smog turned into a breeze and dissipated in the air. A tick of blood fell to the ground down Smoker's arm. Smaller looked at the blood on his arm in disbelief. He couldn't remember how long he had not been hurt. In this East China Sea, it is difficult to find a person who is proficient in armed and domineering, and halostone is an extremely rare thing. The natural system here represents invincibility. But I didn't expect to be injured today. Look up. A young girl in a white kimono stood not far from him, with neat short hair, flawless facial features, and the most eye-catching pair of pupils with colorful spiral patterns. It looks kind of a chilling feeling. It's the character template Luo Qiu picked up when he went to Rogue Town to have nothing to do, 2 ceremonies. Same as my king Artoria, the same. One of the 4 princesses of Xingyu. With ordinary straight magic eyes, he can see the deadline of all things in the world, and he can kill all things. The most classic famous saying is, as long as you are alive, even if you are a god, I will kill it for you. Who are you? Smog stared at the short-haired girl for 2 rituals, and asked in a deep voice. It is definitely not something that ordinary pirates in the East China Sea can do. The 2 rituals ignored Smoker at all. A pair of straight death demon eyes with spiral-colored patterns stared at him indifferently. Never mind. When you're in prison, you'll naturally say anything. Seeing the indifference of the 2 ceremonies, Smaller did not intend to pursue further questions, but directly planned to win the 2 ceremonies. Although he was just stabbed by the 2 rituals, he did not think that he would not be the opponent of the 2 rituals, he just thought he was careless. White blast. Smog's body instantly became elemental, and thick smoke enveloped the 2 rituals. In the world seen by the 2 rites of death, the smoke of smoke was filled with criss-crossing lines. These are all dead lines of smoke, just cut along them and the smoke will die. Swish swish, the IAI swords in the hands of the 2 rituals were swung in the air, and the smoke that hit her disappeared instantly. Smog frowned. It's the same again. No armed arrogance. What kind of power is this? Chapter 123, Gathering 8 Generals, the Naval Headquarters makes a big move. As a student of former Admiral Zifat, Smoker still has some insight. Under normal circumstances, only halostone weapons or armed domineering will cause damage to those with natural abilities. However, Smog found that the girl in front of her did not use either the sea stone weapon, nor the armed domineering. With just a wave of the blade, you can dissolve all your attacks and hurt yourself. It's very weird. White smoke launcher. Smoker's body suddenly spewed out countless smoke, and the explosive reaction force made Smoker instantly gain explosive speed. The sea stone weapon in his hand raised 10 hands high, and slammed into the two rituals. Since the ability of the devil fruit does not work, Smoker can only hope for the sea stone weapon in his hand. But no matter. Anything, whether it is smoke or sea towers, is all the same in the eyes of the two rituals. Kaka. The knives in the hands of the two rituals crossed the dead line on Smog's 10 hands, and the hard halostone weapon disintegrated instantly and shattered into countless pieces. Smog's pupils suddenly enlarged. There was a strong expression in his eyes. Horror. How is this possible? These 10 hands are inlaid with sea tower weapons. A young girl slashed it with a fluttering knife. This is really unacceptable in Smog's heart. When Mog was shocked, the blades in the hands of the two rituals turned and stabbed directly at the dead line on Smog. A threat of death immediately enveloped Smog, causing his whole body to explode with chills, and his bones stood on end. Dangerous. White smoke jet. Smoker's hands instantly turned into smoke jets, causing his body to change direction instantly, narrowly avoiding the attacks of the two ritual hands. Call. Dodging the attacks of the two ceremonies, Smog landed not far away, took a deep breath, and stared at the two ceremonies with an unprecedented dignified expression. It's so weird. Even without armament and domineering weapons, it can as a natural student, Tang felt the threat of death. Smog had no doubt that if he was slashed by the two ritual knives just now, he would definitely die. Well. The movement. A slightly unexpected voice entered Smog's ears, causing him to look up involuntarily. When he saw the person walking from the direction of the execution platform, he couldn't help showing a horrified expression. Clap la la, cold sweat spread all over his body instantly, and the sweat on his forehead converged on his cheeks to his chin, like it kept falling like a torrential rain. How could he be here? As an elite student of the Naval Academy and a disciple of the former General Zifa, Smog's knowledge is far from what ordinary navies in the East China Sea can match. It is impossible for any navy with some knowledge to not recognize that face. Alexander Lukiu. Defeat Whitebeard's new strongest man in the world. In an instant. Smog's expression was tense to the extreme. Why did he appear here? A series of thoughts appeared in Smog's mind, constantly thinking about the purpose of Luo Chu's appearance here. In fact, Luo Chu simply came here. White Hunter Smog, I appreciate you as a person and want the development of the kingdom of Alexander. Luo Chu said to Smoker with a smile. If you can successfully dig up the key personnel of the Navy headquarters, it is estimated that the old guys will miraculously jump directly. When Smog heard the words, he immediately became angry, feeling that he had been greatly insulted, and could not help shouting at Luo Chu said, "Stop insulting people here. How stupid I am, Smog. Not bad. Very spine. Since that's the case, you know the fate of being an enemy of me, right?" Luo Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. He would never show mercy to his enemies. White fist. Smoker didn't answer, but answered directly with his fist. But HSMO's fist was killed by two rituals before it reached Luo Chu's body. Whoosh, the bodies of the two rituals disappeared in place in an instant, and they reappeared in front of Smog. Aim for the dead line, slash. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Elementalization. For the attacks of the two rituals, Smog subconsciously use elements. Evade. However, it's impossible to avoid it. No matter what. Whether it's physical or elemental, it's the same for both rituals. Pucci, Smoke was killed, and a huge wound appeared on Smoker's abdomen instantly, and blood was flowing. Damn. It's this weird ability again. Smog frowned, sweating profusely. Since fighting with the two rituals to the present, Smoker has no idea how the two rituals hurt his elemental body. But he had no chance to think. The attacks of the two rituals were wave after wave, and Smog was completely unstoppable. This is completely the ability of the level. Who? Smoker was lying on the ground covered in blood, gasping for breath, and he had no strength to stand up. In desperation, the III knife in the hands of the two rituals slashed his neck and ended his life. Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, die. Dead. Colonel Smoker was killed. This man is too strong. The surrounding Marines looked at the dead Smoker in awe, unable to believe their eyes. Shocked. Frightened. Uneasy. All kinds of negative emotions permeated their hearts. Escape. I don't know who shouted, and all the sailors suddenly looked like it is like frightened birds and beasts running away. The strongest Smoker at the rogue town naval base was dead, and they completely lost the courage to resist. Soon, news of Smoker's death reached the Navy headquarters. The warring states immediately convened an emergency meeting of the admirals of the naval headquarters. Everyone, what do you think about Alexander Luffy's appearance in the East China Sea? Sengoku sat in the position of the marshal and asked the generals below. Different from the bitterness of the past, today's warring states period can be described as high-spirited. After the conscription of the Navy headquarters, the strength of the Navy headquarters has been unprecedentedly increased. 8 generals and dozens of lieutenant generals are enough to make him look down on the entire sea. What purpose does he have? This is definitely a great opportunity for our Navy headquarters. Chance to destroy Alexander Rochu. Akainu said in a deep voice, his voice full of hatred for Luochu. Yes, according to the information, almost all the cotters under the Alexander Kingdom are in the New World. At this time, except for the 2 rituals that killed Smoker, there are hardly any masters around him. Aokiji rarely agrees with Akainu. Indeed, this opportunity is really good for the Navy headquarters. Second, if Luochu is alone, with the current strength of the Navy headquarters, he can definitely be wiped out. The old bastard, the yellow monkey, also rarely makes a sound. Last time, Luo Kaunong attacked the Navy headquarters, which resulted in him being imprisoned in the Advanced City for a period of time. Kizaru holds a grudge against this. Seconded. In the entire conference room, almost all the admirals agreed to attack Luochu. Good. That's it? Red Dog, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, White Snake Orakai, Daotu, T-Dolphin, you lead 20 lieutenant generals and 50,000 sailors to the East China Sea as fast as you can. This time, be sure to kill Alexander Luochu. The warring states immediately issued the final order. Almost exhausted all the strength of the Navy headquarters conscription. It was several times stronger than the previous crusade against Luochu. And it was only for him. It is estimated that Luochu can make the Navy headquarters in the whole world. Treat it like this, thank you to the author. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 124. The battle begins, and the wind is rising in Rogtown. Blue blue blue. At this time, Luochu, who was resting at the Rogtown Hotel, suddenly heard the sound of a phone bug in his arms. Pat Luochu picked up the phone bug. Moses. This is Luochu. Report to His Majesty the King, your whereabouts in the East China Sea have been exposed. The naval headquarters has now assembled 8 generals, 20 lieutenants, and 50,000 sailors to encircle and suppress you. A respectful figure came from the phone, telling Luochu what the naval headquarters was about to do. Oh, 8 generals, 20 lieutenants. The Navy headquarters has taken out all the family assets after the conscription. It looks like they are going to eat me this time. Luo Qiu couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he heard the report on the other end of the phone. Unexpectedly, the Warring States period was so decisive. When he learned that he was alone in the East China Sea, he dispatched all the forces of the Navy headquarters to annihilate himself. Your Majesty, what should I do? Would you like to assassinate the Warring States Marshal directly? If the Admiral of the Navy headquarters dies, this operation should be suspended. A murderous voice came from the other end of the phone bug. If anyone hears it, their jaws will drop. No, no, just let them come, you just stay in the Navy honestly. Just take this opportunity to kill all the hardliners in the Navy. After this battle, the Navy will inevitably be hit hard. At that time, I will continue to send people into the Navy. You just need to arrange them to some important positions. Luo Qiu stopped the other party's behavior and stated his plan. When the other party heard the words, he immediately understood Luo Qiu's plan, so I understand. His Majesty the King still has orders. No more for now, remember. Don't hold back when attacking me, so as not to be seen by the Navy headquarters, otherwise my plan will be in vain. Luo Qiu warned again. Yes. Your Majesty the King. The other side replied respectfully immediately. The phone bug hung up, and Luo Qiu's mouth suddenly showed a playful smile. Warring States, you are really courting death. Originally, my plan still needs to continue for a long time to achieve some results. But now, On the Great Route, 50 warships of the Navy headquarters sailed on the sea in an orderly manner. Each ship is the top of the Navy headquarters, and its firepower is very fierce. This force is 10 times that of ordinary slaughter orders. And there are 8 generals of the Navy headquarters that can be said to be invincible in the world. No one pirate group can fight alone. Even the 4 Emperor's pirates, Red Hair pirates, and pirates of the New World will not do. Of course, Luo Qiu's Alexander Kingdom is an exception. Although the Navy headquarters defines Luo Qiu as a pirate, he has never admitted that he is a pirate, nor does he bother to be a pirate. In the face of this lineup of the Navy headquarters, the Great Route has no. When the pirates saw it, they were so frightened that they thought they were going to be wiped out. But these pirates found that these warships passed by them at a very fast speed, and they had no intention of attacking them at all. Now, Akainu and the others are all on Luo Qiu in Rog Town. How can they be in the mood to pay attention to it? These little pirates are a few days later. These large fleets of the Navy headquarters directly sailed from Malinford to the East China Sea at the fastest speed. 50 warships surrounded the entire rogue town, and even a fly could not fly out of it. Now, the entire rogue town is empty except for the sailors distributed in the base. All ordinary people evacuated from rogue town. Here. It is destined to become hell. Luo Qiu did not flee because of the arrival of the Navy, but instead waited here for the arrival of the Navy headquarters fleet. Everyone starts logging in. This time there is only one goal, and that is to kill Alexander Lukiu at all costs and eliminate the most vicious criminals in the world. All for justice. Countless generals began to boost the morale of their subordinates, and said some high-sounding reasons. But it is these high-sounding reasons that can arouse the blood in the hearts of these ordinary sailors. Oh. All for justice. All the soldiers were full of enthusiasm, and they took up their weapons and quickly landed in Rogue Town. Luo Qiu's location is right in the center of Rogue Town Square, which is the execution platform square. Luo Qiu stood on the execution platform, arrogantly looking down at the Navy soldiers pouring in from all directions, with a calm expression, without the slightest panic. It was as if these navies were not taken seriously at all. Soon, all the navies gathered on the square of Rog Town and surrounded Luo Qiu. 8 admirals of the Navy headquarters, 20 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, as well as countless mid-level generals and 50,000 Navy headquarters elite soldiers. At this moment, all gathered in the square of Rogtown. "Alexander Lukiu, take it easy. You have nowhere to escape." Akainu stood up and shouted loudly to Luoqiu on the execution platform, as if he was already winning. He completely forgot the way he was severely injured and died at the beginning. "Oh, Red Dog. The one who escaped by chance last time didn't even pick up his tail to be a man, how dare he be so arrogant?" Luoqiu looked at the Red Dog and suddenly revealed a mocking smile. "You are nasty. Big fire spit." Luoqiu's words touched the sore spot in Akainu's heart in an instant, and in a fit of anger, he directly attacked Luoqiu. But before the attack reached Luoqiu, a figure rushed out and ate all Akainu's magma. All the navy immediately, his face was stunned and shocked, and he exclaimed in unison, "Eat it." Chapter 125 8 Attribute Destruction Mage, Selene of God. "Yeah, the way of magma is not bad." The man wiped the corners of his mouth and showed a satisfied smile. He has long orange hair tied into two wing-like buns, his skin is slightly darker, and there is a deep scar in front of his nose. He wears a red and white magic costume and carries 12 great swords on his back. A huge disc. It is the Selene of God, one of the 12 shields of the guardian of the demon tail dimension world. With 8 dragon-killing crystals in his body, he is known as the strongest magician in the continent of Ishgar. When he learned that the naval headquarters was coming to attack him at that time, Luoqiu began to use the system to extract character templates. Now, after defeating Whitebeard, his reputation has skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. Even if he used a lot before, there is still a lot left. Luoqiu made dozens of draws in a row, and Selene of God was one of them. "You, a wild dog, deserve to bark in front of our king. Look, I don't break your dog legs." After saying that, Selene jumped to the ground, put both hands on the ground, and shouted loudly. The earth of the grotto dragon cracks. Rumbling. The earth trembled instantly, the entire square of Rogtown was shaking, and countless sailors were unstable and fell directly to the ground. The ground shattered like glass, and bottomless cracks appeared. Many seamen who couldn't react instantly fell into the cracks and let out a scream. "Ha ha ha! Scream! Howl! Assaulting His Majesty the King is your stupidest decision." Selene stretched out her hands to the sky, looked up to the sky and laughed, looking at the panicked navy, her expression full of excitement. His favorite thing to do is to use his mighty powers to tease his opponents. At this time, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru all had a gloomy expression on their faces, and there was a hint of ominous premonition. Selene's appearance was so sudden and there was no sign. This scene reminded them of the war they fought against the Alexander Kingdom of Lachua a year ago. Countless unknown powerhouses emerged one after another, routing the crusade fleet of their navy headquarters, and almost destroying them. The legendary hero of the navy, Iron Fist Carp, fell in that war. And today, they thought they had seized an excellent opportunity and wanted to completely wipe out Luoqiu. But what I never expected was that another unknown powerhouse appeared. Say nothing else. Just swallowing Akainu's magma and causing a big earthquake is definitely not weak. God knows if there will be other people who have gone through the previous war, and their hearts have been deeply shadowed. But they looked at Fujitora, Green Bull, White Snake, and others who were not far from them and couldn't help but calm down. They are much stronger than before. The subordinates who went out to the New World, at this time, there should not be 8 more combat powers that can rival the general level. Why? Don't dare to attack. Are you all scared? Selene's contemptuous voice was in the ears of Akainu and the other navies. It sounded, making their fists clench involuntarily. That's it? Excessive worry is useless. There is only one battle. If you don't do it, then I will be welcome. Selene's hands clenched into fists, and 2 huge fireballs suddenly appeared on the fists. The surrounding navy suddenly felt hot and sweaty, as if they were about to be scorched. In an instant, Cellini's arms suddenly came together, and the two fireballs in his hands merged into one, and the temperature became even hotter. Purgatory dragon searing hell. Along with Cellini's loud roar, the fireball formed by the condensed hands suddenly shot out at Akainu, and the spiral airflow circled around the fire column, and the ground was burned with a wide crack. Power, very powerful. Big fire. Not to be outdone, Akainu's right arm instantly turned into hot lava, rushing towards Cellini's attack like a volcanic eruption. Boom. The magma and the flames collided suddenly, and a scorching air wave spread to the surrounding. The temperature skyrocketed instantly, and the air was filled with bursts of burnt smell. The most painful thing is those sea soldiers at the grassroots level. They feel that their lungs are about to be burned. This kind of general level battle is completely beyond their ability to intervene, and they will be wiped out if they are not careful. According to common sense, the temperature of magma is generally much higher than normal flames. However, Akainu's magma didn't take advantage of anything in the confrontation with Cellini, and instead had a faint look of being suppressed. In the end, the encounter between the magma and the flame exploded directly. The violent impact rolled up a violent wave, and all the surrounding navies were overturned. Clap la la, the sound of turbulent water sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the huge vortex of water above Cellini in disbelief. It's a bit of a foul. First the earth, then the fire, and now the water. How can one person use so much elemental power? What kind of demon is this? Fruit. The Sea Dragon King's water array is square. Accompanied by Cellini's voice, a huge water whirlpool suddenly hit Akainu. The turbulent water whirlpool seems to be able to shred everything like a meat grinder. This is the breath of the sea. Akainu's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to avoid Cellini's attack. In this whirlpool of water, Akainu felt the smell of the sea. If it is hit, the consequences are unimaginable. Storm Dragon's Yinfen Nanyu. Before Akainu's body fell to the ground, Cellini's next attack hit him. The unresponsive Akainu was beaten up. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 126 Light and Thunder. Akainu's body was torn apart by the gust of wind, turning into magma and sputtering in all directions. The hot magma fell to the ground, and a burst of white smoke came out of the hot ground, making a babbling sound. After a long while, these scattered magmas slowly gathered together to form a figure. It was Akainu. But compared to before, there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously injured. Hey! Elementalization is trouble. Cellini was obviously very dissatisfied with his attack. He is no stranger to elementalization. There are also many people with special physiques in the dimensional world of fairy tale who can be elementalized. Ordinary physical attacks are completely ineffective, only the true damage of magic will do. However, it is obviously much lower than the damage of the attack to the entity. And Akainu is not surprised that Cellini can hurt himself without domineering and Halashi. It's not the first time I've seen you anyway. There are many such monsters in Alexander's kingdom, and Cellini is not worse than one. This time, I will never be able to fight back like the last time I was beaten. Akainu clenched his fist and swore in his heart. Having experienced the humiliation of the last failure, Akainu is training devils every day, and his strength has improved a lot compared to before. The dog is surrounded by all directions. Akainu drank violently, magma surging all over his body, and the cracks in the ground were instantly filled with magma. The surroundings of Cellini were instantly surrounded by magma. The magma in the ground suddenly burst out like a volcanic eruption, forming ferocious magma hounds that rushed towards Cellini from all directions. It's really not a long memory. Fire is useless to me. With Cellini's contemptuous voice, a hound that rushed towards him was directly held in his arms and swallowed with a gulp. Thank you for your hospitality. Selene devoured all the magma hounds made by Akainu and turned him into him. The magic in the body could not help but hiccup. As a gift, you will eat me too. Roar of the infernal dragon. Boom. A fiery flame tornado erupted from Selene's mouth. The strong wind, flame, and high temperature all converged together, and the power was very terrifying. Facing the roar of the Selene purgatory dragon, Akainu's right arm instantly turned into a vicious dog to attack. Boom. The two energies collided and suddenly made bursts of noise, rolling up waves of air. Damn. Akainu cursed secretly, frowning tightly together. His magma attack is completely useless to the place, and even makes him stronger, and he can only passively defend. If things go on like this, it's only a matter of time before they lose to the other side. Aokiji and Kizaru saw Akainu being dragged, glanced at him, and disappeared at the same time. 8-foot Kyangoyu. Ice Cube 2 spears. The two attacked from both sides, one left and one right. The sky is full of light bullets, and countless sharp and cold spears attack Luoqiu. Go. It's the two of you again, can't you change people? Facing the attack of the two, Luoqiu didn't mean to do anything at all, instead he yawned lazily. Roar of Thunder Dragon. Zilala. A burst of golden lightning shot out from Luoqiu's left. Annihilated all the sky-filled light bombs emitted by the yellow ape, and none of them fell on Luoqiu's side. Chase him. Pack of wolves. Accompanied by a liberation speech, countless blue phantom flashes slammed into the attack of Aokiji. Kaka. Under the attack of the virtual flash, Aokiji's two thorn spears directly turned into countless fragments. Two more appeared. Aokiji and Kyobo exclaimed in the bottom of their hearts at the same time, and one heart was sinking more and more. It seems to have once again exceeded their expectations. On Luoqiu's left, stood a man in a black coat, with long blonde hair like a hedgehog, a scar with a lightning symbol on his left eye, and a headset with a very arrogant expression. It is one of the character templates summoned by Luoqiu, the Demon Tail Dimension World Laxus, the Thunder Dragon Slayer. On the right is a man in white, with dark brown curly hair, a beard on his chin, and a left eye. Wearing a blindfold, a somewhat decadent, lazy middle-aged uncle. But it exudes a strong aura. It is the Death God Dimension World Breaking 5, Face 10 Blades 1, K Yatai Stark. It is Breaking 5, except Ulquira, the only one who can break the fifth on his own, the face of the person. Navy. If you want to take advantage of people's dangers, you are wrong. Laxus glared at Kizaru with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Thunder pressure and angry waves. Boom. In an instant, a loud noise. A bucket-thick golden thunder and lightning suddenly fell from the sky and slashed straight at Kizaru. The violent thunder and lightning caused the entire body of Kiwi's hair to explode, and the whole person instantly turned into a burst of photons and disappeared in place. The moment Kizaru left, a huge hole was blown up by the violent lightning in the ground. Countless gravel flew over. Countless smoke and dust filled the air. It gave a very powerful visual impact. It's so scary. A monster-like powerhouse. Although this is Kizaru's mantra, it is not as light as it used to be, but instead has a solemn look on his face. Things are developing step by step in the direction they least want to see. Yellow monkey. It runs very fast. The Fist of Thunder. Laxus glanced at Kizaru with contempt, and the golden thunderbolt wrapped in his right hand slammed into the ground. Rumble, a golden ring of thunder and lightning, with extremely violent destructive power, rushes towards Kyobo at an extremely fast speed. The powerful destructive power makes the whole ground crack a huge gap. Well. Really arrogant young people. Have you been passed by the speed of light? Kizaru's right foot emitted a dazzling golden light, and his body suddenly disappeared in place, dodging the Laxus lightning fist and attacking him at the same time. Shining's right leg hit Lacase's head with bursts of air-breaking sounds. Stab Lala Laxus's body was instantly wrapped in a layer of lightning, and the whole person looked like a lightning man. Under the stimulation, Laxus's physical activity reached the extreme. Bang! Kizaru's right leg was blocked by Laxus' right arm, which was flickering with lightning. The violent impact set off a violent wave. Light speed kick. That's it? Ha ha. Laxus let out a contemptuous laugh. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. When Kizaru was stunned, Laxus without hesitation swung his left fist, wrapped in violent lightning, towards Kizaru's head. Bang, thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, collection, recommendation, and score of 3 things in reading. Chapter 127 The Suppressed Aokiji and Kyobu. The yellow monkey, who was caught off guard, was hammered hard by Laxus. Puh! Kizaru's facial features were squeezed into one by the hammer, and a mouthful of acid water spewed out of his mouth. His body was paralyzed by lightning, and with a swoosh, it flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! 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 There are countless buildings in Rogtown under the impact of Kizaru. It collapsed and turned into pieces of ruins. No way, Kizaru will be beaten away. The surrounding Marines looked at Kizaru, who was beaten, and flew out in disbelief, and then glanced at Laxus, who was bathed in thunder and lightning. Their eyes were full of shock. When they came up, they were beaten to fly by the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This person has, strong. What are you stunned for? Attack! A Navy colonel yelled at the members of his subordinates. The scolding from the colonel of the Navy headquarters made the stunned sailors wake up like a dream, and they all picked up their guns and started shooting at Laxus. Boom! 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 Countless lead bullets were fired from the barrel, as dense as raindrops. Hey! Eagle trick! Laxus snorted disdainfully, and his body was suddenly filled with thunder, and those bullets that flew towards him were all turned into powder in the golden thunder and lightning. Lightning bullet! Laxus' fists kept swiping, and every time he swiped, a lightning ball would be emitted. These lightning orbs will instantly hit the sea soldiers. Boom! 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 Lightning flashed, violent explosions suddenly occurred on the square, and countless sea soldiers screamed in pain. Laser! Huh! A golden laser light hit Laxus from a distance. Lightning shock! Thorn! Laxus' palm suddenly sent out a golden and violent thunderbolt rushing towards Kyobu's laser. Boom! There was a sudden violent explosion under the collision of the laser and lightning. A huge column of fire rose into the sky, accompanied by thick smoke. The ground has been bombed completely out of shape. Gravel, cracks, deep pits, everywhere it's all. Tiankanjiun sword. Kizaru's body quickly rushed out of the smoke and dust, holding a Tiankong cloud sword composed of photons and rushing towards Laxus. Swish, Tiankong cloud sword slashed a golden light in the air and slashed down towards Laxus. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. In the face of Kizaru's slashing attack, Laxus's hands suddenly surged with thunder and lightning, condensing a square-shaped halberd to block Kizaru's attack. Jiang! 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 The long swords and halberds in the hands of the two kept fighting, and the collision made a crisp sound. Lightning, lasers, and sparks burst forth from time to time. The battle was fierce and anxious. On the other side, the intensity of the battle between Stark and Aokiji is no less than that of the two of them. Only see. The surface of the green pheasant was filled with a thick layer of frost, and it was bubbling up and down. It was extremely cold, as if the air was frozen. 1. The ice ball flew from Aokiji to Stark. Virtual flash. A majestic and terrifying blue energy beam was instantly launched from the virtual hole in Stark's chest, almost instantly. Unlike Halibel, Ulquira, and the others, they needed a short time to condense the Ryotsu. That alone is a well-deserved one. Aokiji's attack was instantly annihilated under Stark's Blue Phantom. Afterwards, Yue did not diminish, and slammed into the Green Pheasant. The strong crisis made the cold hair of the Green Pheasant stand upside down, and he didn't even dare to use elementalization to force this virtual flash, and directly use his fastest speed to dodge it. Almost at the moment when the Green Pheasant left, there was a terrifying explosion on the ground where he was before. The Green Pheasant was able to escape, but the rest of the ordinary Marines couldn't escape. Ah! Countless sailors screamed and wailed in the explosion. Damn! The Green Pheasant's face was as dark as water, and his fists were clenched, making a creaking sound. Too strong. Definitely a general level. Aokiji can clearly feel a strong threat from the Blue Phantom flash. Even elementalization will still be hit hard. Far attack is completely useless to him. Look, it's only melee combat. Aokiji stared at Stark and thought to himself. His series of attacks just now not only did not cause any damage to Stark, but made him himself embarrassed. So Aokiji prepares to switch strategies and prepare for melee combat with Stark. Ice-popping Pheasant. The Green Pheasant was so cold that it condensed a huge ice bird and attacked Stark. It's boring. Stark yawned boredly, waved his arm, and a blue wolf made of riot roared out. Kaka. Green Pheasant's mouth-popping pheasant was directly torn to shreds by Stark's wolf, and turned into countless ice slag scattered on the ground. Shaw, a chill came from the back of Stark's head, and he was holding a saber. The Green Pheasant. Oh. It's quite an idea. Stark noticed the Aokiji behind him, and couldn't help but sighed in admiration. Pucci, Aokiji's ice saber slashed down at Stark's neck, directly splitting Stark's body in two. Success. Aokiji murmured with a surprised expression, a little unable to believe his eyes. The next moment, Aokiji's face suddenly changed wildly. No, no. There is no blood. It's an afterimage. The Stark, which was divided into two in front of Aokiji's eyes, gradually faded, and finally disappeared. It was an afterimage. Stark's lazy voice came from behind Aokiji. Cold sweat spreads all over Aokiji's whole body in an instant. Don't look back, seeing the domineering image behind him has already passed onto his mind. Countless blue light bullets hit him. There are thousands of them. All of this happened in an instant. Dodging. It's too late. Countless virtual flashes were smashed into a sieve, and finally burst into pieces and turned into ice slag. Please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 128, The Man Who Crushed the Meteorite, Redhead. It took a long time for the Green Pheasant to shatter into countless ice slags before slowly condensing. Cough cough. With a violent coughing sound, Aokiji's mouth overflowed with drops of blood. Obviously, Stark suffered a lot of damage under the bombardment of countless virtual bombs just now. It really can't be careless at all. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stared at Stark. Just because of the afterimage just now made him stunned for a moment, and then he was attacked so fiercely. What a tricky man. Aokiji has no time to care about other things now, and can only concentrate on facing the man in front of him. Otherwise, you might really die. Ice saber. Armed color overlay. The Green Pheasant let out a low voice, and the cold air suddenly filled his hand, forming a sharp ice blade. The color of the blade instantly changed from ice blue to jet black. Haha, are you ready to get close? Stark yawned lazily, his hands also condensed into two blue riot-so-long knives. Drink. Aokiji roared angrily, and suddenly charged towards Stark with the cold air all over his body. The ice saber was held back in his hand and stretched across his waist. When approaching Stark, Aokiji's whole body rotated 360 degrees in an instant, and the ice saber covering the armed color and domineering flashed an extremely cold breath and slashed at Stark's forehead. Chi-chi, Stark's two riot-so-long swords crossed in front of him, No matter how hard Aokiji tried, he couldn't advance half a point. Frozen time capsule. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Aokiji's left hand instantly condensed 3 air conditioning capsules and threw them at Stark. Launching a surprise attack at such a close distance is difficult for ordinary people to avoid. But Stark's disease is not ordinary. He is one of the 10 blades. Ah! Ring. Almost at the moment Aokiji shot, Stark's figure left the place. There was a sour sound, and the ground was instantly frozen, and icebergs of more than 10 meters appeared. It can be seen that what a powerful air conditioning is condensed in that small capsule. However, just when the huge icebergs just condensed, they burst into pieces in a blink of an eye. Several sky blue sword chi rushed from the opposite side. Aokiji dodged and dodged. The figure of Stark came following the sword chi, and the 2 Ryotsu blades in his hand slashed at the neck of Aokiji at the same time with the sound of breaking through the air. The cold air filled the air. Aokiji's left hand condensed once again. Blocks Stark's attack. The next moment, Stark's right foot suddenly kicked out, heavy blue pheasant's abdomen. The speed is too fast, he can't even elementalize. The severe pain caused King Z's eyes to bulge slightly, and his abdomen turned rivers and seas for a while, and he felt like his intestines were about to break. Whoosh, King Z's body instantly flew out like a cannonball, rolled on the ground for countless somersaults, and finally used the ice saber. Inserting a long trace on the ground can stop the figure. What an amazing character. There are so many strong men gathered together. I really want to see with my own eyes what kind of person you are. However, since the old man is an admiral, he must do his duty as an admiral. Among the navy, a man with short black hair, holding a cane and a sword, wearing a purple kimono and a cloak of justice walks slowly towards the execution platform. The most striking thing is that his eyes are always tightly closed. It was the Navy headquarters, Fujitora, who was exceptionally promoted to the Navy headquarters after the world conscription, smiled. Shah Fujitora quickly pulled out the sword in his hand, and waved it in a circle above his head, instantly raising the gravity to tens of thousands of meters. High altitude. The meteorite, which was originally floating outside the atmosphere, suddenly fell under the pull of Fujitora's gravity. In just a few breaths, it came to the sky above Luochu. Due to the violent friction between the meteorite and the air, the surface even ignited a raging flame, looking like a sun falling from the sky. This ability is somewhat similar to Luochu's reincarnation eye. Luochu can control gravity and repulsion, while Fujitora is able to control gravity. Both sides have similarities. However, Fujitora's control of gravity is obviously not as good as Luochu's. Although the meteorite in the sky is huge, its diameter is only tens of meters. And Luochu's casual summons are all meteorites with a diameter of hundreds of meters. There is no comparison at all. But even so, it is shocking enough. Around, those sea soldiers who seemed to be eating melons looked at the sky and smashed at Luochu. The meteorite was shocking but also extremely exciting. Too exaggerated. As expected of a monster who took the position of a general in one fell swoop. It's impossible for anyone to resist this kind of thing. Meteorites are absolutely very rare things, and most people rarely see them once in their lifetime. Disasters often accompany meteorites. And it is an immeasurable disaster. So these sailors think that Luochu can't resist it? It's just that these ordinary sailors' vision is too low, they don't know how big this world is. Meteorites of this level are not needed at all. Luochu shot himself. Whoosh, a figure jumped high from Luochu's side, and charged straight towards the whistling meteorite. Damn! That person rushed towards the meteorite. Are you looking for death? Too selfish. How can this kind of thing be stopped? Countless sailors saw the figure rushing towards the meteorite from Luochu's side, from shock to disdain, to ridicule. In the world they knew, This was completely sending death. But the next moment, their mouths closed collectively, the eyeballs protruded directly from the sockets, and the old man stretched out. The mouth also grew to the extreme, and the chin almost fell to the ground. The expression on his face was shocked to the extreme. How is this possible? Only see. The meteorite falling rapidly in the sky became in an instant, it shattered, and the small clods that were divided into squares fell from the sky. The figure who solved the meteorite fell to the ground, allowing everyone to see his face clearly. With red hair, some stubble around his mouth, wearing a black cloak, his eyes are full of domineering. When all the navy saw the man's face, he was instantly Spartan. There was a thick color of horror on his face. Redhead. Chapter 129 Gildas, Crush Everything. Red hair. Are you talking about me? When the figure saw the terrified cries of the seaman, his face suddenly became stunned. Others are terrified. That person isn't red-haired at all, he just looks a bit like red-haired. There's no scar on his left eye. The flying squirrel, who had dealt with the red-haired man in the New World, scolded the sailors, and suddenly woke them up like a dream. Look carefully. The figure's left eye has no scars. Phew. All the sailors breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's fine if it's not red hair. One Luochu is enough for them. If there is another 4 emperors, they will be absolutely cold. Well. Although I don't know who the red hair is in your mouth. But I look like I've been underestimated. The man said with an unhappy face, but his eyes showed a dangerous aura. This person is none other than Gildas of the fairy tale dimensional world. He uses superior destructive magic, Smash. It can break the atomic link between matter to pieces. It is a very powerful super magic. Smash. With the anger of being underestimated, Gildas slammed his fist out. Countless slender white lights formed a huge net and attacked the surrounding marines. When the boulders on the ground touched these nets, they instantly turned, shattered. The slender white light was like the sharpest blade, and everything that was touched was cut open. The sailors were not spared. The body shattered into pieces. Piece by piece. Everyone looked at the scene in amazement. What kind of ability is this? It can turn people into pieces in an instant. Strange monsters. Devil. The marines around Gildas were shivering with fright, their footsteps involuntarily retreated, and the swords and guns in their hands were almost unable to hold. Don't retreat. Shooting. We are so many, we don't have to be afraid. A commander of the rear admiral of the Admiralty gave orders loudly to his subordinates, but his slightly trembling voice betrayed his mood. However, his voice gave these fearful sailors some encouragement. One by one, they picked up their guns, pulled the trigger in their mouths, and shot at Gildas. Bang 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 bang. But these bullets were all smashed when they got close to Gildas. Even Gildas's clothes were hit. No bullets at all. You can't hit him at all. Just now, the courage that the sailors finally raised was defeated in an instant. Get back. You are no match at all. Let the old man come to experience the other side's great tricks. Fujitora stepped forward with a cane sword in hand, and the surrounding marines immediately retreated as if they were amnesty. This kind of character is not something that ordinary people like them can deal with. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora accumulated gravity on the stick sword, and slammed it out. Boom. Under the pressure of everyone, the ground instantly. It sinks down and dents a deep crater. And, this crater continues to spread forward, rushing straight to Gildas. Smash. Gildas threw a punch, instantly shattering Fujitora's attack into nothingness. In spite of whether it is a tangible substance or an invisible gravity, all of them can be crushed in front of Gildas. Kakaka. The buildings in the square around Rogtown rise up one by one, all of which converge to the sky above Gildas. This is too exaggerated. As expected of a general. When the retreating sailors saw Fujitora gathering countless buildings on top of Gilda's head, they immediately showed shocking eyes and deep admiration for Fujitora. Fall. With the shout of Fujitora, gravity was suddenly applied to those buildings, and those buildings suspended above Gilda's head fell like meteors in an instant. Whoosh, rumbling, boulders, bricks, rubble, etc. all hit Gilda's. Bang bang bang. Countless heavy objects hit the ground one after another, piled up into a hill in an instant, burying Gilda's. The surrounding Marines immediately focused their gazes on the hill, and looked apprehensive. Did it work? Did that guy get killed? Should be. If this. Before the sailor's words were finished, white light suddenly appeared from the hill holding Gilda's. It was so dazzling and fierce. Boom dash. The whole hill burst open, and countless buildings turned into countless powders scattered in the air in an instant. Cough cough. The dense dust enveloped this area, causing everyone around to cough. No, no. It didn't work at all. The sailors covered their eyes with their arms, struggled to reveal a gap, and stared at Gildas, who was unharmed. This is a total monster. Under such a violent attack, he was unharmed. What a powerful attack. I almost died. Gildas patted the dust on his body, a look of fear. However, that expression didn't look a little scared. It seems that conventional means of attack are completely useless to your excellency. In that case, 10 times the gravity. Boom. The gravity around Gildas increased tenfold in an instant, the whole ground collapsed, and Gildas was pushed under the ground. Fujitora took this opportunity to bully him immediately. Gravity soared. Gildas, who was already under 10 times the gravity, was pressed down by Fujitora's gravity knife again, and his body suddenly sank again, and it didn't stop until it reached 10 meters underground. Crush! Gildas shouted, and the smashing magic burst out. Immediately, the gravity pressing on Gildas instantly disappeared. Kaka! The stick sword in Fujitora's hand shattered. Bang! Thank you to the author. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 130 Changes in the New World, the Decision of the Anti-Alexander Alliance. Gilda's uppercut hits Fujitora's jaw hard. Ugh! Fujitora let out a pained cry, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing white eyes without pupils, and a look of abnormal pain on his face. Whoosh! Fujitora's body suddenly flew into the sky like a shooting star. It dragged a long trail in the sky. In the sky. Flying at extreme speed, Fujitora felt a powerful force tearing at his body. The justice coat on his body was tattered, and even the inner purple kimono began to tear, along with his body. There were visible cracks on his face, and a trace of blood was overflowing. The crack gradually spread to his entire body, until it spread all over his body. Stop for me! Fujitora shouted angrily. The gravitational force exerted on him forced his body to stop. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying crushing power of Gildas. Driven by gravity, Fujitora's body stagnated in mid-air. The skin on his body had begun to crack inch by inch, blood was all over his body, and his clothes were dyed red. It looked very terrifying. Fujitora immediately used his domineering arrogance to resist this shattering force. After some resistance, Fujitora finally, this power is offset. However, the consumption of him is also very huge. It can be seen from his rapid breathing. Fujitora's body slowly descended from the air, and the sweat and blood on his body were mixed together. It's the same as what was fished out of blood. Admiral Fujitora. Seeing this, the surrounding Marines immediately showed a look of astonishment. The eyes that looked at Gildas were full of horror. He was able to recreate the Admiral of the Navy headquarters like this. How powerful is this man? To be able to survive my trick. Gildas looked at Fujitora's figure with a look of admiration. This move, although not his strongest trick, is definitely not something that ordinary people can follow. With his eyes, he could naturally see that although Fujitora seemed to be seriously injured, he was not injured at all. It's just a skin injury. In this regard, Gilda's eyes couldn't help showing a dignified look. This kind of opponent is not easy to deal with. Stab it. Fujitora took off his torn coat, picked up a long knife from the ground, and stared at Gildas with white pupilless eyes. Nothing is visible, but the momentum is very strong. At the same time, New World, pirates. The New World underworlds who had previously allied with the pirates have reunited again. And, Riverod, the king of loan sharks, Umit, the king of the deep sea current, the funeral home magnate, Dracula Peklo, and the queen of joy, Stri, and others sat around a round table. Charlotte, what news is there to bring us all together? Umit's tone was a little impatient. Recently, with Luo Chu's annexation of the territories of the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, Umit's business in the New World has shrunk by nearly half. Umit, who cooperated with Charlotte, naturally would not allow him to park or pass through the port under the command of Luo Chu's territory, and would also seize his goods for various reasons. The day was very sad. Mom, here's some great news. According to the news from the Charlotte family's secret intelligence organization, Alexander Lukiu appeared alone in Rogtown, East China Sea, and the Navy headquarters dispatched 8 generals, 20 lieutenant generals and 50,000 sailors to destroy him. This time, he will surely die. The aunt said excitedly to the crowd, her voice full of excitement. Since Luo Chu wiped out Baihu. After the sub-pirates revealed their ambitions, the kingdom of Alexander was like a big mountain pressing down on Big Mom, making her almost breathless every day. Now, the opportunity to overthrow this mountain has come. Is the information reliable, Lingling? Stewie asked in a suit with no idea. As a senior agent of the World Government Zero, he knew the news long ago, even earlier than Charlotte Lingling. At the same time, her mission this time is to provoke a war between the Big Mom pirates and these dark underground kings and the kingdom of Alexander. At this time, Luo Chu was not in the kingdom of Alexander, and it was the perfect time to start a war. Of course. Our family's intelligence officers saw with their own eyes 50 warships from the Navy headquarters heading to the East China Sea. The Navy headquarters dispatched such a huge battle just to deal with one person. I have to say that Alexander Luo Chu really deserves the reward of surpassing One Piece Luo Chu. At least, the Navy headquarters did not dispatch such a lineup because of Roger. If you have a child with him, it will be very powerful. The aunt said with great certainty, and at the same time she couldn't help showing a touch of admiration for Luo Chu, and even raised the idea of having a child with Luo Chu. If Luo Chu heard this, I'm afraid he would spit it out. Charlotte Lingling, a dead fat woman, makes people want to vomit, not to mention giving birth to a child. When the rest of the people heard the words, the corners of their mouths twitched. It's a dick. This woman is speechless when she sees a powerful man and is like having a child with him. As expected of a great man with 43 husbands, 46 sons, and 39 daughters. It's more productive than a sow. So what do you want to do? The king of loan sharks asked aloud. Let's start a war. Assemble all of us to wage a full-scale war on the kingdom of Alexander and make them famous from the New World. At that time, the New World will be our world. Aunt Charlotte Lingling didn't beat around the bush, she directly stated her purpose. She wanted to overthrow the mountain of Alexander's kingdom that was pressing down on her. It's just because of Luo Chu's extreme strength, she doesn't have that strength, and she doesn't have that courage. Now, when the Navy dispatched such a powerful lineup to destroy Luo Chu, he did not think that Luo Chu would survive the attack of this lineup alone. Silence. Everyone is bowing their heads and thinking about the stakes. I don't oppose starting a war, but how should the interests be divided? Umit raised a most realistic question, and one that everyone is most concerned about. Mom, whatever. Wherever it is, what benefit? Of course, whoever grabs it first will have it. We are pirates. The aunt's voice suddenly made everyone understand, and they couldn't help nodding. Yes. They are pirates. No tube. What kind of territory, interests? Of course, whoever grabs it first is who. Yes, this proposal is very good. As for the territory under Alexander's kingdom, whoever grabs it first is the land. Umit nodded in agreement. The rest also agreed. Before the war started, they thought they had won victory and were already discussing how to divide up Luochu's territory. Okay. Since that's the case, then it's decided. Everyone, please go back as quickly as possible, gather your forces and attack the kingdom of Alexander. Chapter 131 Full-Scale War, The Battle for the Hive Island. After the pirates and other dark underground kings in the New World decided to pay attention, they immediately gathered their forces at the fastest speed and attacked the kingdom of Alexander at the same time. For a time, the territory of the kingdom of Alexander was in flames, and wars were everywhere. The kingdom of Alexandria, in the palace. Artoria looked at the messages in her hands, and a sneer appeared on her delicate face. Thinking that His Majesty the King was not there, I wanted to take advantage of the fire. These pirates really think of themselves too highly. Artoria was not surprised by the actions of the pirates and other alliances. If they didn't move, Artoria would be surprised. Luochu's ambition to dominate the New World has long been known to everyone. The pirates and others must be the first to bear the brunt, and there must be a battle between the two sides. Now, with such a great opportunity in front of him, how could he not act? If they are all eliminated, it is estimated that His Majesty the King will soon be able to unify the New World. It should be time to travel with His Majesty the King. Artoria thought beautifully. Soon, one after another orders were issued from the hands of Artoria, and various cotters and generals of the Alexander Kingdom led their troops to the territory of the Hell Pirates Alliance to attack Honeycomb Island. It used to be the base camp of the Whitebeard Pirates and the most prosperous area of the Whitebeard Pirates. The pirates have been eyeing this place from the very beginning. This place is not only the base camp of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also the base camp of Rocks, a generation of maritime overlords decades ago. It's just that after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, the place was occupied by the Whitebeard Pirates. Rumor has it that this place is the closest place to Ralph Drew. Charlotte Lingling, who used to be on the Rocks ship, naturally understands the meaning of this place very well. Charlotte Lingling understands, and Luochu, who is a transmigrator, naturally understands. Therefore, there will naturally be heavy guards here. The characters guarding here are none other than the two generals, Ziriki Kenpeka and Ulquira. There are also some other death gods and Degzu summoned by Luochu under his command. It is definitely not an easy thing to win the Hive Island from them. Mom, the Hive Island is ahead. Other places can be omitted, but this place, we must take it down. On the Queen's singing horn, the aunt danced and pointed to the Hive Island in front of her sons. The daughters said, "Alexander Rochu is really stupid. Going out alone. This time, the kingdom of Alexander will surely be destroyed." Charlotte Cricket, one of the four generals, had a tone full of contempt for Luochu. In his eyes, Luochu's behavior was completely the same as killing him. That's right. However, I still feel that we have eliminated the Beast Pirates and the Bawi Pirates. Redheads yearn for freedom, and they are less concerned about territory. After all, our pirates in the New World are the only one in the world. Mom is one step closer to One Piece. The eldest son Pero smiled proudly, full of longing for the future of the pirates. The rest of the aunt's children were also excited. One Piece. What a glorious title. Now, we are getting closer and closer to the pirates. Be careful. Katakuri, who had been standing beside him in silence, suddenly flashed a red light, and everyone on the Queen's singing horn reminded. When everyone heard the words, they immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and their expressions were tense, ready to attack at any time. For Katakuri's reminder, they will never have the slightest doubt. As the head of the four generals, his knowledge and domineering cultivation has reached the extreme, and he has reached the level of meeting the future for a short time. It was just reminded by Katakuri. A terrifying golden sword chi tens of meters long roared towards the ship they were on, the Queen singing. Clap la la, the sea splashed and the water steamed. The sea in front of the Queen singing was directly divided into two. What a strong sword chi! Everyone including Aunt Charlotte Lingling was amazed. There are very few people in the whole world who can cut such a powerful slash. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. As Charlotte Lingling shouted, the pink pirate hat on her head jumped into her right hand and turned into a broadsword. With Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit ability, any inanimate object can be transformed into a living thing by infusing her soul. Hold the sword in both hands and place it diagonally behind you, with the right leg forward and the left foot backward, forming a lunge posture. At this time, Charlotte Lingling's eyes looked very solemn. In the face of this exaggerated slash, even as the fourth emperor, she had to be careful. That's the trick. Combat skills unique to giants. It is said that a single blow can cut through an island. When Charlotte Lingling's children saw her in such a pose, they all started talking. Powerful country. With a loud shout from Charlotte Lingling, Napoleon in her hand immediately slammed out. Boom. A strong shock wave suddenly burst out, and the sea water surged to both sides instantly, setting off huge waves, making the hull of the Queen Singer is shaking. It's more a shock than a slash. On the sea, the golden slash and the mighty kingdom of Charlotte Lingling are rapidly approaching. The two forces collided suddenly, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. One after another water column shot up into the sky. The sea instantly became, the waves were turbulent. Like boiling, it kept rolling. Golden sword energy. It seems that the person stationed in the hive island of the Alexander Kingdom can only be that person. Looking at the explosion in the distance, Charlotte Lingling's eyes suddenly showed a gloomy look. It seems that it is not so easy to get the hive island. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 132 Ziriki Kenpeika vs Charlotte Lingling. Ziriki Kenpeika. I didn't expect that this fighting lunatic was stationed on Hive Island. Charlotte Clark clenched her fists tightly, a look of fear flashed across her expression. This man is the man who can cut off diamonds. No matter who is stationed there, we must take down the Hive Island today. Charlotte Lingling's voice was full of unquestionable firmness. Yes. Mom. All the Charlotte family children responded immediately. The coast of Beehive Island. Ziriki Kenpeika was carrying Nose, and with a slightly excited expression, he looked at the Queen's singing horn, which was speeding towards the Hive Island. Finally a good fight again. As a fighting maniac, there is nothing that makes him happier than the battle of the strong. Compared with the excited Zakaji Kenpeika, Ulquira is much calmer. Attack. Seeing the attack range of the pirates, Ulquira immediately gave the order to attack. Bang. Boom. Boom. The artillery fire roared. The cannons arranged on the coast spewed flames and fired dark shells. Boom. 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 Cannonballs exploded in the sea, setting off water columns that shot up to the sky. The Queen singing was floating in the sea, and she had to face the threat of countless cannonballs. Several small white balls like rice cakes shot out of his hand and shot into the air. Swish, a pink sword energy flashed across the sky from Smoothie, directly dividing the dozen or so shells in front of it into two. The rest of the people also showed their magical powers one after another, destroying all the cannonballs that flew towards the queen's singing horn. Cannonballs are almost useless for a master of their level. But it's not so easy for people from other pirate fleets to resist. Countless ships were bombed, set on fire and smoked. Fire! Fire! Fight back! Fight back! The cotters of the Charlotte family shouted orders to the crew members under their command. But they found that the range of their ship's artillery was simply not enough. Everything on the coast of Honeycomb Island is heavy artillery, far from being able to match the artillery mounted on the ship. Have no choice. Can only bite the bullet and stare at the endless artillery fire, leaving countless shipwrecks and crew corpses on the sea. Ziriki Kenpeke. Alexander Luochiu is sure to die, join the old lady's command. I can give you the position of co-captain. Charlotte Lingling stood on the bow and loudly tried to recruit Kenpeke to Zaragi. If they can bring in Kenpeke Zaragi, the pirates will be able to take down the Hive Island without any effort. It's like killing two birds with one stone, but she is thinking of shit. As a character summoned by Luochiu through the system, the loyalty is 100% full. He will not hesitate to refuse. Ha ha ha. Just because you fat woman wants to recruit me. Your brain was kicked by a donkey. I'm going to kill you here today. Zaraki Kenpeke laughed wildly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand pointed at Charlotte Lingling from a distance, revealing merciless killing intent in his eyes. Mom, since that's the case, I can only destroy you all. Zaragi Kenpeke's words instantly made Charlotte Lingling extremely angry. The eyes became very cold. The fat body like a balloon suddenly jumped from the boat, and directly jumped over a distance of hundreds of meters to the coast of Beehive Island. The Emperor's sword breaks 5, blade. Charlotte Lingling shouted loudly, and Napoleon in his hand suddenly ignited a raging flame, and slashed towards Zaragi Kenpeke with scorching high temperature. The blazing longsword slashed through the air, and the air was suddenly filled with a burning flame. Burn smell. Ha ha ha. Fight. Zaragi Kenpeke laughed wildly, and the golden riot surrounded his entire body, and he picked up Nose and rushed straight up. Clang. Nose and Napoleon suddenly collided with everything, and there was a crisp metal clash. The red flames and the golden spiritual pressure kept fighting and colliding with them, sending out bursts of violent airflow. The smoke and dust continued to spread around with the airflow, forming a huge circle. Zeus. Thunder. In the process of fighting with Zaragi Kenpeke, unable to use strength to overwhelm the opponent, Charlotte Lingling immediately ordered Thundercloud Zeus beside him to attack Zaragi Kenpeke with thunder. Boom. Crack. With a loud noise, a bucket-thick purple thunder crashed down from the top of Kenpeke's head. In an instant, a golden round shield suddenly appeared on the top of Zaragi Kenpeke's head, blocking out all the thunder that hit him. In a round of confrontation, neither of the two took advantage. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that you, the fat woman, is quite strong. This time, you can fight to your heart's content. Swallow it. Wild Sun. Zengi Kenpeke's spiritual pressure skyrocketed in an instant, and the golden spiritual pressure on his body rose into the sky, forming a golden beam of light soaring into the sky, and the slender Zanpakuto in his hand also turned into a wide kitchen knife. It is the state after Shija. Kill you. I must kill you. Faced with the repeated insults of Zaragi Kenpeke, the anger in Charlotte Lingling's eyes almost turned into reality. If you have the ability, just give it a try. Drink. Zaragi Kenpeke mentioned Yeshao after liberation, stepping on Shunpo, his body suddenly rushed in front of Charlotte Lingling, and Yeshai in his hand slashed her big head fiercely. My mother must kill you today. The Napoleon longsword in Charlotte Lingling's hand was immediately covered with a dark and thick armed color, and a domineering backhand slashed towards Zaraki Kenpeke. A loud noise almost pierced everyone's eardrums. The earth was overwhelmed and collapsed instantly. Pieces of boulders rose into the sky, and then they were smashed by the shockwave emitted by the confrontation between the two. No one can approach within a radius of 100 meters. The 133rd chapter comes on stage one after another, and the Hive Island War breaks out in an all-round way. The wind is dancing. The gravel is flying. The smoke and dust are filled. The people around can hardly see the figures of the two of them. Clang, clang. The sound of collision after another kept coming from the smoke and dust, showing that the two were fighting fiercely. It's so strong. As expected of the Zaragi Kenpeka known as the Crazy Sword, he was able to fight against his mother without losing the slightest. The children of the Charlotte family all looked at Kenpeka Zaragi, who fought fiercely with Charlotte Lingling, in shock. Who is Charlotte Lingling? That is the four emperors of the New World. The strength is definitely the group of people who stand at the peak of the sea, and they are an emperor. And Zakaji Kenpeka is just a general cotter under Luochu's command. That's it. Just the strength of the cotters under his command can fight against the four emperors without falling behind. He really deserves to be the man who can defeat Whitebeard. The strength of Kenpeka Zakaji makes the Charlotte family more intuitive to Luochu's strength. Their cognition and fear. If it wasn't for the fact that Luochu would die under the siege of the naval headquarters, they would not dare to attack the kingdom of Alexander at all. Now, they think that the Alexander kingdom without Luochu is like a tiger without teeth. With their pirates and the kings under the darkness of the alliances, it is enough to devour the kingdom of Alexander. The madman was dragged by his mother. Everyone took down the Hive Island in one go. Katakuri told the crowd. Charlotte Lingling is here, he is everyone's big brother. Rush. Take the Hive Island. The ship approached the coast, and the officials of the Charlotte family aboard the Queen Sing rushed towards the island. The four generals, Katakuri, Smaji, Snug, and Cricket, rushed to the front. Pero et al. The Hive Island is a must for the pirates, and almost all the people who come here are the most elite cotters of the Charlotte family. As for the others, they went to attack other territories of the kingdom of Alexander. After all, the ambition of the pirates is not just a Hive Island. I won't let you close. All die here on the coast. Ulquira appeared in front of them almost instantly. Snagger, be careful. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and he quickly reminded his brother Snug. It was obvious that something was dangerous. Charlotte Snag, after hearing her brother's reminder, did not hesitate at all. She directly put her head in her hands, covered her arm domineering, and made a defensive posture. The next moment, a dark green streak, the phantom flash, came straight to his head. Boom! A loud bang. Charlotte Snag's entire body was directly smashed into the ground by Yukira's phantom flash, smashing a deep crater. Huh! Hoo-hoo! Charlotte Snag was half kneeling and gasping for breath, her arms kept shaking, and there were bursts of piercing pain. At this time, in his heart, he was very grateful for his elder brother Katakuri's reminder. Without him, his head might be pierced. Among the four generals, Snag is the weakest. In the original, even Supernova Kid and Urki were able to defeat him. If it weren't for the arrogant reminder that Katakuri could meet the future, it would be a complete second in front of Ulquira. Oh, it stopped. Some strength. Ulquira gave an expressionless admiration. He raised his right hand, and a dark green riot Sulong spear was condensed in his hand, exuding an incomparable aura. Moonlight sword. Ulquira let out a low voice, and the Ryotsu weapon in his hand suddenly threw at Charlotte Snag, like a shooting star that pierced the sky. Rice cake shield. Katakuri flashed and appeared on the only path of the moonlight sword. He opened his hands to condense a round rice cake shield, the surface of which was covered with a layer of armament and domineering. Whoops! The mochi shield that Katakuri condensed lasted only 3 seconds before it was pierced. But these few seconds gave them enough time to escape. Can you predict my attack? Is it a top-notch domineering look? As expected of the top 4 dessert stars. Katakuri moves twice. They all reacted before Ulquiorra attacked, and he saw the reason at once. After being summoned to Pirate World by Luoqiu for more than a year, Ulquiorra had already understood the power system of this world very well. Knowing that the top level seeing domineering can briefly predict the future and react before the other party makes a move. Very powerful. Leave this guy to me, and you will lead the others to attack the Hive Island. Katakuri said to the others. Snag, Smoothie, and Cricket 3 heard the words and left one after another, leading the members of the pirate group to the interior of the Hive Island. Want to attack Hive Island? I'm afraid you're not thinking about farting. Several figures appeared in front of the 3 of them. In addition to the bald-headed corner that Luoqiu had summoned before, there were also several other gods of death. Everyone exudes a powerful breath. A beautiful girl with dark purple eyes, dressed in a black death tyrant outfit, with short hair and bangs sloping to her forehead, Kukiki Rukia. Her Zanpakuto sleeve Snow White is called the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the Soul World. The strength is also extremely powerful. After the Invisible Empire battle ended, he served as the captain of the 13th Division. Beside her is short blue hair with green eyeshadow and a tooth mask on the right cheek. It is the 6th blade Grimjo among the 10 blades of Powu and Mian, which represents destruction. There are some other Reaper and Powu, Mian behind them. A bunch of chops. Are they all here to find death? Grimjo folded his arms, his expression was very contemptuous, and murderous intent was revealed in his eyes. I'm here to kill you. Cracker pointed his sword at Grimjo and said without showing weakness. Give it to me. Kill them. Cricket loudly ordered to the sea members under his command. Attack. Here, Kukiki Rukia also pulled out the Zanpakuto around her waist and gave orders to the members behind her. In an instant, all the people on both sides fought together. The Beehive Island War broke out in full. Thank you to the author. Please download Fanfiction Novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 134 The Most Beautiful Zanpakuto, Lingwu Bar Sleeve Snow White. Cookie Soldiers. Charlotte's Cracker clapped his palms, and countless mighty and tall biscuit soldiers were made by the Cracker. These biscuit soldiers are no less capable than elite combatants. Hey! This kind of garbage, don't take it out for shame. Grimjo snorted coldly and waved his palm suddenly. The few biscuit soldiers who rushed towards him were caught and shattered in an instant. Virtual bullet. Grimjo's hand instantly emitted countless blue balls of light. Although the power of the virtual bullet is not as powerful as the virtual flash, it is better than the speed, and it is enough to deal with these ordinary biscuit soldiers. Boom boom kaka kaka, these biscuit soldiers just made by the Charlotte Cracker, it was smashed by Grimjo in the blink of an eye. Charlotte Cracker was not surprised by this. He clapped his palms, and the smashed biscuit soldiers reunited immediately. Ha ha ha. As long as I'm here, these cookie soldiers will never fall. Charlotte Clark laughed proudly, and controlled the cookie soldiers to continue to attack Grimjo and the others. Ha ha. Then just kill you. Grimjo sneered, his feet turned, and his body instantly rushed in front of Charlotte's Cracker. The right hand was wrapped in Ryotsu, and the sharp claws like a cheetah slashed a few blue lights in the air, grabbing the neck of Charlotte's clear story. Armed color overlay. Charlotte Clark raised the biscuit shield in front of him. Grimjo's sharp claws grabbed on the Cracker's cookie shield and made a tingling sound that made the scalp tingle. Click. Covered with armed color, the domineering biscuit shield persisted for 3 seconds and shattered in response. Cracker's pupils shrank immediately, and immediately jumped away to distance himself from Grimjo. Rolled pretzels. The long sword copied from the Cracker biscuit armor kept spinning and stabbed out in the direction of Grimjo. A sharp spiral sword burst suddenly. Grim Joe immediately dodged away. Boom. Just as he dodged, a deep hole was stabbed in the ground under his feet. Virtual flash. On the way, Grim Joe's hands began to gather Ryotsu. His figure suddenly appeared behind Caligia, and the blue virtual flash condensed in his hand burst out. A blue spiritual pressure energy beam went straight to the back of the frame. Seeing that the domineering sense of danger was coming, the frame's body reacts. Cookie shield triple door. Swish swish, 3 shields covered with domineering armed colors immediately appeared behind the cracker. Ka 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 ka, 3 biscuit shields only block for 3 seconds 3. But it was enough for him to evade Grim Joe's fictitious attack. Boom. There was a violent explosion in the place where the cracker was located. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground, braving, thick smoke. It looked very terrifying. The cracker looked at that with some fear. Huge pothole. Damn. Such a powerful force. If you get hit, you won't be able to. It hurts. Although Caligia is one of the 4 generals with outstanding strength, he is very afraid of pain, and he is not even willing to give injections. So often wrap yourself in cookie armor. Armed color overlay. Double pretzels. Cracker patted the shoulder of his biscuit armor, and immediately created a long sword, covered with a layer of armed color domineering, and began to spin rapidly. Little tricks. Grim Joe doesn't dodge, greeted him directly, and grabbed the blade of the cradle with both hands. Chi-Chi collided with Grim Joe's claws, and the dazzling sparks shot out continuously. Finally, under the incomparably terrifying gaze of Cracker, the rotating double swords were directly caught by Grim Joe's claws, unable to move any longer. Drink. Grim Joe grabbed Cracker's double swords and directly lifted his entire body, and his body rotated 360 degrees and slammed Cracker's body to the ground, smashing a deep pit. Pain. Pain. It hurts my uncle to death. Cracker kept screaming in pain, although he wasn't hurt much. While Grim Joe and Cracker are fighting, Kukiki Rukia has also locked on Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 4 generals, who is a superhuman fruit squeezer who can squeeze all the moisture out of the objects he touches. As a smoothie with long-legged jeans, his body very tall, more than 4 meters in length. Rukia Kukiki was able to reach her calf. Compared to Smoothie, Rukia is like a little girl who hasn't grown up. But strength is not measured by height. Ling Wu. Sleeve begs you. Rukia let out a low voice, and the Zanpakuto in her hand changed dramatically, the blade, body, and handle all turned pure white. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. A layer of frost condensed on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Second Dance Balian. Rukia held the sword in both hands, and a white light flashed from the blade, sending out a chill that was bone-chilling. Swish. The tip of Shiu Beigsyu's knife quickly pierced into the ground. The air conditioning swept away from the ground to Smoothie in an instant like an avalanche. Juicy water sword. Smoothie raised the long sword in his hand to squeeze the moisture out of the air, and waved a long stream of water sword energy. The sword energy swung by Smoothie was directly frozen into a streak when it encountered Rukia's cold air. Sword Chi ice sculpture, falling to the ground and breaking into ice slag. 3 dances with white blades. The moisture in the air was immediately condensed by Rukia on the blade of Xiaobixu. Instant step. Rukia's body suddenly disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Smoothie with a swish, and the sleeve of white snow in her hand pierced her throat. However, just when Rukia's blade was very far away from Smoothie, the blade suddenly stretched. Minute. Chapter 135, The General Falls. Swish, the elongated blade stabbed straight into Smoothie's throat. Faced with the sudden extension of the sleeves of Beigsyou, Smoothie obviously did not expect it, and could only do her best to twist her body to avoid it. Pucci, Rukia's sleeve Baeksu's outstretched blade instantly cut a wound on Smoothie's slender neck, and shot a dazzling blood flower. The wound quickly froze. The bone-chilling chill hit her body, almost freezing her blood. What a fast reaction time. Pity. Failing to stab Smoothie to death, Rukia's face suddenly showed a pity look. Although this unexpected knife caused a little damage to Smoothie, it did not seriously damage him. As one of the 4 generals, Smoothie still has some strength. What a weird ability. Smoothie's activities were invaded by Rukia's cold air, and she had a stiff neck, her eyes fixed on the Zanpakuto in Rukia's hand, revealing a dignified color. This little girl who doesn't even seem to have the height of her legs is surprisingly powerful. But that's it? Moisture absorption is huge. Smoothie let out a low voice, and the fruit squeezing ability was activated immediately. The air, the earth, and even the moisture in the surrounding people all converged towards her. The earth became dry and scars appeared. Many soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander became directly human. Smoothie, who was originally very tall, swelled up again, and his body rose again and again, directly exceeding 10 meters. Smoothie, who was originally just a little tall, turned into a real giant. Smoothie's legs were slightly bent. With a sudden kick on the ground burst instantly. Her body rushed towards Rukia like a cannonball, bursting out at a speed that was completely incompatible with her huge body. The long sword that was 3 or 4 meters long slammed down on Rukia. Clang! Rukia lifted the sword blocked, her arm suddenly sank, trembling slightly, and the Zanpakuto in her hand was directly overwhelmed by Smoothie on her shoulders. Strength is not Rukia's area of expertise. In terms of strength alone, she is clearly no match for Smoothie. Broken Road 31 Red Artillery. The red Ryotsu condensed in front of Rukia, forming a red ball of light like flames. Boom! The ball of light exploded suddenly. It turned into a cluster of fiery flames and blasted towards Smoothie. Facing Rukia's ghost attack, Smoothie had to retreat temporarily. Juicing Water Sword. With a swing of the great sword in the back of Smoothie, a pink sword energy shot out. This move combines the ability of Smoothie to squeeze the fruit, and the water on the ground along the way is directly absorbed by the sword. But Rukia's Zanpakuto belongs to the ice type and is very restrained towards the water type. Kamai Balian. An icy chill followed Rukia's Zanpakuto. The sword chi swung by Smoothie was immediately frozen. The ability to freeze is really troublesome. Seeing that his sword chi was dissolved, Smoothie frowned. Ice water. This made her ability half useless in front of Rukia. Broken Dao 73 Shuanglian Kanghuo Falls. Blocking Smoothie's moisture sword, Rukia immediately launched a more powerful ghost way. The number of ordinary ghosts, the higher the word, the stronger the power. The power of the Shuanglian cannon fire pendant is several times stronger than that of the Chi cannon. Hu Chi, 2 pale flames instantly emanated from Rukia's hands, rushing towards the tall Smoothie. The fiery flames swept across the ground, sending out bursts of white smoke from the ground. Juicing Water Rush. In the face of Rukia's blue fire pendant, Smoothie activates the fruit squeezing ability too. At the extreme, countless water currents formed a spiral shockwave and rushed towards the white flame. Chi water and fire blended together, and a burst of steaming hot water vapor suddenly emerged, forming a huge thick fog, covering all the surrounding terrain. What happened? It's getting foggy. I can't see where the enemy is at all. Many people who were fighting were shrouded in thick fog, and their faces suddenly panicked. For the cotters with domineering looks, these thick fogs that block their vision may not matter, but for these ordinary fighters, they have fatal injuries. The battle on Hive Island is going on fiercely, but the battle in Rogue Town on Luoqiu has already tipped the scale of victory. When the Pirate Alliance attacked the Kingdom of Alexander, Luoqiu immediately received a report from Artoria. But he wasn't too worried. Luoqiu believed that Artoria and others could handle it well. Moreover, after destroying the Whitebeard pirates, Luo Qiu has drawn a lot of character templates, and it is enough to deal with the pirates and others. Rogue Town, on the execution platform. Luo Qiu sat on a luxurious chair with Erlang's legs crossed, resting his chin with one hand, and looked indifferently at the battle below. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he gave Hu a dangerous smile. Do the pirates and others think I'm dead? Originally, I planned to let you live for a while longer. Since you came to your door to ask for your death, it happened to kill you in one fell swoop. Luo Qiu muttered to himself. Originally, he wanted to relax, and when his subordinates completely digested the Whitebeard territory, he started to deal with the pirates. Unexpectedly, the Navy dispatched such a large battle to destroy itself at once. The pirates also believed that they would surely die under the siege of the Navy and attack the kingdom of Alexander. It's just that all of them underestimate Luo Qiu. Never know how terrible a comparison is. T-Pig, let's go up together and attack Alexander Luo Qiu at the same time. Dao Tu, who has been promoted to general, said to the T-Dolphin beside him. Although Dao Tu hates the T-Dolphin, he still recognizes his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been listed as a candidate for the grand prize along with himself, and he would have been promoted to the rank of Admiral of the Navy headquarters after the world conscription. T-Dolphin suddenly blushed when he heard the words, "Don't worry, little Peach Rabbit, I will do whatever you say." This is the first time Dao Tu has spoken to him since the T-Dolphin met Dao Tu, and it immediately made him very excited. A typical licking dog. Seeing the wretched appearance of the T-Dolphin, Dao Tu immediately covered his forehead and sighed. Perhaps he shouldn't have told him. But now is clearly not the time for that. Attack. Dao Tu let out a coquettish cry, holding the famous sword Jinpura, stepping on the moon and flying into the air. Yes. Little Peach Rabbit. T-Dolphin also immediately followed in the footsteps of Dao Tu. Peach Rabbit, hee, such a beautiful beauty, what a pity. Luo Qiu looked at Dao Tu who was rushing over, and immediately shook his head and chuckled, revealing a sighing look. When the two were about to approach the execution platform, in an instant, heaven and earth paled. Everything was frozen. No matter what. Are people or things in a still state? Time stops completely at this moment. Only one person can move freely within this fixed time. Puchi blood shoots. Friends who like this book, please also vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 136, The Goddess of Galloping on the Battlefield, Concubine de Maria Yesta. Two heads soar into the sky. Only one person can see all this. Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin were killed without knowing it. The two generals fell at the same time. Time flows. The eyes of all the sailors involuntarily converged in the direction of the execution platform, even the generals who were fighting such as Aokiji, Kiabu, Akainu, etc. The eyes were almost bursting. The expression on the face was shocking to the extreme. Incredible. Believe it? The two admirals of the Navy headquarters actually died in an instant. How could this be possible? What happened? Doubt. Confusion. Shock. Fear. Although the reputation of Dao Tu and Jadu is not as prominent as Akainu, Aokiji, Kiabu, etc., they are also solid generals. They were killed in an instant. It was Alexander Lukiu himself. Did you do it yourself? All the seamen of Gilo swallowed hard, the cold sweat on their foreheads burst out, and their eyes involuntarily fell on Luo Qiu, as if they were looking at a demon, full of unparalleled fear. Can be killed instantly. Two generals, everyone can only think of Luo Qiu. Among all the people sitting, I am afraid that only Luo Qiu has this strength. However, it is not. Only see. Standing beside Luo Qiu was a blonde short-haired, Slender woman in a knight's uniform, holding a long knife in her hand, dripping blood constantly. Obviously. Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin died at her hands. It is the Demon Tail Dimension world, one of the 12 shields of the Protector, the War Princess Timaria Yesta. Can manipulate time at will. In a world where time stands still, everyone except her it is static, and only those whose strength is much higher than her can break through the shackles of time and move freely. For example, Luo Qiu. As a fusion of Kunarokia, which can devour the rift of time, Dimaria's seal of time naturally cannot seal him. Oops. What a beautiful little girl, I wanted to play with her, but unfortunately His Majesty the King doesn't allow it. Timaria looked pity for the corpse of Peach Rabbit. She has a very trembling character and likes to burst her clothes during battle, especially for those beautiful girls. However, Luo Qiu's patience has gradually been worn away. The attack of the pirates and others made him very unhappy. So Dao Tu and the T-Dolphin are unlucky? No way. It wasn't Alexander Lukiu who did it himself. The one who killed the two generals, Dao Tu and Chadu, turned out to be that blonde woman. When the soldiers of the Navy headquarters below the execution platform heard Dimaria's words, their expressions suddenly changed, very horrified and terrifying. If Luo Qiu shot, they might be able to accept it. After all, Luo Qiu is the one who defeated the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air and the strongest man in the world. But Luo Qiu didn't take action at all, only one of his subordinates took action. This made them very scared. Just one subordinate killed two generals of the Navy headquarters. If Luo Qiu himself took action, they would still have who can resist. It's not just these ordinary sailors who are afraid. Even Aokiji and Kyobu were heartbroken. Too terrifying. To be able to kill Dao Tu and Chadu in an instant. It is true that the strength of the two may be slightly inferior to them, but they are definitely the peak powerhouses standing in this sea. This kind of shock, even the veteran admirals of the Navy headquarters, could not accept it. Mary. Kill all the officers of the Navy headquarters. Luo Qiu said to Timaria indifferently, causing all the admirals of the Navy headquarters to shudder. It was almost the moment Luo Qiu's voice fell. Below. Pucci, a head suddenly rises into the sky again. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Seeing the dead man, the surrounding Marines suddenly screamed in horror, and there was a strong inconceivable color in their eyes. How could it be? She's here in an instant. The memories of these sailors of Dimariya are still at the time when she was on the execution platform. Result. They didn't even blink an eye. Dimariya instantly appeared beside the flying squirrel and killed him. It's so weird. It's like teleportation. The ability to manipulate time is amazing. All the people have no idea what's going on. Time stops, and their thoughts are still. Timaria doesn't care if they are how shocked, terrified, and puzzled, she only knew that she had to implement Luo Qiu's orders. Lieutenant General Stoberg. Along with the exclamations of the sailors, there was the death of a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Next, Dimariya became a nightmare for the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Fire Mountain, Gomir, Stiers, etc., nearly 10 admirals of the 1st Navy headquarters all died at the hands of Dimariya. Tick 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 tick, blood ran down the gangster with the long knife in Dimariya's hand. All the sailors looked at Dimariya as if they were looking at a demon, full of endless fear. Dead. Almost all the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters died at the hands of this woman. Horrible. Is he the devil in hell? Chapter 137, The Last Hope, Admiral Whitesnake of the Navy headquarters. Horrified. Horrified. Unbelievable. On the entire square, tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters were all shocked and speechless. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters fell one by one. There was no resistance. All killed. This is completely beyond their range of cognition. Even Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru are well-informed veteran generals. Weird. Even if these lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters are not as powerful as generals, a strong man who came out of countless corpses and a sea of blood. It won't happen all of a sudden, and there is no room for resistance. So far, no one in the naval headquarters has been able to find out what ability Timoria has. Damn it! What ability does that guy have? Akainu looked at the vice admirals who died one by one, and his eyes were split. These are the backbone of the Navy headquarters. Ha ha ha. Are you still in the mood to care about those guys? Neptune's roar. Seleni's cheeks swelled, magic power surged, and a strong vortex of ocean current spewed out. Damn. Big fire spit. In the face of Seleni's attack, Akainu has no time to worry about others. The confrontation between the magma and the sea water immediately produced a hot water vapor. Neptune's claws. In the smoke, Seleni's hands were wrapped in the ocean current of Neptune Dragon and rushed towards Akainu. Of the 8 attributes in his body, the attributes of the Sea King Dragon are undoubtedly the most restrained from the Akainu Devil Fruit ability. Damn. What the hell is this guy? He can actually use the power of the sea. Akainu is still quite apprehensive about the attributes of Selene Sea King Dragon. If you are touched, you can't use the Devil Fruit ability, and your body's strength will be weakened by 3 points. This restraint is undoubtedly the most deadly in the process of this kind of confrontation between the strong. Shaved Volcano Blast. Akainu did not dare to collide with it, and could only dodge away. Open. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. At the moment of retreating, Akainu's right arm suddenly turned into magma, condensed into a magma hound and rushed towards Selene. It's useless. It's useless. How many times you say it before you understand? Selene the god of God roared impatiently at Akainu. Without dodging or evading, he was directly hit by Akainu's magma, and immediately swallowed them in his mouth. Armed with the Dragon Slayer crystal of the Infernal Dragon, he is almost immune to fire himself. The magma of more than 1,000 degrees could not reach him at all, but it was a good tonic. How can it be repaired? Akainu scolds angrily, feeling very helpless. His strongest attack is hot lava. But for Selene, it doesn't work at all, he doesn't care. Any trick will be swallowed by him. The bigger he is, the more tired he is, the more energetic the other party is. Damn it! What the hell is this? Akainu has already started to curse in his heart. He really can't do anything about Selene. Except for Akainu's curse, Aokiji also suppressed by Stark, there have been countless scars on his body. Fujitora was also suppressed by Gildas and was powerless to fight back. Green Bull is not an opponent of the wolf. Only the yellow monkey is relatively easy, and the speed of light and thunder is partly up and down. As for the peach rabbit and the tea dolphin, the corpses were already cold. Now, of the 8 generals of the Navy headquarters, only the white snake Orokai was left untouched. On the execution platform, Luo Chiu gave him a veiled look, which the snake instantly understood. Emperor Alexander, the strongest man in the world, let me meet you. The big snake pretended to be proud. The body slowly rises, the white hair flutters in the wind, and the purple sun tattoo looks very mysterious. It's General White Snake. He's going to shoot. It is rumored that he is more monster than the 2 generals Fujitora and Green Bull. Will he be Alexander Roach's opponent? If there is any hope for these navies, it is Admiral White Snake of the Navy headquarters. He beat Fujitora, and Green Bull became the king of newcomers. In the hearts of these naval headquarters soldiers still have a bit of status. Under the circumstance that the rest of the Admiral of the Admiralty was beheaded, suppressed, and disadvantaged, the Admiral of the Admiralty, White Snake, was their only hope. Timoria immediately turned her gaze to the Orokai, with a dangerous aura in her eyes. Admiral White Snake. Die. Time stopped. but this time it was Tamaria who was hurt. You can act in my time world. Tamaria looked at the big snake in disbelief, half pretending, usually really shocked. Because the serpent can really move freely in the time world when Tamaria is still. What's going on? That, the demon-like woman who killed Admirals Dao and Chadu and countless vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters was injured. How did you get hurt? Not at all clear. Although Tamaria was injured, all the people in the Navy headquarters wrapped the admirals, and almost no one knew what happened. Because all this happens in a world where time is still. But, although I don't know why, the white snake did seriously injure Tamaria. This suddenly made the sailors in despair suddenly become extremely excited. Oh. General Whitesnake is mighty. Seeing such a scene, the depressed sailors burst into a burst of shocking cheers. Seeing this, Luo Qiu immediately revealed a triumphant smile on the corner of his mouth. Cheer to your heart's content, worship him, make him a hero. That's it? Your ability is to control time. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. The big snake's brown pupils looked down at Tamaria proudly, with a look of seeing through everything. My God! It's actually controlling time. What a terrifying ability. It turns out that the generals of Dao and T Dolphins, as well as the lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, were all killed by her manipulation of time. As expected of the White Snake General. It can be seen. Too strong. Orikai's words made everyone in an uproar, and at the same time made all the soldiers of the Navy headquarters worship Orikai even more. Well, Tamaria, you should step back first. Just let me meet for a while with this Admiral Whitesnake of the Navy headquarters. Luo Qiu stood up and moved his muscles and bones, as if he was about to do it himself. Gilu, when all the sailors saw Luo Qiu stand up, they couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Cold sweat broke out, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were full of fear. Will the White Snake be this man's opponent, a friend who likes this book? Friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Please download Filu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 138 Luo Qiu vs General Whitesnake. Luo Qiu and Orikai stood opposite each other. This moment, almost all the seamen's eyes were focused on the two of them. They are looking forward to, the Admiral Whitesnake of the Navy headquarters can defeat Luo Qiu. Black particles. Orikai took the lead to raise his hand to attack. Circles of black particles flew towards Luo Qiu. These black particles devoured everything around them like black holes, annihilating everything around them. The fire escapes the fire and extinguishes it. Facing the attack of the big snake, Luo Qiu's hands quickly formed seals, the violent chakra surged in his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a huge fireball like a meteorite. Boom! Two completely different energies collided in the air, and a violent burst suddenly occurred. The explosion. The impact of the explosion set off a violent storm, which made everyone almost unable to open their eyes. Before everyone could react, Orikai immediately launched the next round of attack on Luo Qiu. Reiki, column. With the right hand of the snake raised, 6 blue spirits full of destructive power chi, the column suddenly emerged from the ground and hit Luo Qiu directly. Shunpo. Luo Qiu stepped on Shunbu, and his body turned into a series of phantoms, aura, and shuttled between the gaps of the pillars. The iron fist of the black dragon. Swish. Luo Qiu's figure appeared directly in front of the big snake, the dark dragon scales on his arms shone with a dazzling metallic luster, containing infinite power. Aura, shield. Seeing this, the big snake immediately stretched out his hands, and his spiritual energy instantly condensed into a circular shield. Bang! A loud noise. The body of the big snake flew out instantly and fell into the buildings in Rogue Town. General Whitesnake. All the sailors looked worriedly at the hole where the big snake flew into. Because, the big snake is their last hope. If the big snake is finished, they are completely finished. Whoosh! The big snake's figure rushed out from the ruins of the house. Although it was a little embarrassed, it did not receive much damage. Great! General Whitesnake is fine. Seeing the undamaged snake, all the sailors breathed a sigh of relief. They are really afraid that the big snake will burp all of a sudden. After all, Luo Qiu was someone who could kill even the Whitebeard, who was once known as the strongest man in the world. Fortunately, it's alright. The body of the big snake left a white trail in the air, and the body rushed towards Luo Qiu like a meteor. God's finger. The big snake that rushed in front of Luo Qiu, put the middle and index fingers of his right hand together, and suddenly stretched out towards Luo Qiu. A majestic energy burst out instantly, and Luo Qiu's body was instantly rushed out by this powerful energy. After retreating for more than 10 meters in a row, he finally stopped. Of course, there are some elements of his intention in it. The battle between the two was just acting for the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. The purpose is to create a strong hero image in the hearts of the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, and let him take a deep-rooted position in the Navy headquarters. Bury a seed for future war with the world government. Powerful nails. Of course, these sailors have no way of knowing about this. They were so excited when they saw their white snake general repelling Luo Qiu. One by one, they shouted in excitement, cheering for the big snake. Luo Qiu praised lightly. Stop talking nonsense. Today, I will definitely arrest you in the name of General Whitesnake. The big snake called Luo Qiu angrily, with a righteous and awe-inspiring look. Seeing this, Luo Qiu nodded indifferently. There is an inner taste. If you can do it, just come. But if you fail, you will die. Luo Qiu's voice was full of cold killing intent, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a bit. Humph! Black particles. The big snake snorted coldly, did not answer, and directly attacked Luo Qiu. The roar of the black dragon. Luo Qiu opened his mouth and it was a roar of the dragon. Boom! A violent energy spurted out of Luo Qiu's mouth in an instant. The black particles emitted by the big snake were only stalemate for a moment and then washed away, and the dragon's roar continued to charge unabated. Towards the serpent, his body was drowned in the dragon's roar in an instant. Rumbling dash. Luo Qiu is right in front of him, all the roads, houses, trees, etc. have been destroyed, just like tearing a piece from the map. On the ground, there is a thick smoke of gunpowder. From here, you can see the sea directly, without any obstacle ahead. This is too much. Even the terrain has changed. All the sailors looked at the scene of being destroyed by Luo Qiu in awe. I can only say that he really deserves to be the strongest man in the world. General Whitesnake. He won't be directly killed, will he? The sailors looked around and found no sign of the serpent at all, and they were extremely worried. If they were hit directly, no one should be able to survive from it. Drink. Reiki, column. An angry shout sounded from the sky, and the figure of the big snake descended from the sky. With a few auras, Zhu released from his side and rushed straight to Luo Qiu. It's General Whitesnake. Great. Fine. Long live. When those sea soldiers saw the white snake falling from the sky, they burst into tears of joy. Because they were fighting against Luo Qiu, the action of the big snake had unknowingly affected the hearts of all the sea soldiers. Hidden away. Some strength. But that's all there is to it. Eternal ray. Countless dense spots of light suddenly appeared beside Luo Qiu, and a white laser beam was immediately emitted. Such intensive attacks cannot be avoided at all. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes to support a wave, thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things in reading: collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 139 Horror Additional Magic. Yellow Ape Falls. Huiyua numerous laser rays shot from Luo Chu's side to the big snake swooping down in the sky. Orikai's aura, Zhu is a younger brother in front of Luo Chu's immortal ray, not his opponent at all. It was annihilated in an instant. Aura, shield. The big snake had no choice but to gather the strength of his whole body to condense a huge aura shield in front of him. Boom boom boom. Luo Chu's immortal ray slammed into the aura shield of the serpent and a series of explosions suddenly occurred, making the serpent's body become, the mind is swaying, the blood is surging. This is the Black Dragon King Akonorokia. The energy obtained by swallowing the crack of time is extraordinary. After a round of lazing, the body of the big snake became, very embarrassed. He was gasping for breath incessantly. It was obvious that he had just spent a lot of energy resisting Luo Chu's attack. Pretty good, well. To be able to withstand my attack head-on and survive. Luo Chu expressed his appreciation. Hee. If I don't send you into the Push City, how could I die? The big snake sneered. The surrounding sailors were moved to tears. Crying loudly. Woo woo woo. General White Snake. How brave. I'm not afraid to face such a strong enemy. The image of a hero who is not afraid of strong enemies and fights to the death gradually formed in the minds of these sailors. All of this was deliberately guided by Luo Chu. Luo Chu looked around the battlefield and glanced at the fighting situation of the others. In addition to breaking 5 and 10 Blade 1 Stark, who has suppressed the green pheasant, the rest of the people are temporarily in a state of evenness or a small advantage. If you want to decide the winner, there is no way to fight for a few days or nights. But Luo Chu didn't have time to spend it with them here. The New World Pirates Alliance has launched an all-out attack on the Kingdom of Alexander. Although the strength he left behind before he left was enough to deal with it, Luo Chu was not in the country after all. If things go on like this, not only the morale of the soldiers will be low, but even the hearts of the people may be disintegrated. This is very detrimental to the development of the kingdom. It's time to end the fighting here in Rogue Town. Luo Chu glanced at the execution platform thinking about it. A woman wearing a black cloak, knee-high boots, wearing a wizard hat, holding an antler staff, with delicate facial features and beautiful crimson hair immediately understood Luo Chu's meaning. I saw her holding up the staff in her hand. Magic power is added to the limit. Power additional limit. Additional speed limit. With the call of the female magician, the deer stick in her hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Laxus, Gilda, Renee, Stark, and everyone in the wolf field suddenly felt their strength and speed. It has grown exponentially. It has increased several times in an instant. It has completely reached the limit that the body can bear. Especially Laxus, Gildas, Selene, etc. have been summoned from the fairy tale dimension world. Those who come, the increase is even stronger. After all, they have magic power in their bodies. It was none other than one of the characters in the Demon Tale Dimension world summoned by Luo Chu, Irene Belzarian. One of them lived for 400 years like the Black Dragon Akonorokia of superpowers. The originator of the Dragon Slayer. In addition to the Dragon Slayer magic, her super powerful additional magic is even more powerful. Can apply any magic to any object. Even the magic that can add chaotic land layout to the land of the entire country, the terrain of the entire country is under her control. It is simply outrageous. Ha! Drink. Ah! After the people under Luo Chu got Irene's additional magic, they felt that the energy in their bodies was about to explode, and they couldn't help screaming in the sky. The golden electric light, the blue water light, and the white streamer came from Laxus. Selene, Gildas burst out. Die! Yellow monkey. Laxus, who was flashing with violent thunder and lightning, stared sharply at Kizaru, and suddenly his scalp felt numb. This is bad. Whoosh, Laxus's body disappeared in place in an instant. Kizaru didn't have time to react at all, and his neck was numb. Just got caught by Laxus. Boom. The entire head of Kizaru was pressed into the ground by Laxus, and then pushed forward in an instant, creating a huge ravine that was long, wide, and deep on the ground. It wasn't until a few hundred meters away that Kizaru was worthy. After reacting, he quickly elementalized to avoid the attack of Saxus. Far away. Before the elementalized photons of Kobo had just condensed into a human form, Laxus' body had already appeared beside him. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Boom. Kizaru's just condensed figure was once again hit by Laxus with a punch. Can't escape. I can't react at all. Now. Laxus accepted Irene's additional magic, and his strength soared several times. Kizaru was no match at all. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Yumming Thunder. Thorn La La, endless thunder light emerged from Laxus, and half of the sky was illuminated by thunder light. Endless thunder and lightning are rushing towards Kizaru. Naturally, Kizaru will not sit still. Golden light flashes in his hands, and countless light bombs attack Laxus. 8-foot Kyanguyu. However, the eggs. The light bullets are directly annihilated in the endless thunder. Ah! From the violent golden lightning came the screams of Kobo, accompanied by the smell of burning barbecue. This is magic damage. Even the elementalization of the Japanese ape can't be avoided. However, it's not over. Thunder Mercury Red Royal Thunder. With a roar from Laxus, the golden thunderbolt instantly turned blood red, exuding bursts of terrifying aura. The red thunderbolt gave people a heart-pounding aura that devastated the world. Drink. Laxus burst into roars, and his magic power was output with all his strength. Kizaru's body was annihilated little by little in the red thunder and lightning. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters, Meteor. Friends who like this book, please also vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Please download Filu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 140 Collapse. All killed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Laxus, and they stared at the deep pit in front of him in shock. He was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Kizaru, was melted directly. Why is this? Possibly, Kizaru isn't. Newcomers like Daotu and Chadu who were promoted from the candidate generals. He is a veteran general of the Navy Headquarters. He was also killed. As if an electric small motor was installed. The tension is incredible. The fear is incredible. But this fear is just the beginning. Aokiji, who confronted Stark, is also scarred and on the verge of collapse. Originally, Aokiji was no match for Stark. With the blessing of Irene's additional magic, Aokiji is even less of an opponent. Soul split. A burst of blue light suddenly appeared on Stark's body, forming fierce blue wolves one by one. These wolves are all clones of Stark's soul. Not only contains the majestic spiritual pressure, but also has a spiritual attack. Ouch! 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 The group of wolves let out a burst of wolf howls, staring at the green pheasant, grinning, eyes full of ferocity. Superior. With a wave of Stark's arm, these ghostly wolves with Stark's soul split quickly rushed towards Aokiji. Ice Cube 2 Spears. Ice Popping Pheasant. Aokiji uses the ability of frozen fruit to launch attacks to resist these ghost wolves. But a scene that shocked him happened. I saw. Aokiji's attack has absolutely no effect on these ghost wolves split from Stark's soul. Neither the Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spear nor the Ice Cube Mouth Pheasant caused any damage to these ghost wolves. These ghost wolves passed right through the green pheasant's attack. How could it be? Aokiji's eyes were wide open and looked extremely surprised. These are wolves split from Stark's soul, of course physical attacks can't hit. Ah! The first wolf that pounced on the green pheasant directly bit the green pheasant's arm, and didn't wait for the green pheasant to react. The whole wolf exploded directly. His arm was directly blown into ice slag, his head was dizzy, and there was a short blank state. This wolf's explosion is not only a physical attack, but a soul attack. While Aokiji was dizzy, the wolves split by Stark's soul all swarmed up, and dozens of wolves surrounded Aokiji's entire body. Full of boom. With a loud bang, a dazzling light rose into the sky. Although this explosion was not so violent, it hit the soul directly. In the self-destruction of these ghost wolves, the soul of the green pheasant was directly annihilated. After the explosion, Aokiji's body was lying weakly on the dilapidated ground, his eyes were white, and he was completely unconscious. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, fallen. Admiral Aokiji. The surrounding Marines shouted to Aokiji with trembling voices. However, what responded to him was endless silence. No answer. No way. Admiral Aokiji also died. A sailor covered his head, his eyes were round, and countless black lines appeared on his forehead, and he said with a terrified expression, "Ah!" Before these sailors grieved for the death of Aokiji, a scream suddenly attracted their attention again. "Turn around and look." I saw 3 deep wounds in Akainu's abdomen, blood was flowing, and I could even see the stomach and intestines in it. Very miserable. How can it be repaired? Its speed and power increased so much in an instant. Akainu clutched his stomach and knelt down halfway, with a shocked and angry expression. Originally, he was only slightly disadvantaged against Selene. But, after Irene applied the additional magic, Selene completely crushed the Akainu. Magma has no effect on Selene, who has the Purgatory Dragon Crystal, and can only be beaten passively. Wild dog. It's your death. Selene-sama's hand is your honor. The last trick, send you on the road. 8 dragons. Drink. Selene stood with his feet apart, took a horse step, and drank up to the sky, his muscles swelled up, and the blue veins on his forehead burst violently. Woohoo! Rumble. The wind is howling. The ground is shaking. The air is howling. Selene's body suddenly appeared the shadow of 8 dragons, the green cave dragon, the red purgatory dragon, the blue sea king dragon, the blue storm dragon, etc. Every dragon's phantom exudes an incomparably powerful power. Oh ho ho! The 8 dragons roared. Earth-shaking. The power was amazing. Many sailors couldn't help but plug their ears directly. Swish swish, after roaring, the phantoms of the 8 dragons all rushed towards Akainu. Hateful. If you want to kill me, you will also pay a heavy price for me. Ultimate volcanic eruption. Drink. Akainu roared, the whole person turned into magma, and all the magma gathered together, like an erupting volcano, and spewed towards Selene. Null. Earth. Everyone was burned. Everyone felt as if their lungs were about to be burned. Stupid dog. How many times have I said it, the magma is useless to me. Selene didn't pay attention to Akainu's last desperate attack. The phantom of the purgatory dragon opened its mouth wide, directly swallowing all the magma erupted by Akainu. Boom. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, all the phantoms of the 8 dragons slammed towards Akainu, and there was a sudden shaking of the mountain. Explosion. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated. Akainu's body lay in the deep pit on the ground, and there was no breath. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, falling. When Akainu just fell, a white beam of light shot up into the sky. Fujitora's body flew into the sky like a rocket, and his body was shattered inch by inch. Hurry! Admiral Fujitora of the Navy headquarters fallen. Following that, Green Bull also died in the hands of the evil wolf. So far, all admirals of the Navy except White except for the snake, everyone died, friends who like this book. Chapter 141, The Ultimate Additional Magic, The Collapse of the Star of God. Hero White Snake. Silence. Silent. All the soldiers of the Navy headquarters became dumbfounded, stiff, and blank. The pupils are almost out of focus. Can't think at all. I can't believe the sight in front of me. Dead. Red Inu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Momotu, T-Dolphin, and Green Bull all died. This is the strongest force of the Navy after the conscription to the world. Luo Qiu. No one came to save them this time. Bruno, who had the fruit of the door last time, was killed by Ezts, and facing Luo Qiu's endless dimensional powerhouse is no opponent at all. Strange monster. Devil. The generals have all been killed. The Navy headquarters is about to collapse. Countless sailors said with trembling voices, their voices filled with endless fear. Admiral. It is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters and the cornerstone of suppressing the sea. Now all but the White Snake general were killed unexpectedly. Without the deterrence of the generals, they can already imagine how riotous the sea will be in the future. Luo Qiu looked around and caught a glimpse of the admirals of the Navy headquarters who were all killed except the big snake. A satisfied smile. Great. It's time to move on to the next step. Hey. All the admirals of the Navy headquarters are dead, you go down and accompany them too. Luo Qiu looked at the big snake in his eyes were very cold, full of murderous intent. Hateful. All Marine headquarters soldiers retreat. I'll stop them. Quick. Orokai shouted loudly to all the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. The sound and shadow are full of tragic and solemn. In an instant, the figure of the big snake suddenly became very tall in the minds of all the sailors. Hero. From their point of view, their White Snake general is using his own life to create a chance for them to retreat. The hearts of all the sailors suddenly became extremely moved. Whoa! General White Snake. We will fight with you to the end. Yes. Fight to the end. Unexpectedly, these sailors were quite loyal, and after hearing the big snake's liver protection, they did not choose to retreat immediately. Asshole. It's just a burden for you to stay. All commanders obey orders and lead all seamen immediately. It's the command of the general. The big snake angrily scolded all the Marines, and directly took out the identity of the general and ordered them. As ordered. Admiral White Snake. The admirals of the Navy headquarters immediately saluted Orokai and took orders. With tears in the corners of his eyes, he began to organize his subordinates to retreat. To this, Laxus and the others under Luo Qiu's command, pretending to be overexhausted, to stop them symbolically. After all, Luo Qiu also needs them to spread the heroic deeds of Orokai. Most of the sailors fled to the ship, looking at the island where Rogue Town is located, bursting into tears. In their opinion, their White Snake admiral is doomed. Your Majesty, most of the Marines have all escaped. Irene came to Luo Qiu to report to him, Orochimaru, you're going to suffer a little later. Now that there are no outsiders, Luo Qiu has no need to continue to pretend. For His Majesty, I am willing to pay any price. The big snake bowed its head. As a character summoned by Luo Qiu, there is no need to question loyalty, even if Luo Qiu asks him to die, he will not hesitate. In that case, let's start, Irene. Luo Qiu instructed Irene. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Irene snorted, her body swelled rapidly, and her body turned into a crimson dragon, full of endless coercion. The ultimate plus magic god star collapses. Irene in the form of a dragon, the magic power is beyond imagination, the magic power directly rushed out of the earth and into the universe. A huge meteorite like an asteroid began to hit the earth under the additional magic of Irene. Passing through the atmosphere, a huge meteor with a diameter of thousands of meters started to burn, and it hit Rogtown directly with scorching high temperature. The target is the big snake. This scene. It is for all sailors to see. Oh my god. What is that? Did an island fall from the sky? 10 times bigger than the meteorite summoned by Admiral Fujitora. Oh my god. As long as it is smashed down, the entire town of Lorogue will be destroyed. The sailors who had fled to the warship stared at the meteorite in the sky that Irene summoned with her ultimate magic. They haven't seen meteorites. Originally, Admiral Fujitora of the Navy headquarters was a master at summoning meteorites. But, compared with the meteorite summoned by Irene, the meteorite summoned by Fujitora is nothing compared to nothing. There is no comparison at all. In the eyes of everyone's horror, fear, and despair, the meteorite smashed directly into the town of Rog. Rumbling dash. A loud bang, almost everyone's eardrums in a radius of 100 miles. Landslides and earthquakes. Air surges. Turned into ruins. The whole island was smashed into a big hole from the middle. Whooping the sea water splashed. A huge water column of hundreds of meters was aroused. The violent impact even smashed the surrounding sea. A turbulent wave was set off, making the warships of the Navy headquarters become, swaying, as if it could be ready at any time. Enough to be overturned. It took a long time for the sea to slowly return to calm. The island on which Rogue Town is located has completely changed its terrain. A huge meteorite is embedded in the center, and it looks like a giant poached egg from a distance. Oh my god! What a power this is! The terrain of the entire island has been completely changed. All the sailors looked at the island where the completely changed Rogue Town was located with incomparable astonishment. At this time, they are extremely fortunate and grateful to the White Snake General who let them retreat. If not, just relying on these ordinary sailors, the cliff will be smashed into flesh. How about General White Snake? A sailor asked tremblingly. The surrounding Marines heard the words, and their expressions suddenly darkened. Under such a powerful attack, is there any possibility of surviving? Thank you to the author. Please download FIFAI to read the underlined version of the novel. Lu Novel. Chapter 142. The naval headquarters is completely defeated, and the 4 generals die. Countless sailors looked at the island where Rogue Town was located with worry, and worried about the safety of the big snake in their hearts. After Luo Qiu left, many generals brought people back to Rogue Town. Look around. The town of Rogue has completely disappeared, and it has all turned into ruins. Everyone is looking for it with all their strength, living to see people, and dying to see corpses. No matter what, we must send the generals to the naval headquarters. An unknown vice admiral of the Navy headquarters commanded loudly to the sailors. It was because of his namelessness that he was able to barely escape his life. Luo Qiu let people kill, all of them were powerful lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters. Now, of the 8 admirals of the Navy headquarters, 7 were all killed, and 1 was alive and dead, and only he had the highest official rank. When the sailors heard the words, they immediately began to act one by one. They searched for the bodies of those admirals and lieutenant admirals who died in battle one by one among the ruins. The bodies of Akainu, Aokiji, Daotu, and others were picked up from the ruins by the Marines. Some are still intact, some are dilapidated and very infiltrating. What about General White Snake? Where is he? No. Totally found. Many sailors whispered to each other, looking for the figure of the big snake. Akainu and the others have all been confirmed dead, only Orokai, they still have a trace of hope in their hearts. Found it? Under the sea. Everyone, go and help, General White Snake still has a faint breath. A sailor excitedly emerged from the deep pit smashed by the meteorite and shouted to the surrounding sailors. Great. Everyone, go and help. When the surrounding Marines heard the words, they were immediately excited and jumped into the sea one by one to rescue the big snake. Seabed. A soldier was dragging the snake's body quickly upstream, dragging a long trail of blood in the sea. At this time, the body of the big snake is full of scars, almost all the bones in the body are broken, the breath is weak, and it is on the verge of death. This is a total bittersweet. Just like Zhou in the Three Kingdoms beating Huang Gai, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Having experienced this battle, I believe that Orokai will be able to gain the loyalty of a large number of subordinates and successfully gain a firm foothold in the naval headquarters. Soon, the big snake surfaced in the rescue of the seamen. Doctor! Doctor! Come on! General Whitesnake still has a breath. The sailors who rescued the serpent kept roaring. The medics came quickly and checked the body of the big snake, with an ugly look on his face. General Whitesnake's injuries are very serious and he is on the verge of death. The medical conditions here are limited, and the army headquarters must be treated immediately. When everyone heard the words, their hearts suddenly tightened. Then what are you waiting for? Immediately escort the former headquarters of General Whitesnake for treatment. Leave a few hundred people to clean the battlefield. The surviving Vice Admiral of the Admiralty issued the order immediately. No doubt. After this battle, Orokai has completely become a hero in the eyes of these sailors. Everyone's heart is worried about the life and safety of the big snake. The Navy immediately sent Orokai to the warship at the fastest speed, and immediately headed to the naval headquarters. As the sailors left, the battle was completely over. The Navy headquarters was completely defeated. 7 of the 8 Navy headquarters admirals were killed in action, and 1 was on the verge of death. New World, Beehive Island. With the end of the war against Luoqiu by the naval headquarters of Rogtown, the most intense battlefield for the anti-Alexander Kingdom alliance to attack the Alexander Kingdom is also in full swing. Clang! Smoothie's broadsword slashed at Rukia's Zanpakuto, causing her arm to go numb. In terms of strength, she is no match for Smoothie, who has absorbed the huge amount of moisture. It can't continue like this. Rukia looked at her cracked mouth and seeped blood, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Although she tried her best to avoid going head-to-head with Smoothie. But there are always some tricks that cannot be avoided. If it goes on like this, it will only be consumed little by little, which is completely impossible. Call. Rukia let out a deep breath of cold air, and the Zanpakuto stood upright in front of her, exuding an extreme coldness from her body. Absolute zero. In an instant, Rukia's body surface suddenly dropped to 18 degrees Celsius. However, this is just the beginning. The temperature is still, it keeps dropping. Degrees. Degrees Celsius. Degrees Celsius. The temperature on her body has dropped to 23. It can only stop in degrees Celsius. This temperature is also known as absolute zero. It can freeze everything. Suddenly there was a sour sound around ka. The ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. The people near Rukia suddenly felt their bodies stiff, their actions became extremely slow, and even their thinking was a little slow. This temperature. It's so cold. Smoothie looked at Rukia, who was extremely cold, and her body shivered involuntarily. Holding the long sword tightly in both hands, he looked extremely vigilant. Rukia let out a low voice, stepped on Shunpo, and quickly flew towards Smoothie. As Rukia approached, Smoothie could clearly feel the extreme cold emanating from Rukia's body. Even the water vapor in the air was frozen, forming bursts of white frost. Armed color covered. Moisture sword. In the face of Rukia's attack, Smoothie naturally won't sit still, and while covering the domineering look of the armed color, injects the water in his body into the sword energy. Kaka. Almost as soon as Smoothie swung the sword energy was frozen, along with the long sword in her hand. Xiaobingxiu was cut off by Rukia's hand, and it shattered like glass. Smoothie's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, this was the last expression in her life. The cold air brought by absolute zero suddenly froze her entire body, and the fear in her eyes was frozen at this moment. The ice sculpture of Smoothie was kicked to pieces, and her body was also broken. 4 generals, Smoothie, die. Friends and friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly votes and comment votes to support a wave, thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 143 Creep It? Panther King. Smoochie's sister. When Katakuri, Snag, Cracker and others saw Smoothie, who had been shattered into countless pieces of ice and couldn't die, they suddenly cried out in grief and anger. Hoo. Rukia, who had dealt with Smoothie, gasped without listening, and the Zanpakuto in her hand gradually changed to its original state. The move of Absolute Zero was extremely draining on him. Even she can only last for a few seconds. Fortunately, he killed Smoothie. It was that little girl who took the lead in killing the enemy. Grimjo glanced at Rukia, seeming to be very unhappy that he was behind her. Then, you should die too. Grimjo's eyes as sharp as a cheetah shone with a cold light, staring at the cracker. Insolent guy. If you want to die, I will kill you. Cracker's expression was full of anger. The long sword in his hand, covered with a jet-black domineering color of armament, swirled and stabbed at Grimjo. Ring turn. Grimjo swishes and instantly disappears in front of Cracker. Appeared again, already behind him. Crack. Grimjo's sharp claws gripped his back fiercely, and Grimjo's outer biscuit armor instantly shattered. Even if it is covered with armed color domineering, it will not help. Cracker's back was caught, and 3 long bloodstains appeared. Pain. It hurts me. The cradle whose back was slashed suddenly wailed and screamed exaggeratedly. But in fact, he didn't suffer much damage. The biscuit armor covered with domineering armed colors has offset most of Grimjo's strength for him, and those few scars are just skin injuries. It's just because Cracker himself is very afraid of pain. As one of the 4 generals, a big man, a big pirate with a reward of hundreds of millions of Baileys, would actually scream for this little scar. Simply. But Grimjo doesn't care if Cracker is screaming or howling. The spiritual pressure in the body gathered frantically into his hands, and even added his own blood. This virtual flash is several times more powerful than ordinary virtual flashes, and the power is also increased several times. This is Wang Su's flash with blood as the medium. Only Digzu like Pao and Mian Shivan can use it. Wang Su's flash. A blue light pierced the sky, and suddenly slammed into the still, wailing Cracker. Crisis strikes. Cracker didn't care about screaming, and hurriedly avoided it. Boom. There was a loud bang, shaking the sky and the earth. At the moment when the cradle just dodged, a violent explosion occurred on the ground in an instant. Although it didn't hit directly, it was enough to make the Crackers panic. Armed color overlay. Swish, Cracker's biscuit armor is covered with a thick layer of armed color domineering. Not only that, even the inner body of his biscuit armor is also covered with signs of armed domineering defense. Boom. Crack. Cracker's biscuit armor shattered in response, revealing a kind of real body, topless, wearing he wore a purple cloak, a long sword hung around his waist, and there was a long scar on his right eye. Wow. The power of Grimjo Wang Su's flash is so huge. But the tyrannical and violent shockwave swelled his blood, and his bones felt like they were about to shatter. How can it be repaired? You bastard, you make this uncle feel so much pain again and again. Absolute. I will never post you. The Cracker fell to the ground, staring at Grimjo with a ruthless expression, wishing to tear him into pieces. I'm running out of patience. Let you feel, what is despair? Grimjo looked at Cracker, who was yelling at him, and suddenly showed a look of impatience. "Crack it, Leopard King!" With Grimjo's shout, his body suddenly changed dramatically. The originally blue short hair quickly grew longer, extending all the way to the waist. The body becomes a white leopard, the turquoise eyeshadow extends to the temple, and the ears become blue leopard ears, showing the shape of a leopard. Cracker's eyes flashed a look of fear. Just now, in the normal state, he faintly suppressed himself. Now, using the form of eudemons will definitely increase the strength. Of course. This is just what the Crackers take for granted. What kind of ghost is this? This is the return blade. How can it be repaired? First strike is stronger. Wave pretzels. Cricket immediately took the lead in attacking Grimjo, and the long sword in his hand emitted a wave of sword energy. Whoosh, Grimjo's moment disappeared before his eyes. Crackers directly cut a loneliness. Bang. Grimjo kicked Cracker's waist with a whip leg. Crack. Ribs are broken. Cracker's body instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. Grimjo's strength has increased several times in the state of returning to the blade, which is not something that Cracker can resist. Chi managed to hold back the pain, and hurriedly stabbed the long sword into the ground to relieve the impact. Hateful. Too fast. I can't react at all. Cracker was half kneeling on the ground, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and his expression was shocked and angry. Obviously. Grimjo's kick had already caused him a serious injury. Die. Claw of the Panther King. Grimjo didn't beep at all, just launched his ultimate move. The two claws grabbed two huge blue claw marks, covering the acrylic frame like a fishing net. Asshole. Breakout pretzels. In the face of Grimjo's attack, Cracker would naturally not sit still. The long sword in his hand was covered with a layer of golden flame, and it slashed into the blue claw marks that hit the sky. Crack. The long sword in the hands of Grimjo was torn apart by Grimjo's claws. Yawei is not diminished. Straight claw to the cradle. Oops. Cookie shield. Armed color overlay. Seeing this, Cricket reacted quickly, and hurriedly launched his strongest defense. But it didn't come together. After returning to the blade, Grimjo and Cricket are no longer on the same level. Crack. Crack. All defenses shattered in response. Pucci, friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment votes to support a wave of support. Thank you to the author. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Philo Novels. Chapter 144 Ulquiorra vs Katakuri. Under Grimjo's claws. All of Cracker's defenses are smashed. Together with his whole body, they are all smashed. The 4-star Charlotte Cracker death. Crack. Katakuri looked at the Cracker frame that was cut into pieces by Grimjo's claws, and his eyes flashed with incomparable anger. As the eldest brother of the Charlotte family, he vowed to protect himself since he was a child, brothers and sisters. Now, seeing his younger siblings die one by one in front of him, Katakuri's heart was filled with grief and pain. Sadness, anger, pain. Do not worry. You'll go with them in no time. Ulquiorra said with a blank expression. Virtual flash. Ulquiorra raised her arm, pointed her index finger at Katakuri, and the green Ryotsu condensed at her fingertips to form a huge Ryotsu energy bullet. Dark green lightning flashed around constantly. The momentum is very terrifying. The time of condensing is very short, and the dark green Ryotsu energy bullets blasted towards Katakuri in an instant. A trace of green was drawn in the air. The speed is so fast, unprepared. But Katakuri's arrogance is very strong and can predict the future in a short period of time. In the face of Ulquiorra's powerful virtual flash, Katakuri didn't dodge to dodge, but opened a big hole in his body. The dark green phantom flashed directly through his body without causing any damage. It is the application of the waxy and glutinous fruit's ability. As a glutinous fruit person, any part of the body can be turned into a glutinous rice cake. With the support of the powerful knowledge and domineering, Katakuri can easily use the ability of Nyonyo fruit to evade the enemy's attack. Willow cake. Armed color overlay. Katakuri jumped into the air, his lower body turned into a rice cake shape, and his legs split into tenjo. And every leg is covered with dark and thick armed color domineering. All 10 legs kicked Ulquiorra at the same time, blocking all directions, but he has nowhere to hide. However, Ulquiorra had no intention of hiding. Moonlight sword. He raised his hand to condense a green Ryotsu long sword, and slashed at Ka's domineering rice cake legs covered in armed colors. Dang! Katakuri's armed and domineering rice cake legs are as hard as steel, making Ulquiorra make a loud noise when he sees his legs. Boom! Ulquiorra's figure was kicked away, and he staggered in the air to stabilize his figure. Katakuri chases after victory. The sticky thorn. Katakuri's right arm turned into a rice cake and quickly turned his weapon trident. Wrap it up, then cover it with armament, domineering and spinning rapidly. The surrounding air is stirred like a tornado. The power is very powerful. Whoosh! Katakuri's body came to Ulquio in a blink of an eye in front of Ra, his arm wrapped a trident and stabbed him in the head. Steel! Ulquiorra raised his arm to block, and a glittering white light flashed on his arm. The high concentration of Ryotsu flooded the surface of his skin, which was even worse than the domineering defense of the armed color. Katakuri's arm kept spinning like an electric drill, a bunch of dazzling sparks appeared. What a strong defense! Katakuri sighed inwardly, full of surprise. I said this blow bluntly, even steel would be punctured by a hole. But Ulquiorra was unscathed. Boom! Ulquiorra kicked his belly, kicked his body instantly, and smashed a huge hole on the ground with a bang. Hateful! Unparalleled rice cake blade bomb. Katakuri was half-knelt on the ground, the right arm directly transformed into the form of a Gatling machine gun, covered with a domineering armed color. It looked like a real Gatling machine gun. Da-da-da-da-da, countless rice cakes are shot from the waxy machine gun in Katakuri's hands like bullets. Each stick is covered with armed domineering, and its power is much stronger than ordinary bullets. Virtual bullet. Ulquiorra raised his hand and waved, and countless dark green energy bullets shot out from his hand. These virtual bullets are completely castrated versions of the virtual flash. Although the power is not as good as the virtual flash, it is worse than the number and the speed. Even the Gatling machine gun made by Katakuri can't keep up with the firing speed. Boom boom boom. Bumping, making bursts of explosions, causing bursts of smoke. Bake rice cakes. In the smoke, Katakuri's arm swelled several times, wrapped in bursts of heat, filled with a layer of red flames, like a rocket hitting Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra did not show weakness, and threw a fist against him. Bang! The two fists collided. After all, Katakuri was inferior, and the whole person flew out directly. Boom! Katakuri, his body slammed heavily on the ground again, splashing a piece of gravel smoke. But this time, Katakuri did not get up immediately to attack Ulquiorra, but lay down on the ground with a big letter, gasping for breath. It seems to have given up resistance. Are you ready to die? Moonlight sword. Ulquiorra is still the same ice cube face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. He raised his arm and condensed a moonlight sword, and suddenly threw it at Katakuri, who was on the ground. Whoosh! The moonlight sword pointed directly at Katakuri's heart. If this is stabbed, it will definitely be a woohoo. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes, thanks to the author. Feilu reminds you, Book 3 Things to Collect, Recommend, and Share. Chapter 145, The Death of Katakuri. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but get nervous. Katakuri is going to die. In a critical moment, the ground suddenly became soft and undulating like the waves of the sea. With the ground that Katakuri is talking about as the center, the surrounding area of 100 meters and 1000 meters of ground is all turned into rice cakes. It is the ability of the Nyonyo fruit to awaken. As a superhuman devil fruit ability, in the case of awakening the ability to transform all objects around him into his own flowing rice cake. Katakuri thinks to himself. The ground that turned into a milk cake instantly stood up in front of Katakuri to form a thick shield. Chi, Ulquiorra's moonlight sword stabbed fiercely on it, although it pierced into the shield, it didn't pierce it. It has the domineering protection of the armed color, and the rice cake after awakening has become stronger and thicker, and its defensive power greatly enhanced. Mirror rice cake. Katakuri stood up again, and with a flick of his arm, the ground that turned into rice cakes instantly rose high, crushing Ulquiorra from all directions. In the face of this kind of attack, if you don't escape in time, you will be trapped inside and suffocate to death. If you can't fly, it will be a little trickier to face this kind of attack. But for Ulquiorra, who has the ability to fly, it doesn't matter at all. The black wings behind him suddenly fluttered. Whoosh sound. Ulquiorra's body instantly appeared high in the sky, making these rice cakes lose their target. What a troublesome ability. If that's the case, the second stage will return to the blade. Boom. An extreme spiritual pressure erupted from Ulquiorra's body, and these spiritual pressures were completely transformed into reality. Clap la la, a heavy rain of black and green fell directly from the sky. Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure is liquefied. One can imagine how huge his spiritual pressure is. After the second stage of returning to the sword, Ulquiorra's appearance has undergone great changes. The clothes on the upper body were directly evaporated by the huge Ryotsu, revealing the muscles of the Pankyu. The whites of the eyes all turned dark green, and black tears kept shedding. All of them were overflowing Ryotsu. Ulquiorra, who is under the second stage, is too much Ryotsu. It's so huge that it needs to be spilled out. The abdomen, legs and arms all grew thick black hair, the wings became wider and larger, and a pair of sharp claws grew out. The horns of the armor on the head became sharp and long, also a long tail grows. It becomes more wild, mysterious, and weird than before. An extreme sense of depression fills the entire battlefield. Everyone felt as if a pair of invisible big hands were holding their throats, and they were almost unable to breathe. What a strong sense of oppression. Even Katakuri, the head of the four generals, felt an extreme depression, even more so. Not to mention ordinary fighters. Red light flashed in Katakuri's eyes, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Apparently something bad was predicted. But before he could react, boom! Crack! A hand appeared on Katakuri's head, instantly pressed his head to the ground, and suddenly smashed a huge deep hole. The ground cracked. The gravel flew over. Katakuri's pupils were pale, his head was dizzy, and there was a brief blank state. Ulquiorra's speed in the second stage of returning to the blade is too fast. Even if Katakuri briefly predicted the next attack from Ulquiorra, he couldn't dodge it. 9 heads rice cake. After a brief stun, Katakuri immediately launched a counter-attack against Ulquiorra. 9 waxy glutinous circles suddenly appeared on the ground, and 9 arms stretched out instantly. Each arm was covered with a domineering armed color, and it looked very powerful. Kyra waved away. Every fist has a whirring sound of breaking through the air. Powerful. But these fists didn't even touch the corner of Ulquiorra's shirt. In just an instant, Ulquiorra's figure appeared 100 meters away. A black phantom flash has been condensed in his hand. Black energy bullets, with black electric lights flashing around. Just looking at it makes my scalp feel numb. Huh, the black phantom flash in Ulquiorra's hand suddenly erupted, forming a black beam that penetrated everything and hit Katakuri. Machi Septet. Katakuri, as a domineering owner of top-level knowledge, can naturally feel the power of the black phantom flash in Ulziola's hands. Quickly manipulate the rice cake to defend. Boom boom. The Machi defenses made by Katakuri shattered one by one. Finally, black false flash hit Katakuri on the body. Boom. Katakuri's body was instantly annihilated in the explosion. The smoke was billowing, and it was impossible to see what was in it. The people of the Charlotte family immediately looked at the thick smoke with great concern. Katakuri is the first of the 4 generals. If he is killed, it will be very difficult to occupy the Hive Island. Hope. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the figure of Katakuri. I saw him half kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, and kept coughing cough cough cough. With every cough of Katakuri, a large pool of blood spit out from his mouth. Obviously badly injured. This is still the result of offsetting most of the power after the countless 7 rice cake defenses blocked it. If Katakuri is hit in the front, it is estimated that you will get the lunchbox directly. Ganli Machi. Katakuri hurriedly attacked Ulquiorra without worrying about his injuries. In the face of such a formidable opponent, if you don't attack first, you may never have the chance to attack again. Katakuri's right hand instantly swelled to form a meteor hammer, which was covered with countless spikes, all covered with armament color domineering. There is no blind spot to shoot it. There is no escape. There is no escape. OM. Ulquiorra waved his wings, and a huge riotous storm rushed out in an instant, and all those spikes were pierced by the spiritual force. The crushing of the crushing storm. Thunder gun. The black-green riotous spear was condensed in Ulquiorra's hands, which was completely an upgraded version of the Moonlight Sword. Black-green thunder spear, like a meteor streaking through the void, the speed is so fast that people can't react at all. Puchi in an instant. Katakuri's throat is directly penetrated, bringing a string of a dazzling blood flower. All the members of the Charlotte family suddenly showed a horrified and grief-stricken expression. They couldn't help but cry out to the sky. Brother Katakuri. Under the grief, fear, and despair eyes of the people of the Charlotte family, Katakuri's body fell to the ground weakly, and fell to the ground with a thud. Blood is lost, life is lost. Katakuri, the head of the 4 generals, is dead. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation votes to support a wave, thanks to the author. See without underlining. Please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 146. A bolt from the blue. Big Mom is stunned. Shocked. Terrified. Incredible. Everyone in the pirates looked at Katakuri lying in a pool of blood, and their faces were full of disbelief. Who is Katakuri? He is almost recognized as the second character of the pirates. Apart from the ant, he is the strongest. It is the existence of 10,000 people under one person. Not only the status, but also the strength. And now, the corpse of such a character's Katakuri was lying in a pool of blood, and they couldn't accept it for a while. Katakuri-sama is dead. God. The people of the kingdom of Alexander are really tough. Even the 4 generals are not opponents. How can we beat it? The 4 generals were killed one after another, causing the hearts of the members of the pirate group to be constantly beaten. Collapse step by step. Despair step by step. Now, the hope of victory in my heart has dropped to freezing point. Will their pirates really be able to take down the Hive Island? If there is still a glimmer of hope now, it is Aunt Charlotte Lingling. If he can defeat Zaragi Kenpeki, there is still a glimmer of hope. But if she fails, not only will the pirates not be able to occupy the Hive Island, but they will all be killed. All the pirates' eyes suddenly turned to the battle between Ant and Kenpeki Zakaji. Boom boom boom. Aunt Charlotte Lingling and Zaragi Kenpeki were constantly fighting each other, making bursts of explosions. Both of them are very powerful. Every blow contains a powerful force. The terrain around them has long since changed, received, dilapidated. There are huge potholes everywhere, and from time to time there is a thunder and lightning, a fire, and the momentum is very terrifying. Ha ha ha. Damn fat woman. Very powerful. Worthy of being called the Four Emperors. Show your strongest strength and let me fight even more happily. Zaraki Kanpeka carried the Wild Sun sword, and laughed wildly. The body is covered with scars, sword wounds, fire burns, thunder slashes, etc. All suffered during the battle with Aunt Charlotte Lingling. But the damage Charlotte Lingling suffered was much better than that of Kanpeka. She is known as the Steel Balloon. His body was covered with dense sword marks, and blood was flowing. Mad. Mad. You are a total mad. Holding the Napoleon sword, the ant was panting and covered in scars, and laughed wildly at Zakai Kanpeka, cursing incessantly. Although he has long heard the name of Wild Sword Zakaji Kanpeka, but he never imagined that Zakaji Kanpeka would be so crazy. Only by fighting against Zaraki Kanpeka can you understand how terrifying he is. Swapping wounds for wounds, this is a completely lifeless style of play. Ha ha ha. I'm a lunatic. Fighting lunatics. For Aunt Charlotte Lingling's scolding, Zaraki Kanpeka was not only not angry at all, but very excited. He loves this title. Fighting drives him crazy and excites him. Well. Keep fighting. It's not that you die. I am dead. Nose in Kanpeka's hands pointed to her Aunt Charlotte Lingling, with unparalleled excitement in her eyes. The battle with Aunt Charlotte Lingling is the most hardy battle since Zaraki Kanpeka was summoned by Luo Chiu. Bastard. Powerful country. Aunt Charlotte Lingling cursed angrily, and the Napoleon sword in her hand raised high and swung it suddenly. A terrifying spiral sword energy burst out instantly. A semi-elliptical trajectory instantly appeared on the ground, heading straight for Kanpeka Zaraki. Ha ha ha. Good to come. Blade of Kendo. Zaraki Kanpeka was not surprised but delighted by this. Holding his sword in both hands, he suddenly slashed out a dazzling golden sword energy. Boom. Ant's spiral sword energy and Zengaki Kanpeka's golden sword energy collided in the air, and it happened immediately. A super powerful explosion. Poro poro poro. A phone worm's voice rang from Aunt Charlotte Lingling's body, causing her body to freeze. His eyes were fixed on Zaraki Kanpeka, wanting to answer the phone, but because Zaraki Kanpeka didn't dare to answer. Before she set off to attack the Hive Island, she had instructed not to disturb her unless there was no special emergency. At this time, someone comes, it is absolutely urgent. An ominous premonition suddenly rose in Aunt Charlotte Lingling's heart. Take it. Looking at the way you look, you can't concentrate on fighting with Lao Tzu. Don't worry. I won't do something like a sneak attack. Zaraki Kanpeka saw his aunt's hesitation, and directly carried the knife on his shoulder. He is a fighting maniac, he enjoys fighting very much, and he doesn't disdain for sneak attacks at all. The aunt vigilantly forgot to take a look at Zenmuji Kanpeka, and directly retreated 100 meters away, turning on the domineering look and locking on Zenmuji Kanpeka. After making these defenses, the aunt carefully took out the phone bug. Mom. Mom. Something is bad. The aunt just picked up the handset when she heard a panicked voice from the other end of the phone bug. This made her heart sink even more. What the hell happened? The aunt asked in a low voice. According to the latest news from the intelligence officer, the naval headquarters has been defeated. 7 of the 8 generals dispatched were killed by Alexander Lukiu, and one's life and death are unknown. Now, Alexander Rochu, he has returned to the New World from Rogue Town, very fast, and will be able to reach it soon. The intelligence officer of the Charlotte family on the opposite side reported the news to Auntie in one breath. Boom. Aunt suddenly felt that this news was like a thunderbolt in her mind banging. Her whole brain was in a state of shutdown. Oh my God. Kill 7. And there is one who is alive and dead. How is this possible? Friends who like this book, please vote for some flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. The author, thank you. Feeler reminds you, read 3 things: favorite, recommend, share. Chapter 147 Luochu's Prestige, the Big Mom Pirates Retreat. Here the news reported by the subordinates. Aunt Charlotte Lingling's body stood there in a daze. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's not that she never thought that the Navy headquarters would be killed in battle. After all, Luochu used to be the one who killed the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, and the strongest man in the world with a white beard. But she never imagined that Luochu had killed 7 admirals of the Navy headquarters. And one of them was seriously injured in a coma and didn't know his life or death. The most important thing is that Luochu was unscathed. This is completely beyond her cognition. How is it possible? How could it be? This kind of thing should not be too outrageous. What the hell is this? What? Are you kidding me? Aunt Charlotte Lingling yelled at the phone bugs, understanding with a ferocious face. The voice is full of deep fear. Even her body is shaking. Why did she dare to attack the kingdom of Alexander? Not because he believed that Luochu would die under the crusade of the Navy. But now. But he told him that Luochu had won, and he had almost lost the sea. All the generals of the army headquarters have been killed. She almost didn't scare her to the urine. Who is Luochu, who is currently recognized as the strongest man in the world? The corpse of the beard is superior. In terms of personal strength. Among the 4 emperors, Aunt Charlotte Lingling is undoubtedly the weakest. Even Kaido and Whitebeard were killed by Luochu. How could she be Luochu's opponent? The fear occupied the whole heart of Auntie. Now, she has no intention of attacking at all. According to this posture, it is impossible to occupy the Hive Island. 4 generals were killed, and Zengi Kenpeiga was like a madman, making the Aunt unable to pull away. In this case, it is completely unrealistic to want to occupy the Hive Island. Mom. The news is absolutely true. This is what our intelligence officers in Rogue saw with their own eyes. The battle was so intense that the entire Rogue town was destroyed. Even our intelligence officers have died a lot, and even those who survived are all wounded. This news is too shocking, so we will report it to my mother as soon as possible. On the other end of the phone, there was a certain voice from the intelligence officer. This voice undoubtedly shattered all the hopes in Aunt Charlotte Lingling's heart. Actually, from the very beginning, she was sure. The emotional power of the pirates can be called the first in the industry, and there is almost no mistake. But it was so shocking that she couldn't believe it at all, or she didn't want to believe it. Because Luochu's reputation was too loud. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. All members of the pirate group immediately retreat. In an instant. Aunt Charlotte Lingling's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Some people were instantly relieved, and some people were more confused. Why was the retreat so sudden? I didn't ask, and no one dared to ask. After hearing the aunt's order, everyone immediately began to retreat to the boats parked by the side. But they want to retire, but it's not that easy. The Beehive Island is the territory of Alexander's kingdom, not a place where anyone can come and go whenever they want. The members of the pirate group fled all the way, and the soldiers of the Alexander kingdom chased and killed them all the way in the rear. Gunner ready. Target their ships and fuck me. Never let them go easily. The commander of the soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander was also very smart, and directly ordered the gunners under his command to attack the pirate ships. but not to blow up all their ships. In this way, they themselves will be in chaos, and even kill each other. These pirates don't want to have the strict discipline of the regular army they train. Once their lives are threatened, they will definitely do nothing. Boom boom. The artillery roared, many ships of the pirates were blown up, and thick black smoke came out. Quick! Quick! Hurry up! They are blowing up the ship. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. I came up first. Fuck you, uncle. Obviously I came up first. I see that you really want to die. Go to the uncle. Go to hell. Really? When most of the ships were destroyed, members of countless pirates swarmed away thinking about the few remaining ships. However, the number of members of the pirate group is large, and these pirate ships alone cannot hold enough. So it was a big fight. To stay means to die. There's no way anyone would want to stay. The subordinates fled in a hurry, and the Aunt Charlotte Lingling also fled. After hearing Luo Chu's news, he had no intention of continuing to fight. What she wants to do most now is to return to Wanguo, build the strongest defense, and prevent Luo Chu's revenge. As for the Hive Island or something, I don't have any thoughts at all. Hey. The fight between us isn't over yet, where do you want to go? Zaragi Kanpeki appeared in front of the Aunt Charlotte Lingling carrying the wild sword, cutting off her escape route. Ziriki Kanpeki, the battle between us is completely meaningless. You can't help me, and I can't help you, why don't we just let it go? The Aunt said in a low voice. After hearing that Luo Chu killed 7 admirals of the Navy headquarters unscathed, she didn't seem to be delayed at all, she just wanted to leave quickly. Not so good. Today, you must die. The long knife in Kanpeki's hand pointed at Aunt Charlotte Lingling, her eyes full of killing intent. How can it be repaired? The Aunt scolded angrily, anxious and angry in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. If she was entangled by a lunatic like Zaragi Kanpeki, she would not be able to get away. Damn. If I had known this, I would have said nothing. We'll come to attack the kingdom of Alexander. At this time, Auntie's heart is full of remorse. Thank you to the author. Please download Filu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 148 The Solution of Zenmyo Kanpeki. However, there is no regret medicine in this world to take. If you do something wrong, you have to pay for your mistakes. Charlotte Lingling looked at Kanpeki Zakaji's cold and crazy eyes, both angry and helpless. It seems that it is impossible to let this guy give up. Luo Chu is not dead. In spite of the outcome of this battle doesn't mean much to Charlotte Lingling. Now, what she worries most is Luo Chu's revenge. Charlotte Lingling just wanted to hurry back to her territory to build defenses. But there are Zaragi Kanpechi's a second rate. It's obviously an unrealistic thing. Damn it. Flame jet. Hoochie, Prometheus beside Charlotte Lingling suddenly spewed out a fiery flame. The temperature was very high, and the ground was covered with white smoke. That's right. Seeing Charlotte Lingling launching an attack, Zaragi Kanpeki immediately showed a satisfied smile. Sword press. The broad nose blade was immediately wrapped in golden reiki, and under the swing of Zaragi Kanpeki, it cut off the flames emitted by Charlotte Lingling with an incomparable aura. Thunder and fire attack. Boom. Crack. Zeus and Prometheus beside Charlotte Lingling attacked Kanpeki Zaraki at the same time. The flames are rolling. The thunder and lightning are rumbling. The momentum is very terrifying. But the stronger the attack, the more excited Zaragi Kanpeki is. Explosion. The air waves are rolling. The smoke and dust are so high. Enough. The attack should be more violent. In the smoke, Kanpeki's wild laughter sounded, and he was very satisfied with Charlotte Lingling's attack. But when the smoke cleared, Zakaji Kanpeka could only see Charlotte Lingling's burly back. She just ran away. Where does Charlotte Lingling have time to continue spending time with Zaragi Kanpeka here? She was completely immersed in fear now, and she just wanted to go back to her nest and huddle. Perhaps only there can give her a trace of feeling. Made. It ran away. But it's not that easy to run. Zaraki Kanpeka scolded secretly, and jumped straight to chase after him. Swish! Zaraki Kanpeka raised the wild sun in his hand and slashed towards Charlotte Lingling's broad back. Damn! This family is always haunted. Charlotte Lingling felt the sharp edge of the sword behind her, and couldn't help cursing in her heart. Had to turn back and block. Napoleon's long sword in his hand and nose in Zaraki Kanpeka's hand suddenly collided, making a crisp sound. Zeus! Prometheus! Stop him for me! The ant's love for the sun and the sun beside her. Thundercloud commanded loudly. Yes, Mom. Boom. Woohoo. Thunder and lightning, flames, constantly emitting from them, attacked Kanpeka Zaragi. Facing the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus, Kanpeka Zaragi immediately dodged. Suddenly, Charlotte Lingling ran towards the coastline without looking back. No fun. No fun. If that's the case, then let's kill you quickly. Looking at Charlotte Lingling who was running away, Kanpeka Zaragi shook his head in disappointment, as if he had lost interest in Charlotte Lingling. Zaragi Kanpeka's words were heard by Charlotte Lingling without a word. Charlotte Lingling didn't take it to heart. Although Zaraki Kanpeka is very powerful. But it's only half a caddy with her. If the two sides want to decide the winner, it is completely impossible without fighting for days and nights. But now Kanpeka is only in the beginning state. He also has a stronger state called. This is a powerful force that Zaragi Kanpeka has not realized until the end after the original work. Phew. Zaragi Kanpeka took a deep breath, held Yeshao with both hands, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Drink. Zaragi Kanpeka drank suddenly, his eyes suddenly opened. The spiritual pressure on his body exploded wildly. Hoo-hoo! There were violent waves of air all over his body, forming a whirlwind. Solution. With Zaraki Kanpeka's big drink, his body and Zanpakuto suddenly began to undergo huge changes. First is the body. Zaragi Kanpeka was bubbling up and down, steaming steam. Different from the white steam in the past, the steam on Zaraki Kanpeka's body is red. It's like the evaporation of blood. There are two long black lines extending from the head to the eyes, and two long horns grow on the forehead. At this time, Kanpeka is like a ghost who crawled out of hell. Compared with the changes in Kanpeka's body, the changes in nose after the swastika are not too big. The shape is still the same as before, it looks like a large kitchen knife, but the blade is broken from the middle, and it looks like a broken knife. What a strong breath! Charlotte Lingling saw the domineering look and sensed the change of Kanpeka Zakaji, and her face became very ugly. Damn lunatic! Did you use all your strength when you were just fighting? Charlotte Lingling was shocked and angry about this. She never imagined that Zaraki Kanpeka was fighting against her, the four sovereigns, but she was hiding her strength. It made her feel that she was completely underestimated, and her self-esteem was hurt in her eyes. However, Kanpeka's hidden strength is revealed, which means that he must keep himself here. And clenched the Napoleon sword in her hand. Zeus and Prometheus were on standby at any time, and the domineering turned on. To the extreme, in order to prepare for the surprise attack of Zaragi Kanpeka. Boom! The ground beneath Zaraki Kanpeka's feet cracked instantly. Obviously, there was no trace of Zaraki Kanpeka on the ground. Thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 149 The Death of the Four Emperors. Charlotte Lingling. Aunt Zaraki Kanpeka ripped off a large piece of flesh and blood on her back. Ah! The pain of the flesh being ripped off suddenly made Charlotte Lingling scream in agony. Zaragi Kanpeka was lying on the ground with the swastika in his hands, his eyes glowing with the brilliance of a beast. Now he, no matter what, whether it is the appearance or the breath, it is not very human-like, and it's like a crazy beast. In his mouth, he was still biting a large piece of flesh and blood torn from Charlotte Lingling's body, constantly dripping blood, looking very terrifying. How can it be repaired? Kill you. I must kill you. Charlotte Lingling's angry nerves were instantly stimulated by the fact that a large piece of flesh and blood was ripped from her back. At this time, there was a burst of red light in her eyes. Apparently, the anger has reached the extreme. The clay figurine has 3 points and 3 anger, not to mention that since Charlotte Lingling, who is the 4th emperor, can't escape, she can only fight. The emperor's sword breaks 5, and the blade. The Napoleon longsword in Charlotte Lingling's hand suddenly ignited a layer of red high-temperature flames, and suddenly a flaming sword energy rushed towards Zaragi Kanpeka. Swish, the ground along the way was torn, burned, and evaporated. The power is very powerful. But Zaragi Kanpeka didn't dodge or evade, and his body rushed straight towards the flaming sword energy. His action suddenly made Charlotte Lingling's pupils shrink. Is this guy a fool? He even rushed towards my sword energy. It was Charlotte Lingling who knew about the madness of Kanpeka Zaragi, and couldn't help being fooled by his actions. This is no longer crazy, but courting death. The next moment, Charlotte Lingling's complexion suddenly changed wildly. I saw that the flaming sword chi emitted by Charlotte Lingling was directly smashed by Zaragi Kanpeka. Yes. That was enough to tear the earth apart, and the flaming sword chi that melted the rock was directly smashed by the rushing Zaragi Kanpeka. Although the sword energy left a scar on Zaragi Kanpeka's body, it did not cause any hindrance to him. Puchi, the Zanpakuto in the hands of Zaragi Kanpeka immediately slashed across Ant's abdomen, opening a long hole. Blood spurted out suddenly. Mad. 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 The ant covered her wound and kept scolding, her voice full of anger and fear. This is a completely dead-end game. But what she suffered was much more than that in Kanpeka's eyes. The knife just now almost injured her internal organs, and there was still a violent energy raging in his body. No wait, she regained her strength, and the sword body of Zaragi sprang out from behind again, making a deep wound on her back again. Zeus. Prometheus. Attack me. After Zaragi Kanpeka was released, her reaction ability had exceeded her ability, so she could only let her assistants and pets contain Zaragi Kanpeka. Zeus and Prometheus received Charlotte Lingling's order and immediately began to attack Zaragi Kanpeka. Electric dancing silver snake. A bucket-thick thunderbolt slashed from Zeus to Kanpeka Zaragi. Fire surged. Prometheus' flames followed closely behind. But Kanpeka Zaragi's speed was too fast. Neither Zeus nor Prometheus attacked Zaragi. Sword 8. Zaragi Kanpeka looked up at Zeus and Prometheus. Those beast-like gazes instantly scared the souls of both of them. Hoo-hoo. Zanpakuchi let out a low roar, his body instantly appeared in front of Zeus, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down. Swish, Zeus didn't even have time to let out a scream, he was cut in half by the Zaragi sword, and was completely destroyed by the violent Ryotsu. Wow! Mom, help! Prometheus on the side saw that his little friend was killed in an instant, and suddenly screamed in fright, and flew straight to Charlotte Lingling. But before he flew a few meters away, he was caught up by Zaragi Kanpeka, and sent him to the west to accompany Zeus. Zeus. Prometheus. Ah, you bastard! Seeing that Zeus and Prometheus were killed by Zaragi Kenya, like a child, the ant was furious. These two guards were created by her ability to spend countless soul and soul fruits. Even more kissable than her own son. Now that she was directly killed by Zaragi Kanpeka, How could she not be angry? But anger is useless. Charlotte Lingling, who had lost Zeus and Prometheus, suddenly became even more sluggish when facing Ziriki Kenpeki. After facing the swastika, it was very difficult for Charlotte Lingling to resist the beast-like Zanaki Kenpeki. Chi. Chi chi. Chi chi. She was constantly drawn by the Zanaki Kenpeki on her body. Another wound. In just a few minutes, Charlotte Lingling's body was covered with criss-crossing sword marks, which looked very scary. All the members of the pirate group were stunned. I forgot to escape for a while. Liar, right? How is this possible? Mom, she is the fourth emperor. Even in the hands of Kenpeki Zaraki has absolutely no power to fight back. Oh my god. How strong is Kenpeki Zaraki? There's no way you can be so strong. Why is such a strong person willing to be subservient to others? Charlotte Lingling was gasping for breath, covered in blood, and her eyes were full of wonder. The strength of Zaraki Kenpeki has completely exceeded her imagination. This strength is completely at the level of the Emperor of the Sea. Why such a strong person would be willing to be someone else's subordinate? Charlotte Lingling can't understand why. In spite of. No matter what Charlotte Lingling was thinking, Kenpeki Zaragi didn't respond at all. After the swastika, his consciousness has become very blurred, and only the fighting instinct against the enemy is left. The only belief in my mind is to kill the enemy. Die. Ziriki Kenpeki let out a low cry, like a roar of an evil spirit. The spiritual pressure on his body rioted. With a bang, the earth cracked. The ground where he was originally sunk down in a radius of 100 meters, forming a Tiankang. The pupils suddenly contracted, almost out of focus. She saw a body without a head. It seems to be her own. This is the last impression in her mind. Charlotte Lingling Zaraki Kenpeki's entire head was directly chopped off. The Four Emperors. Charlotte Lingling death. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation votes to support a wave of author fungus. Chapter 150. Bad News. The Frightened Warring States Marshal. Mother. At the moment when Charlotte Lingling's head fell, countless members of the pirate group couldn't help but exclaimed. The eyes are bigger than the light bulb. The old man with his tongue sticking out? The word jaw-dropping is the right word to describe it. At this time, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. As one of the four emperors, Charlotte Lingling was directly beheaded. How is this possible? In their impression, the four emperors are the ceiling of the sea, standing in the sea existence of the pinnacle. Even among the four emperors, there are strengths and weaknesses. But it is almost impossible to kill the other four emperors. And now, the truth happened right before their eyes. And Charlotte Lingling was not killed by the four emperors. Just one of Luo Qiu's subordinates. My god. Just one subordinate has the power to kill the four emperors. So how powerful his own strength should be. Missing this point, everyone's body shivered involuntarily, and a deep sense of fear rose in their hearts. Mom is dead. Run away. After being silent for a long time, a member of the pirate group suddenly let out a heart-piercing wailing. Suddenly, the members of the pirate group exploded like a lit cannonball. Countless people rushed to the coast like crazy. Even someone jumped into the sea without boarding the boat and swam directly into the distance. With the death of Charlotte Lingling, their hearts collapsed directly. There was no longer any sign of resistance, and they left here at the fastest speed in their lives. In the face of these pirate members who fled in a hurry, the work of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Alexander suddenly became much easier. After slaughtering a group of people who didn't know whether to live or die, the rest of the people chose to surrender. The war on Hive Island ended with the pirates' defeat. As for the King of Lone Sharks, the Deep Ocean Current, the Funeral Company Giant and others who were allied with the pirates, they have long been solved by Azts. Compared to the pirates, their strength is much weaker. These alliances against Luochu and against the kingdom of Alexander were completely disintegrated. There were bursts of anxious shouts from the port where the naval headquarters, Marineford, docked the warship. "Hurry up! Doctor! Doctor! General Whitesnake is injured. His life is in danger and needs immediate treatment." The sailors carefully carried the seriously injured body, and the sailors kept shouting and shouting around. Soon, the doctor came and sent the dying snake to the medical room for treatment. The marshal's office. Bang! The door was pushed open violently. A major secretary of the Navy headquarters ran to Sengoku, panting. "Came back. Marshal, they are back." At this time, Sengoku looked gloomy, and was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the secretary of the major of the Navy headquarters. "It doesn't matter if you don't knock on the door when you come in, your expression is still so flustered. Whose back makes you so flustered? Could it be that Lord Wu Laoxing came to the Navy headquarters in person?" Sengoku scolded with a black face. His eyes were fixed on the secretary of the major of the Navy headquarters. If he didn't say why, he would definitely be out of luck. But he was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Sengoku's face. Report handsome. The great fleet to conquer Alexander Rochu has returned. General Whitesnake is seriously injured, his life is in critical condition, and he is being treated." The warring states were not too surprised to hear the words. As the marshal of the Navy headquarters, he certainly knew how strong Luochu was. This mission is very serious and dangerous. Even the few generals who died were within the range he predicted and accepted. "Yes, I didn't expect that only General Whitesnake was seriously injured, and the result was even better than I predicted." Warring States pushed the frog's eyes on his face, and a smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect to kill Alexander Luochu, a confidant who only paid a serious injury to a naval headquarters. It's amazing." "Marshal Aller, what are you talking about?" That secretary looked at the warring states with a confused expression. "That Marshal of the warring states period, please listen to what I have to say." The secretary reluctantly forgot about Sengoku. Really? Obviously, he started to make up his mind before he said it. "Okay, you say, what news is there?" Sengoku looked at the major secretary of the Navy headquarters with a smile on his face, and the anger he had just caused because he broke the door completely disappeared. "I mean, except for General Whitesnake who was seriously injured and dying, the rest of the generals." The secretary looked at the warring states period, and timidly did not dare to speak. For fear that the warring states period would not be able to accept the news at once, he just burped. "What happened to the rest of the generals? No injuries?" "Haha, I didn't expect this kid to be very capable." Sure enough, the world conscription is a very correct decision. Warring States lay down on the chair, looking very happy and feeling very good about himself. "Very satisfied with my decision." "No, it's not. Marshal of the warring states period, do you have a quick-acting heart-saving pill here?" the secretary asked cautiously. "What is the quick-acting heart-saving pill? If you have something to say, say it." The secretary's hesitant look immediately made Sengoku's mood a little impatient. A very happy thing. This guy is always hesitant to be a bad guy. "What are you talking about? You can't finish it all at once." "That, except General Whitesnake, the rest of the all will be killed." The secretary mustered up the courage to tell all the news in one breath, and immediately slumped on the ground in relief. The air was suddenly quiet. Sengoku's entire body froze there, motionless like a puppet. "What did you say?" "Except for General Whitesnake, all the other generals were killed." Sengoku jumped up from his seat and let out an extremely incredible cry. Almost the entire Navy headquarters building could hear it. No way. This news is so shocking. Suddenly, Warring States rolled his eyes, lay down and slaughtered on the chair, his body kept twitching. Hurry up and give me a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Chapter 151 The Only King of the New World. Warring States was lying on the chair, twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, looking like he was about to die. Marshal of the Warring States. Seeing this situation, the secretary immediately ran to Warring States' side and slapped him hard, pinching others. Hope to save him from the fainting. Medicine, give me medicine. Warring States' fingers trembling directly to the drawer in front of him. The secretary immediately opened the drawer and took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills to serve in the Warring States period. It took a long time for the calm to return to normal. Although it is no longer in the state of madness before, but it is also powerless, as if the body has been hollowed out. Marshal of the Warring States period, are you all right? The secretary asked Sengoku carefully. Of the 8 generals of the Navy headquarters, 7 were killed in action, and the life and death of 1 was unknown. If the admiral of the naval headquarters is shitting, the naval headquarters is over. It's okay. Tell me the details of the situation. Sengoku took a deep breath, barely propped himself up and instructed the secretary beside him. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States period. According to the only surviving Lieutenant General of the Crusade Fleet, there has been a serious error in the naval intelligence. Luo Chiu is not only alone, he is accompanied by many strong people. It's all super powerful people with unheard names. There is Laxus who can use thunder and lightning, there is Selene the god who can attack with 8 elements such as earth, fire, water, and wind at the same time, Gildas who can crush everything, and Timaria, the Valkyrie who can control time. Ah wait. Everyone's strength is no less than that of the Admiral. However, the most terrifying thing is a woman named Irene. His ability can make people's strength skyrocket several times in an instant. It was under these conditions that the admirals of the Admiralty were killed. Finally, in order to cover the retreat of the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Whitesnake stayed alone to block Alexander Lukiu and others. Lord Lieutenant General described that after they escaped, they saw a huge meteorite like an island falling from the sky, smashing the entire island where Rogtown is located, directly smashing a huge hole. Rogtown was instantly destroyed, and General Whitesnake fell. Because of this, he was seriously injured, unconscious and on the verge of death. The secretary told Sengoku the news from the surviving Vice Admiral of the Navy. How can it be repaired? It's like this again. It's like this again. Alexander Lukiu, where did you get so many strong men? Sengoku was very angry about this, but at the same time he was very shocked. Originally he thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But I didn't expect this to be a trap that pushed the naval headquarters into an abyss. It's over. It's complete. Everything is over. Originally, the Warring States period was still complacent about the brilliant achievements of the world conscription. 8 admirals of the Navy headquarters. This strength is enough to look down on the entire sea. But before 2 days of chattering, everything was lost. All the good things came to nothing. Almost all of the 8 admirals of the Navy were killed. Almost all of the 20 vice admirals of the Navy were in battle. Death. This is not a heavy blow to the Navy headquarters, but a devastating blow. These high-end combat power is the foundation that supports the Navy headquarters. Without their existence, the entire Navy headquarters, and even the entire Navy will change extremely fragile. Without their existence, the Navy will completely lose its status as a maritime hegemon. Without their existence, the whole world will soon fall into a violent transformation. PFF-. Under the rapid fire attacking the heart, the Warring States directly spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person went into a coma. Damn. The Warring States Marshal. This secretary is also a man of temperament, and when he saw the appearance of the Warring States period, he uttered a foul language. Medic. Medic. Come on. The warring states marshal vomited blood and passed out. The secretary slapped the two big mouths of the warring states, and then pinched the others hard, but even so, the marshal of warring states did not wake up, and he was scared to work as a doctor. Soon, Sengoku was sent into the emergency room with a bang, sharing a room with Orokai. Gradually, 7 of the 8 admirals of the Navy headquarters were killed in action, and the news that one was seriously wounded and died in a coma soon spread in the Navy headquarters. The entire naval headquarters was filled with panic. For fear that Luo Qiu would bring someone directly over to destroy the Navy headquarters. After one day, warring states lay on the hospital bed, looking at the big snake beside him, lost in thought. This is a hero. If it wasn't for him to give his life to save, I am afraid that tens of thousands of sailors' lives would be lost. As for the deeds of Orokai, after the warring states period woke up, I heard people say it, and I felt great admiration for Orokai. Such self-sacrifice for others, he really deserves to be an admiral of the Navy headquarters. At this time, the warring states period directly positioned Orokai as the successor of the future naval headquarters. Alas! The future admiral, how will it be? Sengoku sighed deeply, worried about the future of the Navy headquarters. Report. The secretary before, saluted and reported to the warring states at the door. This time it wasn't as rash as the last time. Come in. What's the news this time? Warring states took a sip of coffee and asked. Report to the warring states marshal. The battle of the pirate alliance led by the pirates to attack the kingdom of Alexander has come to an end. The 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling was beheaded by Zaraki Kenpeiku, and the 4 generals, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoky, Charlotte Cricket, and Charlotte Snag were all killed. The king of usury, the king of shipping, the giant of the funeral home and other dark underground kings were all beheaded. The pirate league is completely defeated. When the warring states heard the words, the arm holding the coffee trembled, and the brown coffee swayed in circles. Originally, these were the notorious pirates, hated by the Navy headquarters. It stands to reason that when they died, the warring states period should happily set off firecrackers to celebrate. But now he couldn't be happier. If all these obstacles are gone, the new world will no longer be able to stop his footsteps. He has become the only king, thank you to the author. Please download Philu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 152 The World Shakes. Riot at Sea. World Economic News. Big News. Morgans looked at the news passed by his subordinates to apply for the exam, and his bird's eyes stared at how big it was. It was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in his life. The table in front of Morgans was full of various photos, and the accompanying message. Among them, the most important one is undoubtedly that the Navy headquarters dispatched 8 generals to encircle and suppress Luo Qiu. 7 of them were counter-killed, and 1 was seriously injured. The most shocking. That is the Navy headquarters general. The Navy headquarters and the world government have the highest combat power. Just got rid of 7 sevens, and the other one was almost killed. This Nima is outrageous. It's incredible. Besides, Charlotte Lingling was killed, and the 4 generals were killed. Kill, news of the pirate alliance's failure, etc. This was supposed to be shocking news. However, the news that 7 generals were killed in the battle with the Navy headquarters, and 1 was seriously injured and was in a coma and was on the verge of death, it was a little dull. Alexander Luo Qiu is really a fairy-like character. Morgan slumped weakly in the chair. There is only a deep shock and admiration left in his heart. He is really glad that he did not have an alliance with the pirates and others. Otherwise, his corpse may have been cold by now. The 100 Beast Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Pirates, and the 4 Emperors of the New World have already wiped out 3 of them, leaving only 1 redhead with little territory. The New World is so huge that it can be said that it has almost become the possession of Alexander Rochu. It seems that you must hold this thigh tightly. Otherwise, the new world can't be mixed at all. Morgans lay on the chair and muttered to himself. The form of the new world can be said to be very clear. It can be said that it is almost Luo Chu's world. In the future, the era of separate domination is coming to an end. If you want to survive in the new world, you must be attached to the Alexander kingdom of Luo Chu. Morgans is very fortunate that he has not had any unpleasant conflicts with Luo Chu before. Remember this. Morgenstern sat up at the time and began to scribble the press release. The next day, newspapers printed overnight were sent to all directions by newsbirds. Immediately, above the sea, it was like a one-depth bomb was thrown into the calm lake, and it exploded. The people in the newspaper were all dumbfounded and horrified. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. Only see. A big and eye-catching headline on the newspaper: really, the world's strongest man is accompanied by photos of the corpses of several admirals of the Navy headquarters. Immediately it gives a very shocking visual impact. The death of one admiral of the Navy headquarters is enough to shake the entire sea, not to mention the death of 7 people at once. It simply shocked everyone on the sea. East China Sea, Windmill Village. Wearing a red vest, green, and a straw hat, Luffy held the newspaper in his hand with hatred on his face. His eyes were fixed on Luo Chu's figure on the newspaper. The newspaper was smashed by his grip, and his nails pierced deeply into the flesh. Blood stained the newspaper. At this time, Luffy and the original are less naive and more violent. Since knowing that Garp died at the hands of Luo Chu, Luffy has worked hard to train himself, hoping that one day he can kill Luo Chu himself to avenge his grandfather. But before you go to see by yourself, there is another piece of bad news. His sworn brother Ace was also killed by Luo Chu. This strengthens his revenge. Heart of. However, although Luffy is a little dull, he is not stupid. He knows that he can't be Luo Chu's opponent at all, and he can only train himself more crazily. However, when he saw the newspaper again today, suddenly there was a deep sense of powerlessness. After the deaths of Garp and Ace, Luffy is no longer as ignorant as before. Understand what the Admiral of the headquarters stands for. Represents the highest level of combat power in the sea. The 8 generals dispatched by the Navy headquarters are not Luo Chu's opponents. Can he really avenge his grandfather and Ace? The distance. But one message at any time. Luffy found that the distance between him and Luo Chu became, getting further and further away. And still the kind that can't see the back. Can't see any hope at all. Grandpa, Ace, don't worry. In spite of. No matter how strong the enemy is, I will not give up. I will definitely avenge you. Luffy's eyes were firm. In the face of such a natural gap, Luffy was still thinking of revenge. Is this toughness or stupidity, or is it really worthy of being the main character of the original novel? But even if Luffy has the protagonist halo, he can still be compared to the cow. At this time, Luo Chu didn't know that Luffy, the protagonist of the original novel, was thinking about getting revenge on himself. However, even if you know, you won't care. Now Luffy is like an ant in front of Luo Chu, which can be pinched to death. As the news spreads, the prestige of the Navy headquarters suddenly dropped to freezing point. The number of pirates surged in an instant, and the whole sea suddenly began to become rioting. Of course, this is just the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route. The New World in the second half of the Great Route is relatively quiet. After all, Luo Chu's reputation for defeating the 8 generals of the Navy headquarters in Lugetown in the East China Sea is too terrifying. No one dares to touch Luo Chu's beard at this time. After the war, the kingdom of Alexander quietly digested the benefits of the war. But the naval headquarters and even the world government have become devastated. With the death of 7 generals of the Navy headquarters and the news of a seriously injured and coma spread across the sea, The pirates began to loot unscrupulously, and even attacked the naval branch base. Countless world government member countries, branch bases have sought help from the Navy headquarters. But where can they still have manpower to support them? It's good to be able to take care of themselves. The Kingdom of Alexander. Luo Qiu has returned to the palace. Wearing a white shirt and a grey pleated skirt, Artoria was reporting to Luo Qiu the situation of the war with the pirates and the alliance. At the same time, it also explains the situation at sea recently. After listening to Artoria's report, Luo Qiu stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the palace. Looking down at the scenery of the entire palace, I can't help but open my hands, as if I want to embrace the whole world. Come on. Come on. The messy the better. The more chaos we have, the better chance we have. I will eventually become the only king in this world. Chapter 153 The Difficult Situation and Choices of the Red-Haired Pirates. New World. On an uninhabited island, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates are here. The Red Hair Pirates are not like the Beast Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates or the pirates with a vast territory and connections. They are taking the elite route, and those who can join the Red Hair Pirates are definitely the elite of the elite. For example, a pirate with a bounty of 90 million can only be an intern. At this time, headed by the Red Hair, all the cotters sat in a circle, and everyone's faces were unprecedentedly solemn. 3 of the 4 emperors have been wiped out, leaving only one of them, the 4 emperors' pirates. Although the red-haired pirates yearn for freedom, they are not very involved in fighting for anything. But everyone understands that there is no room for others to sleep soundly in the couch. Soon this place in the New World will be completely reduced to the territory of the Kingdom of Lukiu Alexander. It is absolutely impossible to allow a powerful 4 emperor pirates to wander around its territory as expected. This is completely equivalent to setting a ticking time bomb in one's own country. Full of unknowns and dangers. Beckman, what should we do? You are the smartest on our ship. Tell everyone. The redhead looked at Beckman and asked slowly. When everyone heard this, they all turned their attention to Beckman. In the entire red-haired pirates, Beckman's IQ is undoubtedly the highest, and everyone's eyes are full of expectations. Call. Beckman took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a smoke ring from his mouth. We now have nothing more than three choices. First, surrender to Alexander Lukiu and join the Kingdom of Alexander. Second, fight with Alexander Lukiu to the end and fight to the death. Third, quit the New World. When the members of the red-haired pirates heard the words, their faces darkened. 3 options. Every choice is extremely difficult. First, surrender is simply impossible. Second, the one who resisted to the end was definitely the Red Hair Pirates being destroyed by the group. No one would think that the Red Hair Pirates could be the opponents of the Kingdom of Alexander. After all, not long ago, the Navy headquarters just killed 7 generals, and one still hasn't woken up yet. The people of the Red Hair Pirates are not so arrogant that they and others will be the opponents of the 8 admirals. The third one, although a bit humiliating, is the best choice for the Red Hair Pirates at the moment. After Beckman finished speaking, all the members turned their attention to the red-haired body. I want to see how my boss wants to choose well. It's really a headache. Everyone, what do you want to choose? Feeling everyone's eyes, the redhead scratched his head with a headache. For a while, he didn't know how to choose, so he had to ask big opinions and let everyone express their opinions. Boss. I'm afraid of him getting a ball. Fight for him. What's wrong with our sailing in the New World? That's right, boss. Many reckless men, completely true, clamored to fight to the death with the Kingdom of Alexander. But that's just a handful of people. After all, few are mentally ill. The rest of the people looked at them as if they were mentally retarded. Why don't we join the Kingdom of Alexander? This can. Even the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were destroyed by Alexander Lukiu. In our hands, it's not shameful for us to join him. Yes. Join if you can't beat it. Many people immediately agreed with this statement. In this way, you don't have to leave the New World, and you don't have to fight against the kingdom of Alexander. I think it's better to withdraw from the New World temporarily. Good. Maybe it will come to deal with us when the kingdom of Alexander is free. With the strength of our red hair pirates, it is impossible to match the kingdom of Alexander. The third option is also endorsed by countless people. Exit the New World, without being subservient or worrying about the attack of the kingdom of Alexander. The redhead listened to the opinions of the crowd. And the choice of Alexander's kingdom is completely irrelevant. There are only two options left: to join the kingdom of Alexander and withdraw from the New World. Both options have their pros and cons. Some people do not want to leave the New World and choose to join the kingdom of Alexander. Some people don't want the red hair pirates to be subservient, and choose to temporarily withdraw from the New World. As far as the redhead is concerned, it is absolutely impossible for him to join the kingdom of Alexander. Because Luo Qiu killed Ace. And Ace is the son of his old captain Gore Roger. With a red-haired, affectionate personality, he would not choose to join the kingdom of Alexander. Okay. I have received everyone's comments. If anyone wants to join Alexander's kingdom, I will never stop him. But I, the red-haired Shanks, will never be someone else's subordinate. So I have decided that the red hair pirates will temporarily withdraw from the New World. But I promise, we'll be back one day. The redhead stood up and said his decision. Hearing the redhead's decision, the noisy voice of the underground discussion disappeared immediately. Although the redhead's decision is not the same as some people's choice, it will not go against the captain's order. In the world of pirates, the captain's order is the greatest. It is absolutely not allowed to violate it. Since the captain has made a decision, everyone should pack up and prepare to leave tomorrow. Beckman said aloud. Beckman wasn't at all surprised by the redhead's decision. He had already guessed that the redhead would make this decision. The next day, the red-haired pirates set sail directly and exited the New World. The kingdom of Alexandria, in the palace. Your Majesty, the intelligence officer monitoring the red-haired pirates has heard news that the red-haired pirates are leaving the New World, and it seems that they are going to leave the New World. Today, Artoria, who changed into a black outfit, was holding a folder and reported the news of the red-hair pirates to Luo Qiu. For such a dangerous existence, the intelligence officers of the Alexander Kingdom are watching them all the time. As soon as there is any trouble, immediately report to Luo Qiu. Hearing this, Luo Qiu suddenly showed a sneer of disdain. Humph! Count them as acquaintances. Otherwise, they will be the next ones to destroy. Chapter 154 The Revolutionary Army Rising in Chaos. The Conspiracy of the World Government. For the red hair pirates, Luo Qiu didn't take it too seriously. To be frank, Luo Qiu could not wait for them to come looking for trouble. In this way, he can justifiably kill the red-haired pirates and let his kingdom completely unify the New World. But what Luo Qiu didn't expect was that the red-hair pirates would withdraw from the New World so decisively. If they were delayed for a while, Luo Qiu would definitely eliminate this threat completely. How could Luo Qiu let others fall asleep in the couch? How could Luo Qiu let such a big bomb that could explode at any time existed in his own territory? Redhead and Beckman also saw this before they chose to leave the New World. Now they have completely lost the qualification to compete with Luo Qiu. What should we do next? Artoria asked. Clear all obstacles. Total unification of the New World. Luo Qiu's domineering voice sounded beside Artoria, causing Artoria's eyes to look at Luo Qiu's face involuntarily. Handsome, domineering, and noble. For a while, Artoria was fascinated with Luo Qiu's order. The soldiers belonging to the kingdom of Alexander began to act under the leadership of the Cotters. The 4 emperors of the New World and some dark underground kings were almost all killed by Luo Qiu's Cotters. Only one red-haired pirate group left the New World. In the whole New World, no one can stand in the footsteps of Alexander's kingdom. There are some remnants left. Over time, these forces are either subdued or eliminated. In the New World, only Luo Qiu's Alexander kingdom is left alone. When Luo Qiu's Alexander kingdom swept the New World, an emerging organization is also rapidly emerging. This force is the Revolutionary Army. It was originally regarded as the most vicious organization by the world government and the Navy headquarters, and their leader, Meng Qilong, has become the most vicious criminal in the world. But this title has already changed hands when Luo Qiu appeared. Luo Qiu has perfectly deprived Long of the title of the most vicious criminal in the world. The Alexander Kingdom is also the most vicious organization by the world government and the Navy headquarters, and is the #1 enemy of the world government. Compared to Luo Qiu and the Alexander Kingdom, Mon Chiron and the Revolutionary Army he organized are nothing. During this time period, the naval headquarters of Admiral Luo Qiu was severely damaged. The current naval headquarters has no generals who can act. 7 of the 8 admirals of the Navy headquarters were killed, and almost all of the lieutenant admirals were killed. Death. Now, the flames are rising above the sea, and the sea is surging. The Navy headquarters has absolutely no energy to manage the Revolutionary Army. And Meng Qilong also saw this opportunity to develop the organization. In just a few months since the naval headquarters was taken by Luo Qiu, the Revolutionary Army has turned against 3 countries that joined the Third World Government. This made the naval headquarters and the world government violent, but they were helpless. No way. The Navy headquarters, as the largest military organization under the world government, has almost lost its high-end combat power. Even the sea of riots could not be suppressed, let alone these revolutionary armies. World government, Pan-Ancient City. The 5 old stars looked at the message on the table. Everyone's face was extremely solemn. The development of things is completely beyond their control. The world government has completely lost its right to speak in the New World. Now the New World has completely become Luo Qiu's world. The entire Great Root is divided in 2. The world government occupies the first half, and the Alexander Kingdom of Rochu occupies the second half. It can be said that the world is divided. But it is different from the piece of Luo Qiu's territory. The Revolutionary Army under the control of the world government is very troublesome for them. Since Luo Qiu appeared, the world government and the Navy headquarters have put almost all the focus on Luo Qiu. So much so that the Revolutionary Army was ignored. But when looking back, the development and growth of the Revolutionary Army has become a completely non-negligible existence. Oh, it's so much autumn now. The blonde 5 old stars let out a long sigh, looking very helpless. Where the hell did this Alexander Lucky come from? How can it be so powerful? And his subordinates, all of them are as strong as monsters. And there are so many. Even if our world government has hundreds of years of heritage, I'm afraid we won't be able to come up with so many powerhouses for a while. It's almost incomprehensible. With a scar on his head and a white beard, Wu Laoxing grumbled angrily. Full of anger, confusion, and a hint of fear. The existence of Luo Qiu has completely affected the dominance of the world government. They even worried that the world government that had ruled the world for 800 years might be overthrown by Luo Qiu. Just like the empire that was overthrown by the 20 kings. Hateful. I knew I should have killed it with a knife. Holding the 5 old stars of the first generation of ghosts, clenching his fists, his expression was very angry, and he felt a little regretful. The rest of the 5 old stars also agreed with one face. However, what they don't know is that this Luo Qiu is not a Pai Luo Qiu. Oh, What are you talking about now? Let's think about how to solve the two confidants of Monchiron and Alexander Luckey first. The 5-old star with a long beard sighed and said, I remember that Garp seemed to have died at the hands of Alexander Rochuk. Can we use this to make a fuss and provoke a war between the Revolutionary Army and the Kingdom of Alexander? After all, Cap is that person's biological father. The blonde 5-old star remembered what happened to Garp, and immediately spoke up. Good. The revenge of killing my father will never be shared. I believe that Menkilong will not forget this revenge for killing his father. The long-haired 5-old stars also nodded, agreeing with this view. By the way, I remember that Garp has a grandson in Donghai Windmill Village. If he also died at the hands of Alexander Luckey, I don't believe that this guy can survive. The 5-old star with a scar on his head said sinisterly. This is okay. Yes, if father and son die at the hands of Alexander Rochuk, Monkey Dragon will definitely be angry. The rest of the 5-old stars nodded in agreement. Completely ignores the fact that Garp was once a naval hero. In their opinion, the interests of the ruler always outweigh everything. Then, the 5-old stars hammered out some details. A conspiracy against Luo Chu and the Revolutionary Army also unfolded. Chapter 155 Toolman Luffy. East China Sea, Windmill Village. Luffy is training as hard as before, dreaming that one day he will be able to avenge his grandfather and his sworn brother Ace in person. But it doesn't seem to have much success without being taught. It was fine before. With Garp's guidance. Since Garp was killed by Luo Chu, there has been no one to guide Luffy to practice, and he can only practice hard by himself. Boom. Luffy punched a tree as thick as a man's waist, and it went straight to the ground. He was exhausted. Luffy lay on the ground with his back on his back, tears streaming down his face. Hateful. The strength is increasing too slowly. When will this be able to avenge Grandpa and Ace? His heart was filled with powerlessness and resentment. Hate your incompetence. Boy, do you want to become stronger? A voice suddenly appeared in Luffy's ear. Who? Luffy snapped like a spring. Looking up, an old man in a black suit with a scar on his forehead and a mustache is walking slowly towards him. It is one of the 5-old stars. Obviously. It was just his voice. Little guy, don't be nervous. I'm your Garp's comrade in arms. Your grandfather entrusted you to me before he died. Originally, I just wanted you to grow up healthy, but I can't bear to see you training day and night every day to avenge your grandfather. Hard. Boy, do you know what kind of character your enemy is? The 5-old stars directly forged an identity, lowered their vigilance in Luffy's heart, and pulled into the relationship between the two. As predicted. When Luffy heard that Wu Laoxing said that he was his grandfather's comrade in arms, his vigilance immediately dissipated, revealing a happy look. Of course I know. He is the overlord of the New World, the strongest man in the world. But there will always be one I will defeat him to avenge Grandpa and Ace. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, with hatred and firm eyes in his eyes. Stupid. Seeing Luffy like this, the 5-old stars cursed with disdain in their hearts. But on the surface he was very kind. Oh, it looks like you can't do it. Never mind. Are you ready to die? 5-old stars asked Luffy. As long as I can avenge my grandfather and Ace, I would be willing to risk my life. Luffy said without hesitation. Okay, in that case. From today onwards, I will guide you to cultivate, so that you can improve your strongest strength in the shortest possible time. I am old, and my strength is no longer available. I can only give you what I have learned in my life. Hope you can avenge Garp. 5-old stars patted Luffy on the shoulder, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Growing up in a windmill village, Luffy, who has not experienced the sinister hearts of people, can't see the sinister intentions of the 5-old stars, but he can't be moved by him. Thank you, Grandpa. I will work hard to improve my strength and avenge my grandfather, and I will never disappoint your hopes. Luffy clenched his fists, his expression was firm, and his eyes were full of gratitude. He had no idea what purpose the person in front of him was aiming for. Seeing Luffy's firm appearance, Wu Laoxing immediately showed a successful smile. I didn't expect this kid to be so easy to deceive, it's just a muscle. It is good. Have a good rest today, and start training tomorrow with the heart that you may die at any time. 5 old stars told Luffy. In a word, turn around and leave. The next day, after a night of rest, Luffy became a dragon and a tiger, and appeared at the agreed place early in the morning. The 5 old stars have been waiting here for a long time. In order to carry out their plan, the 5 old stars made a lot of money and personally trained Luffy. The purpose is to let Luffy improve his strength at the fastest speed, so that he has the confidence to seek revenge for Luoqiu. This is exactly the plan of their 5 old stars. Using Luffy as a fuse, provoked a war between the Revolutionary Army and the kingdom of Luoqiu Alexander. Hee, Luffy, it's on time. Wu Laoxing showed a kind smile when he saw Luffy, and he really looked like Luffy's grandfather. Come on, Grandpa. I can't wait to get stronger. Luffy clenched his fists, his expression full of anticipation. Okay. Let's get started. First of all, what I want to teach you is physical art, which is also a secret of the Navy headquarters, called the 6 naval forms. They are shaving, finger grabbing, moonwalking, paper painting, iron nuggets, and languid feet. Learn these 6 styles and become a Superman. The 5 old stars introduced Luffy. Can you defeat Alexander Luoqiu by learning these 6 styles? Luffy asked expectantly. No, these 6 styles are just the basics, and there are many extended skills on top of them, which need to be developed by yourself. If you want to become a strong person, in addition to the 6 forms, there is an essential skill. It's called domineering. Domineering is divided into domineering, and domineering. In order to make Luffy stronger quickly, the 5 old stars taught Luffy all these knowledge without hesitation. In his opinion, no matter what, Luffy can't be Luoqiu's opponent. Luffy was mesmerized. He didn't know that the world was so vast. At this time, after the explanation of the 5 old stars, Luffy's heart is full of hope. As long as he learns all these things, he will be able to defeat his enemies. Luffy's expression was all seen by Wu Laoxing, and the splayed beard around his mouth suddenly turned up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. This is what he wants. For the rest of the time, Wu Laoxing spared no effort to teach Luffy all the 6 types of navy and 2-color domineering, and give him the most brutal training every day. Even, countless training will leave Luffy with unrecoverable dark wounds. But how could he care about the 5 old stars? In his eyes, Luffy is just a tool man. A tool to provoke a war between the Revolutionary Army and the Kingdom of Alexander. However, the effect of this devil training is undoubtedly very significant, and Luffy's strength is rapidly improving. In just 2 years, Luffy's strength has risen to that of an elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. In the dense forest, the 5 old stars are fighting fiercely with Luffy. Sudden. Luffy punched Wu Laoxing on the shoulder, knocking him out dozens of meters away. Wu Laoxing pretended to be very difficult and got up from the ground, showing a gratified expression. Luffy, now I'm no longer your opponent. You are the most talented person I have ever met. Now you are completely comparable to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and have the power to fight Alexander Luoqiu. The 5 old stars gave Luffy a meal, exaggerated, which made Luffy's self-confidence soar and became very inflated. He, who has never seen the world, already thinks that he should be able to avenge his grandfather and elder brother. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I will definitely carry his head to the graves of my grandfather and Ace. Chapter 156 Target Hades, Encounter Waiwei. Go, Luffy. I believe you can do it. The 5 old stars looked at the smug, confident Luffy and encouraged him loudly. He tried his best and spent so much energy to teach Luffy to become a strong man, for this purpose. A few days later, after training, Luffy set sail on a boat and embarked on a journey to avenge his grandfather and eldest brother. On the coast, Wu Laoxing looked at Luffy, who was far away, and the kindness on his face had long since disappeared. Instead, there is a sinister look on his face. Go. Go. Alexander Luckyu is in the New World. With your current strength, no one can stop you in the first half of the Great Route. It's best to be killed by Alexander Luckyu as soon as possible. Luffy doesn't know the sinister intentions of the 5 old stars. He is still immersed in hatred for Luoqiu, and he just wants to find Luoqiu quickly. Then, challenge him and kill him. Luoqiu doesn't know the conspiracy of the world government against him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Would he care about Luffy? Would he care about the Revolutionary Army? Not at all. There is always only one enemy he cares about most, and that is the world government. After all, the world government has informed the world for 800 years, and it must have countless details. Even the current Luoqiu dare not say that he can beat the world government steadily. The mysterious Lord Im of the Holy Land Mary Joa. There are also ancient weapons. Just from Neptune Baxing's point of view, you can see how powerful these ancient weapons are. Even Luoqiu will have a headache in the face of countless thousands of meters of Sea Kings. As the ancient weapons of the same status, the Pluto and the King of Heaven, the power will definitely not be much weaker than that of the Sea King. So after the situation in the New World stabilized, Luoqiu personally went to Alabasta to find out about the ancient battleship Hades. By the way, trying to bring the kingdom of Alabasta under his command. As a superpower in the pirate world, with a population of tens of millions, if the country of Alabasta is turned against, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the world government. Besides that, Luoqiu also sent ninja troops to the capital of 7 Waters to obtain the blueprint of Hades. Luoqiu, who is a traveler, naturally knows that the design of Hades is in the hands of Frankie, the apprentice of Tom the Fishman, the former world's #1 shipbuilder. In spite of whether it's Hades' secret or paper, Luoqiu is bound to win it all. On the Great Route, Luoqiu's Black Dragon flagship is sailing the sea. Compared with the last trip, Luoqiu brought more people around this time. In addition to Luoqiu's personal maid Ram, and the little cook Arena, there are also Artoria, Tornado, Myra, and Urza. It can be said to be surrounded by beauty. Proper royal treatment. The situation in the New World has basically stabilized, and almost all the restless forces have been eliminated. The current New World can be said to be Luoqiu's world. So these people also have time to come out with Luoqiu. Is this the upside-down mountain of the Red Earth continent? It's amazing. The sea is actually flowing backwards. Artoria. When Yat and the others saw the scene of Upside Down Mountain, they suddenly let out bursts of curious exclamations. Because the last trip to Rog Town was besieged by the Navy headquarters, Luoqiu did not see the scene of Upside Down Mountain. This time, I am sorry to make up for it. Under the control of the sailor, the ship began to enter the channel of the current. Climbing the mountain by boat is a very novel experience for everyone. When the boat reaches the highest point, whoosh, sudden rapid landing. Whoa! Going to fall. It's over. There's a big whale below it. We're going to be eaten. Ram hugged Luoqiu's arm tightly, Myra and the others suddenly shouted. But the trend of the boat sinking soon stopped. Above this ship is a layer of crystal green light. Obviously, it was the tornado that struck. She controlled the boat with her mind and let the boat slowly land on the sea. Wow! What a big whale! Artoria exclaimed, obviously shocked by the size of this whale. So did the rest of the people. This whale is as huge as an island. However, at this time, there are many places on the whale's body with blood, as if it had just experienced a battle. But Luo Qiu didn't care too much. It's just a bigger whale, whether it's alive or dead has nothing to do with him at all. The boat quickly left Upside Down Mountain. But Luo Qiu's boat was not far away when he heard a burst of calls for help. Help! Help! Luo Qiu stood at Chuanbian and followed the voice. Two figures in the sea kept waving to him for help. This man is interesting. Luo Qiu's eyesight was astonishing, and he had already seen the faces of those two people. I didn't expect to meet her here so coincidentally. In this way, the Alabasta line becomes easier. Go and save those two people. Luo Qiu instructed the guards on the boat. Soon, the two drowning people were salvaged by the soldiers on Luo Qiu's boat. Thank you for your help. Great kindness is unforgettable. The two who were all wet kept thanking Luo Qiu. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man among the two was instantly hit by a bullet in the forehead and died on the spot. The woman next to her was so frightened that she lost her soul. The whole person froze there. The gratitude on her face turned into a strong sense of fear. Who are you? The woman trembled and said in a terrified voice. Of course the one who helped you, Wednesday, or Princess Vivi. Luo Qiu's voice suddenly made the woman's pupils shrank, and a storm surged in her heart. She couldn't help covering her mouth with her hands. She looked at Luo Qiu in disbelief. How is it possible? How can this person know my identity, thanks to the author? Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, recommend, share. Chapter 157 The Collapsed Wei. Wei looked at Luo Qiu with a look of shock and awe. Her big eyes were full of incredible color. Few people know about her secretly lurking in the Baroque Chinese Society studio. It is absolutely impossible for a Kalem to betray itself. Who is this person? Why does he know his identity? What princess? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Wei turned his head away, trying to make a quibble. But the expression on her face has already explained everything. He, what a naive little girl. You think you are lurking very secretly, no one finds out. As everyone knows, you have already been exposed. For Wei's sophistry, Luo Qiu shook her head and smiled. This girl is really cute and innocent. She thought she was hiding well. Impossible. My identity will never be discovered. Hearing this, Wei immediately retorted loudly. Oh, have you admitted your identity in disguise? Luo Qiu looked at her playfully. Yeah. Terrible. Hearing this, Wei quickly covered her mouth. Haha, why do you think you can find out Crocodile's purpose so easily? It's not that someone deliberately asked you to find out. As Luo Qiu, who had read the original book, he naturally understood why Wei asked why he could find out the truth behind Alabasta. Deliberately? Impossible. Who will let me find out on purpose? Wei looked at Luo Qiu suspiciously, not believing his words at all. Certainly the most mysterious Baroque Chinese worker, you think, Sunday. As for why? Maybe she thinks you are too pitiful for the princess. Luo Qiu, who has read the original book, naturally knows that Nicole Robin intends to let Vivi find out the truth about Alabasta. But as to why? I'm afraid only she knows. Impossible. Wei immediately denied it. It is said that Sunday is the biggest assistant. How could she help me? Perhaps, she doesn't want to see a country die, and she doesn't want Alabasta to repeat the mistakes of her homeland. Her pursuit is only one from beginning to end. That's history. Luo Qiu is very clear about Nico Robin's character. Her dream is to explore and pursue history. History. Isn't this banned by the world government? Wei's voice suddenly increased by several decibels. and it was incredible. As the Princess of Alabasta. Of course she knew about such things as history. This is banned from research by the world government. It is because she was banned by the world government that she chose to cooperate with pirates like Crocodile. Who would want to be in the company of such a villain if it wasn't necessary? Wei looked at Luo Qiu suspiciously. Listening to your tone, it seems that you know Sunday very well. Do you know who she is? She, you must have heard her name. It's Nico Robin, who the world government calls the child of the devil. Luo Qiu revealed Sunday's identity. It turned out to be the son of the devil. Wei was suddenly shocked. Under the deliberate propaganda of the world government, Nicole Robin has long been portrayed as a heinous villain. Whispering sound. What devil's son? Just a fig leaf for the world government. When it comes to demons, there is no one more demon than the world government. After all, they ruined the whole of O'Hara. Everyone on the island was killed, Nico Robin the only survivor on the entire island. Luo Qiu told Wei the truth about O'Hara back then, and her voice was full of disdain for the world government. At this time, Wei was completely speechless by Luo Qiu's words. This message is too big for a princess who has been taught that the world government is justice since she was a child. It was unacceptable for a while. How is this possible? How could the world government do such a thing? Wei shook her head. She felt her worldview collapsed. What is impossible? Don't forget who is trying to take your country. He is the king of the 7 Martial Seas. Legally plundering pirates recognized by the world government. Legal looting. What a contradictory and ironic word. A world government that can implement this plan can't do anything. Luo Qiu said contemptuously. His voice completely defeated Vivi. That's right. Crocodile is the king of Shichibukai. The owner's right to plunder legally. It was because of this that he was able to penetrate into Alabasta. How to do? What do I do? Is Alabasta completely helpless? Whoa! A series of blows made Wei's heart collapse a little. She burst into tears. Want to save your country? I'll help you. But I have a condition. Luo Qiu looked at Wei who was crying and said. You. How to help me? The other party is the King's 7 Wuhei. Vivi sobbing looking at Luo Qiu, there was distrust in his eyes. She still doesn't know what kind of existence the person standing in front of her is. King Xiaokai Wuhei, I can squeeze it to death with one hand. Luo Qiu clenched his fists and sneered, his expression very contemptuous. He completely ignored the so-called Kai Wuhei under the king. Oh! Brag! You think you are the new world emperor Alexander Lukiu? Wei gave Luo Qiu a pair of big white eyes, apparently thinking that he was bragging. But when her eyes fell on Luo Qiu's face, she was familiar with it, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Instantly put her eyes on Luo Qiu's face, sweeping almost every corner. Then, her body suddenly bounced away, slammed into the turret with a bang, and looked at Luo Qiu in awe. He covered his mouth with his hands and looked jealous. You are really. Chapter 158, Wei's Choice. Alexander Rochu. Wei screamed out with almost all her strength. Her expression was filled with unparalleled shock, surprise, and fear. She never thought that she would mention it casually, and the Lord actually appeared in front of her. At the beginning, she didn't notice Luo Qiu's appearance at all. Or, because Luo Qiu killed her other companion, Wei didn't dare to see Luo Qiu at all. And when she saw Luo Qiu's face, she immediately recognized Luo Qiu's identity. After all, Luo Qiu's name has now resounded all over the world. It can be said that no one knows it and everyone knows it. It is estimated that any child who pulls a child on the street has heard of Luo Qiu's name. Why does a person like you appear? It's here. Wei stammered and asked, fear was written all over her delicate pretty face. Except for those close to Luo Qiu. No one can remain calm when facing Luo Qiu. What's more, it's just a Wei Wei who is fighting 5 scumbags. In her impression, a character like Luo Qiu should be aloof. How can he appear in this small place? I said. I came here for you, Princess Wei Wei, do you believe it? Luo Qiu put his head in front of Wei Wei and smiled. The two were almost face to face, and they could even feel each other's breath. Wei Wei's pretty face suddenly turned red. Because Luo Qiu is so handsome. You don't believe me? How could a big person like you care about a small person like us? Wei Wei hurriedly turned her head, not daring to look at Luo Qiu, and muttered softly. But a heart is thumping like a deer. After all, Luo Qiu's appearance is still very lethal. Don't belittle yourself. In the future, you will become the Queen of Alabasta. The current Alabasta King Cobra has only one daughter like Vivi, and the future throne will definitely be passed on to her. Queen of Alabasta, hee hee. Will there be Alabasta in the future? Speaking of Alabasta, Vivi's mood suddenly became low again. Say, I can help you. Merely crocodile, it can only be destroyed in a turn. Luo Qiu didn't take crocodile to heart at all. Perhaps in Vivi's eyes, crocodile is an invincible existence. But for Luo Qiu, it's just an ant that has been dying at will. What price do I have to pay? Hearing this, Wei Wei was not too happy, but looked at Luo Qiu, full of questions. There is no free lunch in the world. She still understands this. The conditions are simple. Leave the world government and join the kingdom of Alexander. Luo Qiu directly stated his purpose. He's not a virgin, and goes back to doing thankless things. Separate from the world government. This is a felony. At that time, they will all be wiped out by the slaughtering order. The power of the world government is deeply rooted in Wei Wei's thoughts. If you betray, you will definitely be attacked by the world government. He Slayer order. If they dare to come, they will destroy as many as they come. Luo Qiu sneered and said incomparably domineering. He didn't take the Navy's slaughtering orders into account at all. The generals of the Navy headquarters were killed casually, not to mention the mere demon slaughtering order. Looking at Luo Qiu, who was domineering and unparalleled, Wei Wei was a little crazy for a while. At this moment, she only remembered what a character Luo Qiu is. The peerless emperor of the New World. He occupies almost the second half of the entire Great Route and can stand against the world government. Qualifications. Of course you don't need to worry about Alabasta. If Alabasta announces to join Alexander's kingdom, I will naturally send strong men to sit here. In spite of the Navy, the pirates, or the world government would not dare to be presumptuous. Luo Qiu gave Wei Wei a reassurance pill. Everyone knows that there are countless powerful men under Alexander's kingdom. Sending some strong men to guard Alabasta is not a big deal. Can you give me some time to think about it? This matter is too involved, and it is impossible for Wei Wei to make a decision immediately. Certainly. The choice is yours. In spite of, I will respect your opinion no matter what you choose. Luo Qiu said nothing. In spite of, no matter how Wei Wei chooses, Luo Qiu can't give up the fat of Alabasta. It's just that the method used is different. If Wei Wei does not agree, Luo Qiu will go directly to Alabasta to solve all problems by force. It's just that people don't there will be such a quick rendezvous. If Wei Wei agrees, it will be much better if there is Wei Wei, the heir to the royal family. A few days passed, and Wei Wei was stuffed in the house all the time. Luo Qiu understood that her heart was very tangled. But he wasn't in a hurry either. Wei Wei's choice is not too important. This day, Luo Qiu was wearing sunglasses and beach shorts lying on the deck basking in the sun. Squeak. Wei Wei's door opened. Looking in Luo Qiu's direction and taking a deep breath, she had already made a decision in her heart. I agreed. As long as you can help me eliminate Crocodile, and make Alabasta clear, Alabasta is willing to leave the world government and join the kingdom of Alexander. Luo Qiu, who was lying on the sun lounger, immediately showed a smile when he heard the words. He was not surprised by Wei Wei's choice. Very good. Crocodile will soon be gone from this world. Luo Qiu took off his sunglasses, stood up and gave Wei Wei a big smile, making a promise to her. Looking at Luo Qiu's handsome smile, Wei Wei's cheeks flushed red again, her heart pounding. Chapter 159 Crocodile Jumping Over the Wall. Wei Wei is at the age of first love. In addition, Luo Qiu is so powerful, handsome, and it is normal for Wei Wei to be heartbroken. Next, after the two sides reached an agreement, the atmosphere became very harmonious. At the beginning, Wei Wei still had a bit of restraint when facing Luo Qiu. After all, Luo Qiu is a famous person in the world. But after getting along for a few days, Wei Wei found that Luo Qiu was not as scary as the rumors from the outside world. Sometimes gentle like the big brother next door. This also makes Wei Wei, who has been drifting away for a long time, feel a long-lost peace of mind. After Wei Wei made her choice, Luo Qiu didn't stop there, driving past island after island like sightseeing. Instead, go directly to Alabasta as directed by the permanent pointer. After a few days of sailing, Alabasta is already in sight. Coming. The rapeseed port is in front. Approaching Alabasta, Wei Wei's mood immediately changed. She became nervous and agitated, pointing to the port ahead and shouting to Luo Qiu. Do not worry. Just a crocodile. Soon to be wiped out, and Alabasta to be delivered soon. Luo Qiu's big hand was placed on Wei Wei's head, which immediately calmed her nervousness. The ship sailed to the side of the rapeseed port and stopped to dock. Luo Qiu and his party walked into the city by the port, and their clothes seemed out of place here. So I went to the clothing store and bought a few clothes that fit the customs of Olafston. All of this fell into the eyes of the intelligence officers of the Baroque Chinese society. This time period is the most critical moment of the crocodile plan, and it attaches great importance to foreign personnel. Never allow others to sabotage his plans. Rain, Crocodile Base Camp. In a spacious and luxurious office, Crocodile was smoking a cigar and lying comfortably on the boss chair. With his plan, the country will be his at once. Of course, his main concern is not the country. It's the secret hidden behind this country, Hades. He spent so much time talking, everything is for it. Poro poro poro. Just as Crocodile was in the midst of a beautiful fantasy, the phone worm on the desk suddenly rang. Moses, here it is. Crocodile picked up the phone and said. In order to hide their identities, all the members of the Baroque Chinese society are all called by code names, even his boss is no exception. The newspaper reported that the oil in the port had found that a great man had come to Alabasta. The voice of the intelligence officer over there was a little trembling, like the fear of his own soul. What kind of person? Could it be the future of the Navy headquarters? Crocodile didn't care. In addition to the admiral of the Navy headquarters can make. He doesn't care about the rest except for his emotion. No, not the admiral of the Navy headquarters. A more terrifying figure than the admiral of the Navy headquarters. The voice on the other side was full of fear. When Crocodile heard this, his face suddenly darkened. A character more terrifying than the admiral of the Navy headquarters is who is the other party? Crocodile asked in a deep voice, and even his voice trembled. Apparently he already had a guess in his heart. But couldn't believe it. If it is really that person, things will be big. Yes, it is the unparalleled emperor of the New World, the strongest man in the world, Alexander Lukiu. The voice on the other end of the phone was almost roaring, almost using all his strength to call out Luo Qiu's name. With Luo Qiu's current power, It also takes a great deal of courage to dare to say his name. Boom. The voice of the intelligence officer suddenly exploded in Crocodile's mind like a thunderbolt. In an instant, he was stunned and terrified. How could it be that person? Why did he appear here? Could it be because of the ancient weapon Hades? A series of questions appeared in Crocodile's mind. At this time, his heart became very uneasy, even fear. In the whole world, no one can remain calm in the face of Luo Qiu. With that man is Princess Weiwei, it seems the two have a very good relationship. The voice of the intelligence officer came from the other end of the phone, which made Crocodile's heart tighten again. If it is just Luo Qiu, there may be a glimmer of hope in Crocodile's heart. Luo Qiu is here to travel. But once Weiwei is involved, it will never be so simple. Hang up the phone. Crocodile was lying on the chair weakly, and he looked very decadent. Could it be that I have been working so hard to plan for so many years to be invalid? Crocodile's heart is full of unwillingness. But, facing Luo Qiu, he really couldn't raise the heart of resistance. As the king of the seven Wuhei, Crocodile certainly knows what kind of person Luo Qiu is. He is a man so strong that the entire naval headquarters is helpless. 8 generals of the naval headquarters went to encircle and suppress them, and 7 sevens were killed. Such a ruthless man. Just ask the world, who can be the enemy? However, he has worked so hard to plan for so many years, and it is impossible for him to abandon it all at once. Suddenly, his eyes flashed a firm color. In this case, the plan is only it can be advanced. If you get the secret of Pluto, you will not be afraid of everything. Thinking of this, Crocodile immediately called his subordinates, and all actions were in advance. At all costs, a war between the rebel army and the king's army was provoked. Then he took the opportunity to obtain the secret of Hades. Originally, after a period of time, he was able to gain the country and the secrets of fame slowly, but now, he can't care about so much. With Crocodile's order, the whole of Alabasta is in turmoil. Crocodile was directly forced to jump off the wall and took the risk.